Chapter 822. Becoming an elder, a saint's spirit realm existence, a powerhouse that many people had to look up to. Even a peak-proud son of heaven would not dare to underestimate such a powerhouse. However, he had died in front of them. All of this was just an illusion. Lin Ling had said he would kill. Taking advantage of Elder Su Fan's severe injuries, he had unhesitatingly slashed out with his sword. Even Elder Su Fan had not thought that he would die here. Even before he died, he recalled everything that had happened between him and Lin Ling. In the past, during the apprenticeship ceremony, he had been a dignified student. However, because he had underestimated a youth, he had suffered terrible consequences. He had been demoted from a student to an elder, and had even been humiliated by this youth several times. But when he had wanted to take revenge, it had been too late. This youth had grown too quickly. Today, in this place where everyone was watching, he would forever disappear from this world. If history could repeat itself, perhaps he would not have forced himself to stand up and humiliate Lin Ling for the sake of the martial house master. After all, the martial house master had not said a single word about his death. Elder Su Fan violated the rules, and this was the sacred and dignified heaven and earth trial. Therefore today, Elder Lin Ling will clean up the seven profound martial house and uphold the glory of the seven profound martial house. In the silent square, Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing many people's faces to stiffen. Lin Ling seemed to think that he had already become an elder. If Lin Ling had become an elder, then he would have killed Elder Lin Ling. At most, he would have received a little punishment, but it would not be a crime punishable by death. After all, Lin Ling's words were very good. He had killed Elder Su Fan for the sake of the seven profound martial house's reputation. But Elder Su Fan had used his power for personal gain, and in front of so many people, he had lost the face of the seven profound martial house. This crime was punishable by death. Martial House Master Sky Lin looked deeply at Lin Ling. He suddenly felt that this youth was even more difficult to deal with than Di Wuji. His previous vision had been wrong. He should have let the second dream cripple Lin Ling first. At least the counterattack that Sakura had brought was not as terrible as Lin Ling's. Of course, Senior Martial House Master, you can say that I have not become an elder, but you can let your proud disciple, the second dream, try out the heaven and earth trial. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the Martial House Lord. He knew that the Martial House Lord wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to do so. There were many witnesses today, including cultivators from the other 6 major martial arts halls. Therefore, unless the Martial House Lord didn't care about his reputation, he wouldn't dare to make a move. The second dream, you have one chance to kill me, and that is to surpass me. Lin Ling's aura was like a dragon, a tiger, a sword, and a spear. He looked at the second dream. He and the second dream were already mortal enemies. Even if he did not come here today, the second dream would find him sooner or later and kill him. That was why Lin Ling came here today for revenge. Since both of them wanted each other dead, there was no need to show mercy. Is it the second dream's turn? Countless people looked at the second dream. The second dream was also going to enter the ancient array and surpass Lin Ling in terms of results. Otherwise, she would become a laughingstock today. Ancient array of martial arts. At this moment, second dream was silent. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Before, she had been extremely arrogant and confident. She had thought that in the martial world trial, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to compare to her. She had thought that she was the darling of the heavens, the perfect daughter of the heavens. However, in reality she had lost. In the martial arts world assessment, she thought that Lin Ling was a 6th grade martial artist. In the end, Lin Ling was an 8th grade martial artist. In the martial arts simulation, she thought that since Lin Ling did not have the Martial House Lord as his master, he would not have come into contact with high-level martial arts. However, Lin Ling had shocked everyone. His comprehension was terrifying. In the illusion assessment, Lin Ling had a huge amount of soul power, causing the array to reflect back and injuring Su Fan. Lin Ling was the perfect genius. She couldn't compare to Lin Ling. She was confident that she would not be able to surpass Lin Ling if she went to the ancient array. You asked me before what the martial arts world assessment was. I didn't know about it at that time. However, you knew everything and were very proud. Now show me your pride. Lin Ling's calm voice made the second dream tremble. Lin Ling was humiliating her. The second dream, you are a genius. You will never lose to Lin Ling. Go and defeat him. Some of the young people in the crowd could not help but cheer her up. It's useless. She can't compare to Lin Ling. Even if she won in the martial arts simulation, she is not a match for Lin Ling in terms of soul power. Therefore, although she is still dazzling, she will not be able to compare to Lin Ling's brilliance. Therefore, rather than losing face, it is better to just admit defeat. In the ancient Dao martial palace, a powerful old man said indifferently. The cheering youths quieted down. They couldn't believe the result in front of them. Their genius had lost? In terms of martial arts talent, the perfect genius couldn't compare to Lin Ling? Where did the word perfect come from? Where is your pride? In the square, only Lin Ling's cold voice could be heard. This time, Lin Ling's voice was louder. It was like thunder in a clear sky. He was going to give the second dream the heaviest blow. He was going to turn this arrogant swan into a toad. You! The second dream's face was cold. She was the main character today, but she had been reduced to a supporting role. It was like her marriage with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had rejected her marriage in front of so many people. She couldn't refute because she wasn't good enough for Lin Ling. She couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Let me see your pride. Lin Ling stepped forwards, his aura soaring to the skies. The second dream quietly took a step back, unable to say anything. Today, she had been utterly defeated. Countless people watched this scene, their hearts beating with excitement. Today was Lin Ling's stage. He had reprimanded the second dream for being heartless, disloyal, and unfilial. Step by step, he had suppressed the second dream, causing the second dream to fall from her pedestal. At the same time, Martial House Master Sky Lin had also been incomparably disgraced. His proud disciple had been suppressed to the point that she couldn't say anything. The seven profound martial house is so sacred and strict. Did they allow a waste to become an elder? Haha, how ironic. Senior Martial House Master said that everyone agreed that the second dream should be conferred the title of elder, and that the second dream would be the youngest elder in the history of the Rainforest Holy Land. But now, why is she so silent? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked at the Martial House Master. The Martial House Master was a great enemy that he had to trample under his feet. This was the conviction of Di Wuji. Therefore, as long as he had the chance, he would not give the other party any face. You've won. From today onwards, you will be the new generation elder of the seven profound martial house. Tomorrow, I will announce this to the world. The Martial House Master looked deeply at Lin Ling, and finally said in a low voice. He had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Ling's position as elder. But all of this was like a dream to him. Not long ago, Lin Ling had won first place in the Dragon Lake competition. He had wanted to make Lin Ling a thorn in the side of all the proud sons of heaven, so he had made an exception and allowed Lin Ling to enter the proud son of heaven role. In his mind, the weak Lin Ling at that time would have had to withstand the anger of countless proud sons of heaven, and finally die at the hands of these proud sons of heaven. However, Lin Ling had surpassed his imagination. Not only had he not perished, but he had risen on the proud son of heaven role, and now he had become an elder. This speed of growth was too fast, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. Lin Ling has become an elder? The crowd was also stunned. When Lin Ling had stepped into the square, they had never thought that Lin Ling would become an elder. It had to be said that today's results had exceeded their expectations. Chapter 823. Returning the sword, today's matter ends here. The Martial House Master stood up and coldly flicked his sleeves as he left. Anyone could see that he was suppressing a tremendous amount of anger. Martial House Master, didn't you say that if Lin Ling lost, he would apologize with his life? And if the second dream lost, she would also do the same. But now that Lin Ling has won, he will only become an elder, and the second dream will be safe and sound. The Sword Elder's eyes narrowed. The Martial House Master had gone back on his words and ignored his previous promise. How treacherous! The seven profound martial house is the sacred hall of martial arts. The position of elder is of utmost importance. Before, the Martial House Master seemed to have casually conferred the title of elder to the second dream, deceiving everyone. Now that the second dream does not have the qualifications to become an elder, the Martial House Master should do something about this selfishness. The Sword Elder coldly shouted as he stepped forward. What else do you want? Martial House Master Sky Lin stopped, and a powerful aura erupted from him. It was like the wrath of the heavens, causing the entire square to violently shake. Today, his patience had been exhausted, so he did not have the calm momentum that he had at the beginning. Second Meng has disgraced the dignity of the Seven Profound Martial House. He must atone for his crimes with his death, and prove that the Seven Profound Martial House is just. The Sword Elder took another step forward. Behind him, a large number of people also echoed. In this world, there was no such thing as a cheap deal. If Lin Ling lost, he would die. If the second dream lost, she would not die. How could this be fair? What if I don't want to? Martial House Master Skylin's eyes were icy cold. He swept his eyes over those who spoke, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. What a terrifying look. They didn't dare to oppose. If they said another word, they would die. The Sword Elder frowned. The Martial House Master was using his formidable strength to intimidate everyone. The second dream has committed a crime, so the law enforcement hall will punish them. But Lin Ling killed Elder Lin Ling, so it will be difficult for him to escape punishment. Although Lin Ling is also an elder killing another elder is a violation of the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. Therefore, this matter will also be brought to the law enforcement hall. It was at this time that a harsh voice sounded. It was Elder Sun who had been silent all this time. She wanted to grab hold of Lin Ling's weakness and give him a heavy blow. She also wanted to help the second dream get away with it. Lin Ling killed Elder Su Fan because Elder Su Fan violated the rules, so he deserved to die. Sword Elder shouted in a low voice. Even if they deserve to die, it is not Lin Ling's turn to kill them. The Seven Profound Martial House does not have this rule. An elder can kill another elder at will. Great Sun Child coldly shouted. There is indeed no such rule, but the Seven Profound Martial House has another rule. If an elder wants to harm another elder, then the victim can kill the elder. Before, Su Fan wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling killed Su Fan. What crime is there in that? The Sword Elder coldly smiled. The crowd was in an uproar. According to this, Lin Ling killing Elder Su Fan was not a crime at all. After all, Elder Su Fan had violated the rules first, and his crime was already punishable by death. Although the law enforcement hall should punish him, Elder Su Fan had harmed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was the person involved. Naturally, he had the right to retaliate. After all, you are an elder, and I am also an elder. If you want to kill me, do you think I will just stand there and let you kill me? Naturally, I will retaliate. You! Great Sun Child was speechless. Lin Ling is not guilty, but the second dream has violated the rules and deceived everyone. Does she really think she can leave like this? Seeing Great Sun Child remain silent, the Sword Elder's aura became even greater, and he shouted out again. Today, Lin Ling had risen with the status of a disciple, and had made them proud and elated. Therefore, as a senior of the D bloodline, how could he lose Lin Ling's face? How could he allow Lin Ling to fight alone? Therefore, he would also fight side by side with Lin Ling. Shut up! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Martial House Master Sky Lin burst out with a cold shout. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and an incomparably terrifying aura billowed out, shocking everyone present into silence. Such a fierce aura. His strength was unfathomable. Moreover, it seemed that even if he was wrong today, he would not hand over his disciple. If everyone refused, then he would use his formidable strength to intimidate them. After all, he had already lost a great deal of face today. How could he endure the anger in his heart any longer? The crowd was silent. Even the Sword Elder's face was ice cold. He knew that even if Martial House Master Sky Lin did not care about face, he would still protect the second dream. If no one opposes, then today's matter ends here. Martial House Master Sky Lin calmly swept his gaze across the crowd, and said majestically. After that, he took the second dream and wanted to leave. Wait! At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. His expression was calm, knowing that the second dream would not die today. However, he did not know why, but he did not feel any disappointment. Instead, he had a sense of anticipation, as if he wanted to take revenge on the second dream on a bigger stage. The second dream had harmed his elder brother, and caused the death of old man Xiao. How could he let her die so easily? That would be letting her off too easily. Therefore, Lin Ling had always had an idea in his heart. He wanted to give the second dream more than one blow. He wanted the second dream, this venomous woman, to be consigned to eternal damnation. Elder Lin Ling, what else do you want to do? Martial House Master Sky Lin coldly looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with killing intent. Take back my sword. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He calmly replied, gesturing for Martial House Master Sky Lin to look at the second dream. The second dream frowned. She knew that Lin Ling wanted to take back his spiritual weapon, the chaotic evil sword. Without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards Lin Ling. After a moment, she unsheathed the scabbard at her waist and handed it over. Lin Ling stood proudly and did not accept it. I gave this sword to my elder brother, and now he is giving it to you. Today you have lost. You have accepted your loss wholeheartedly, but you have left your life behind. I don't mind that. However, when you return the sword, shouldn't you hand it over with both hands? Or do you think that a blessed daughter of heaven like you can only accept defeat because you have lost many times in your life? The second dream's delicate body trembled. She knew what Lin Ling meant. She had lost, so she had to admit defeat grandly, and not muddle through. Otherwise, she would not be a perfect blessed daughter of heaven. After all, if she didn't care about losing once, then that meant that she didn't care about winning or losing in her heart. She could lose many times, and if so, would she still have the status of a blessed daughter of heaven? A person who lost again and again was a mediocre person. A true blessed daughter of heaven could lose once in her life, but she absolutely could not lose a second time. I understand. The second dream handed over the chaotic evil sword with both hands. She faintly looked at Lin Ling and said, Today, I have lost. The crowd was stirred. The second dream, shocked. The blessed daughter of heaven, the blessed daughter of heaven, had finally admitted defeat today. If they weren't standing in the square today and seeing it with their own eyes, they would never have believed what they were seeing. This also meant that within the 7 profound martial houses blessed daughter of heaven, the one with the greatest potential under 20 years of age was not the second dream, but Lin Ling. Lin Ling might not be able to compare with the second dream's current strength, but in terms of potential, he far surpassed the second dream. Do you know why I was silent before, and why I didn't want you to die? Lin Ling still didn't take the sword. Instead, he lightly said, Why? Chapter 824. 3 slaps, because the semi-finals of the 7 profound prodigy ranking is about to begin. I want to challenge you on a bigger stage. Lin Ling's firm voice made the second dream's pupils dilate. Lin Ling wanted to challenge her? The crowd was shocked. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's potential was greater than the second dream's. However, the semi-finals of the 7 profound prodigy ranking were about to begin. Even if Lin Ling could fly, he was not a match for the second dream. After all, the second dream was a top genius at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm while Lin Ling was only at the mid stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Sure, let's start our second battle there. The second dream suddenly laughed. She was looking forward to it. She wanted to kill Lin Ling on a bigger stage. She had lost today, but she was going to take it back tenfold in the future. In the past, you approached my brother with evil intentions, you made him lust after your beauty, then you crippled his cultivation. Then in the Rain Sea Grassland, you made the 3 great forces come to kill me, you made old man Shao die unjustly, so how could I let you die so easily? Now, I'm taking back my sword, you. Get the hell out of here, you bitch. Piss off. Lin Ling put away the mixed evil sword with his right hand and struck out with his left hand. Slap, slap, slap. 3 crisp slaps resounded in the square, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. The beautiful girl was once again called a bitch by Lin Ling and slapped 3 times by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not greedy for her beauty. He hit her when he wanted to. How decisive. You. Piss off. The crisp slaps could not hurt the second dream, but they hurt her deeply. She bit her lips and stared coldly at Lin Ling. She did not expect Lin Ling to hit her. Ever since she was young, Lin Ling was the first one to hit her. Everyone else admired her, loved her, and treated her like a fairy on the altar. Even her every move was considered the most beautiful by others. However, today, 3 slaps had sent her down from the clouds into the mud. It was also telling her that she was actually just a self-righteous and vicious woman. She was a fairy? She was a snake. Piss off, bitch. You disgusted me. Piss off. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Indeed, in his eyes, Second Dream was not a devastatingly beautiful girl. Instead, she was an extremely ambitious woman with a venomous heart. Therefore, he felt disgusted when he saw her. These 3 slaps, I will return them to you. Piss off. The Second Dream prodigy. Ranking prodigy. The crowd was silent. Today's fairies had lost all face. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their hearts extremely complex. At this moment, the youth in the square was clearly more dazzling than the Second Dream, more glorious. Today, Mad God Lin Ling's name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house, and even the rainforest holy land. Go. Lin Ling looked at the departing figure of the Second Dream. With a wave of his hand, he led the Sword Elder and the others away. Today, the first step of his revenge was a success. The Second Dream had lost half of her pride. To the Second Dream, this was worse than death. Even the powerful prefecture lord was humiliated. This was the reason why Lin Ling had come here. As for Lin Ling, he had completely raised the flag of the 7 profound martial house, and was one step closer to the faith that Senior Limitless had left him. Haha, Lin Ling, you vented your anger today. Look at that beast Tian Lin, his face is so dark today. As the crowd returned to the mountain valley, the Sword Elder couldn't help but laugh. In the 7 profound martial house, he had seen his blood enemy strut around, and had swallowed his anger. But today, Lin Ling had raised the prestige of their D family bloodline. Good for you, you even dared to fight the Second Dream, I admire you. Lin Ling, I find that I can't see through you anymore. Last time, you were a 6th grade talent with a king body. Who would have thought that after you went out, you would rise to an 8th grade talent? Also, I have a feeling that this is not all of your cards. Now, you have become the most dazzling existence in the 7 profound martial house under the age of 20. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others also excitedly shouted. They had watched Lin Ling rise step by step, and the speed of his growth was simply too amazing. I was just lucky. Lin Ling gently smiled. Others thought that it was easy for him to increase his strength, but no one knew that he had experienced many life or death crises. Ling Er's weight in their hearts is too great. As old ancestor Extreme Flame and the others saw that Lin Ling was the center of attention, their hearts were incomparably proud. Their fire ancient clan was weak, but in the mountain valley, no one dared to disrespect them. All of this was because of Lin Ling. Before, Sakura was our banner, shielding us from the wind and rain. But now, it is you, Lin Ling. As everyone was overjoyed, Long Xiaochen blurted out, causing everyone to fall silent. But Long Xiaochen was secretly annoyed. It seemed that he had said the wrong thing. Sakura had become a cripple, but Lin Ling had risen like a dragon. Although they were brothers, Sakura had always been proud. How could he feel good in his heart? Not to mention, today Lin Ling had taken back his dignity. This made him even more ashamed to see others. On the road of martial arts, there has never been a smooth journey. This is the greatest hurdle in Big Brother's life. I believe that he will cross it. Lin Ling softly said, alleviating the complex thoughts in everyone's hearts. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Fire Ancient Clan and Flame Legion. Grandfather, and everyone else, your strength is still very weak, so I will help you increase your strength. He took out the half-spirit artifact that he had obtained in the ancient tomb, the Great Flame Bell. This half-spirit artifact had twice the effect of half the effort on a fire attribute martial artist's cultivation. It was very suitable for the Fire Ancient Clan to use. This fellow, you really have a lot of treasures. After Lin Ling took out the Great Flame Bell, Elder Jian couldn't help but stare. As for Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, they were slightly excited. After arriving at the rainforest's sacred land, they realized that they were as weak as ants. They were extremely unwilling, but now they had a chance to become stronger. Especially the members of the Flame Legion, they were even more excited. They had never imagined that by following their leader, they would be able to come to the legendary sacred land and even have a chance to rise. They couldn't help but recall the promise that Lin Ling had made to them in Cloud Sea City. If they followed their leader, they would definitely become famous throughout the world. And now, their leader had done it. At present, they were still very weak, but it wouldn't be long before they would be able to shake the rainforest sacred land with the name of the Flame Legion. The mountains and valleys are rich in spirit energy and are suitable for cultivation. Coupled with my worldly fortune pills, everyone's talent can be improved. Yes. Lin Ling spoke once more, causing Long Xiaochen and the others to feel envious. Their leader was truly amazing. When he rose up, his friends and family would become stronger as well. It seemed like following Lin Ling was the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Lin Ling constantly took out treasures to improve everyone's strength. After a long time, Lin Ling walked towards the depths of the mountains and valleys. He wanted to see Sakura. Chapter 825. Small World Fusion. Second Brother. Big Brother thanks you. Today, Big Brother will leave, but in the future, Big Brother will fight side by side with you. Big Brother will cross this hurdle. You once said to Big Brother that you will never admit defeat. Big Brother will always remember this. Wait for me to return. The note was written in blood. It was left behind by Sakura. Lin Ling froze in place, and then smiled. Big Brother felt that he did not have the face to see everyone, so he went out to adventure. Whether he became a snake or a dragon, it all depended on this adventure. But Lin Ling believed that his big brother would rise. Adventure, there was a thick life and death crisis, but there were also great opportunities. This all depended on one's own good fortune. However, Lin Ling was not worried about Sakura. This was because he knew that this was his big brother's road of martial arts, and no one else could interfere with him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged under the massive spirit root. At present, he had already established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, and his reputation had risen. However, the enemies he faced were even more formidable. These were the top geniuses of the 7 profound heavens chosen list. These geniuses were older than him, and their talent was no weaker than his. Their strength was incomparably fierce. Therefore, Lin Ling had to continue fighting. He had to become stronger. I haven't broken through for too long. If I want to break through again, it will be very difficult. The only way is to make my foundation more solid. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was incomparably familiar with his own strength. In fact, Lin Ling's foundation was already the most solid in the 7 profound martial house. His talent was a strong king body. His martial arts foundation was strong. His mortal body was strong, and his soul force was strong. All of his domains were at the perfect level. The only difference was his cultivation. However, there was still room for improvement. The talent king body was Lin Ling's current limit. Unless he reached the late Emperor Spirit Realm, it would not be suitable for him to increase his rank. But his mortal body could be improved. He had a Xiantian body. If he cultivated the Xiantian Qi art, he could make the small world within his body rise again and increase his strength. This was the cultivation method of the Water Moon Holy Land. In addition, fire was Lin Ling's foundation. He had an 8th grade talent king body, and had 80% true meaning of fire. But he could comprehend 90% true meaning of fire. After all, in the Water Moon Holy Land and the martial practice array, he had comprehended many things. Also, the tyrannical song sword could be upgraded. The tyrannical song sword wasn't even a spirit artifact, so it affected Lin Ling's strength. If it could become a spirit artifact, then Lin Ling's fighting strength would increase by 30%. Having a good weapon in hand was every martial artist's dream, and Lin Ling was no exception. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling first tried to comprehend the fiery flames. He thought of the Tai martial school's sect master, Xuani Zhenren. His martial uncle had once used a punch that combined his physical body with his king physique. That punch was also the combination of the small world in his body and his innate king physique. It was the combination of strength and the true meaning of martial arts. It's a bit like the combination of the fist of the war god and the innate imperial body that I cultivated in the past. Lin Ling muttered to himself as memories surfaced in his mind. Flame extermination. Breaking the city with a single punch, burning the earth with flames. The difference was that this martial art was the fusion of the concept of fire and the concept of war, while this martial art was the fusion of the small world hidden in his body and the true intent of fire. Obviously, the latter was much more difficult and powerful. Fusing the small world with the flames in my body? My Xiantian energy art is a fire attribute physical body cultivation method. In order to fuse them together, I need a bridge to communicate with them. Lin Ling stood up and closed his eyes. At this moment, he could sense the 10,000 small worlds within his body. These were cells that contained immense strength, cells that had been tempered by the Tai True Fire. They were also the source of Lin Ling's physical strength. Fire! Lin Ling gave a low shout. From the vermilion bird Dao platform within his body, a steady stream of flames surged towards these small worlds. If one had to make an example, Lin Ling's body was the void and these small worlds were planets. At this moment, Lin Ling was using his fire to turn these planets into planets of fire. Of course, this process was extremely difficult. It required a bridge to communicate with them. If the fire couldn't enter the small worlds, then the small worlds wouldn't be able to fuse with the true intent of fire. It's so difficult. It's a test of my patience. Lin Ling frowned. But what he didn't lack the most was patience. This feeling was like searching for a needle in the boundless sea. Moreover, there was a thread that slowly pulled on that needle. Time quietly passed. Many people passed by. Seeing Lin Ling standing there motionless, they didn't disturb him. As for Long Xiaochen and the others, they felt an urge to immediately cultivate. Lin Ling's strength was already very strong, but after returning to the valley, he still didn't waste any time cultivating. Lin Ling's strength was in fact obtained through blood and sweat. Lin Ling had the diligence that a martial artist should have. At this moment, in the valley, Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. Gradually, the first small world was successfully connected. The true intent of fire entered, causing the small world to turn a fiery red. The cells not only contained powerful spiritual qi, but also the power of fire. So difficult. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had used up an entire day to fuse the first small world. It really was difficult. Soon after, he continued to guide the fire, causing the flames to wrap around each small world. Time passed unknowingly, and 3 days quietly passed. A powerful aura erupted in the valley. It was a very mysterious aura. It seemed like an explosion of power, but also like an explosion of flames. In the valley, many people rushed over. The power from before was too terrifying, causing them to think that some ancient demonic beast had arrived in the valley. However, when they arrived, they found that the ground was covered in sweat. Lin Ling was standing there quietly, and the ground was deeply sunken. It was at least 5 meters deep. Lin Ling seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Lin Ling, what happened to you? The sword elder worriedly shouted. He was Elder Xian and had seen many things, but he had never seen this kind of cultivation method. I'm fine. Lin Ling smiled and jumped out of the deep hole. When he landed on the ground, a loud rumble sounded. Everyone was so shocked that they sat down on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Lin Ling didn't seem to be huge, but he gave people the feeling that a demonic beast had crashed down. The sword elder's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's physical strength seemed to be very solid. He was a martial artist from the Rainforest Holy Land. Although he knew that the Water Moon Holy Land cultivated the physical body, he obviously didn't expect that Lin Ling had already obtained the essence of the Water Moon Holy Land's martial arts. I just casually cultivated for a while. Seeing a large number of people appear, Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the reaction would be so big. He waved his hand and quickly left. His whole body was covered in sweat, and he needed to wash it off. Casually cultivated for a while? Long Xiaochen looked at the huge deep hole, and his mouth couldn't close. Casually cultivating could create a deep hole in the ground. Then what would happen if he seriously cultivated? The others also opened their mouths, but suddenly, they couldn't say anything. This little guy is hiding a secret that we don't know. Chapter 826. Dragon Pavilion. In a mountain valley, in a small stream, Lin Ling's entire body was immersed in the water. It was indescribably refreshing, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a smile. 10,000 small worlds had successfully fused with the true meaning of fire. Originally, his innate body was of the fire attribute, but now it had become the exclusive fire attribute innate body of the vermilion bird's flames. This was equal to opening a door. In the future, when his small worlds awakened, they could also become small worlds of fire. With the true meaning of fire and the small worlds fused together, the advantages were naturally great. Lin Ling's true meaning of fire had reached 90%. Before, he had also experimented with a wisp of the true meaning of fire in his fist. He had been able to leave a fist mark on the ancient spirit root. This was very terrifying. The ancient spirit root was the root of the ancient tree in the Rainforest Holy Land. It was as hard as iron, mysterious and vast. There weren't many people in the seven profound martial house that could leave behind a fist mark. But just a casual punch had the extreme power of heaven and earth fire. If the true meaning of fire was used at full strength, Lin Ling guessed that it should have reached a half-step 100% true meaning of fire. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was about to reach the peak. The peak of martial arts. There was no need to doubt its power. But the true meaning of sword was a half-step 90%. It was weaker than the true meaning of fire. If the true meaning of sword and true meaning of fire were fused together, just what kind of strength would that be? Lin Ling didn't dare to imagine. I've successfully cultivated the true meaning of fire. Next is to upgrade the Tyrant Song Sword. The rainforest Holy Land is vast and boundless. I can go to the main city to take a look. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After washing up, he slowly left the mountain valley. Currently, the semi-finals of the Seven Profound Heavens chosen list were getting closer and closer. He had to quickly increase his strength. Just as he left the mountain valley, a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a long blue dress, a beaded crown on her head, and green deerskin boots on her feet. She gave off a lovely and charming feeling. Lin Ling's eyes followed her slender and tight legs, and he suddenly saw a familiar face. Tang Yu, the little princess of the great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Tang Yu, how come you're here? Lin Ling was a bit surprised. Tang Yu was a proud son of heaven, and had come to the Seven Profound Martial House with him. I wasn't at the Seven Profound Martial House for a while. I just came back yesterday, and then I heard about your magnificent feat, Lin Ling. You're really fierce. I entered the Seven Profound Martial House with you, and now you've surpassed me by so much. Tang Yue charmingly laughed. Lin Ling smiled and said, I was just lucky. You're so modest in front of your friends, but in front of your enemies, you're so domineering. I really wonder if you're the same person. Tang Yu was obviously very familiar with Lin Ling's temperament and couldn't help but chuckle. She was really surprised by Lin Ling's brilliance. She was the little princess of the great Tang Empire. She had outstanding talent and an illustrious family background. Logically speaking, her strength should have far surpassed Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling had nothing and only relied on himself. Yet, he still towered over her like a legend, and even surpassed her even further. This was unbelievable. Oh right, you should be very familiar with the main city, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. Do you know where I can forge a weapon? Yes. He wasn't familiar with the main city, so he wanted to ask Tang Yue. I know. You want to enhance the power of your tyrannical song sword. I just happen to know a senior with superb skills who can enhance a martial artist's weapon. Of course, the reward is also higher. Tang Yue said. Lin Ling helplessly nodded. Not long ago, he had a lot of spirit crystals, but they were all swallowed up by the ancient flame devil's soul. He had a lot of treasures and pills on him, but he was lacking in spirit crystals. Of course, although he didn't have enough spirit crystals, he could still go take a look and find a way to get enough. Then, he told Tang Yue his idea, and Tang Yue nodded in agreement. Of course, Lin Ling had Tang Yue go with him. In fact, he had another thought. Tang Yue was the little princess of the great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. She should know about Yu Yu. The two of them chatted as they walked. That Yu Yu who awakened the terrifying king body? Yes. After hearing Lin Ling's question, Tang Yue gasped. This made Lin Ling's eyes light up. Tang Yue knew Yu Yu? Although she also has the bloodline of the great Tang Empire, she is also a member of the desolate race. Tang Yue said helplessly. Then, seeing Lin Ling's confusion, she couldn't help but explain. The 4 great desolate races are the ancient races that are above the 7 great martial arts halls. They are like hidden clans in the rainforest sacred land. Not many people know about them. Yes. And the head of the 5 great ancient countries, the great Tang Empire, is backed by one of the 4 great desolate races, the Sparrow race. Although this ancient race has the same bloodline as the great Tang Empire, only those with the orthodox bloodline are qualified to enter the desolate race. Anyway, I have never had the chance to meet them since I was young. Yes. Tang Yue's face was filled with helplessness, but more of it was reverence for the 4 great desolate races. Lin Ling gasped. Even you don't have a chance? Nope. Tang Yue had the status of a little princess, yet she didn't have a chance. This meant that the desolate race was very noble and very large. And the current Linling was someone that even the 5 great ancient countries had to look up to, not to mention the 4 ancient desolate races. It seemed that the road he had to walk was very long. He wondered where his mother was in the rainforest sacred land. The two of them talked as they walked. Soon, they left the 7 profound martial house and arrived at the main city of the rainforest sacred land. The main city was also called the Holy City. It was vast and boundless. In the past, when Lin Ling had helped the Great Qin Empire, he had only occupied a corner of it. But the one who controlled this place was the legendary #1 person in the rainforest sacred land, the Holy King. Lin Ling had only been to the main city once, and this time he was going to the core area. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. In the streets and alleys, there were even more powerhouses. He could see peak Emperor Spirit Realm existences everywhere, and even Saint Spirit Realm existences. The main city is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Besides the martial artists of the 5 great ancient countries, there are also the geniuses of the 7 great martial halls, as well as the hidden desolate race people. There are many powerhouses here, Tang Yue explained as she walked. Lin Ling also saw that there were many youths on the streets. The weakest of them was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. They should be the geniuses of the other martial halls. Nodding, Lin Ling didn't say anything and followed Tang Yue. The goal of this trip was the Dragon Pavilion. This pavilion had an illustrious reputation in the main city because the owner was a mysterious person who had the skill to forge weapons. It had to be known that there were many alchemists in the rainforest sacred land, but there were very few powerhouses that could upgrade weapons. I'm not too sure about the origin of that senior from the Dragon Pavilion. My family told me not to underestimate him, but as far as I know, that person seems to be from one of the 4 great desolate races. Tang Yue said to Lin Ling. The two of them walked down the street and soon arrived in front of a magnificent building. This building soared into the clouds, and a massive dragon was carved around the building. It was majestic and mighty, and after one glance at it, they didn't dare to look at it again. Its aura was terrifying. Amazing, that dragon carved an ancient array. Chapter 827. Rules. By the way, the origin of the Dragon Tower is mysterious and there are many cultivators who come here every day, so the Tower Master has a strange habit of only accepting one order at a time. Tang Yu said again, causing Lin Ling to shrug helplessly. It was good to have a strong skill. If he wanted to forge for others, he could forge for others. If he was not in the mood, he could wait until the next day. Looking at the entrance of the Dragon Tower, there were still people coming in one after another. There were many visitors. However, only accepting one order was a bit too competitive. After all cultivators wanted to have a powerful weapon in their hands, so they would not let go of such an opportunity. The weakest cultivator who can enter here is at least at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This is an unwritten rule. Most people who are not strong enough are not allowed to enter. Tang Yu said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he was not at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, Tang Yu's strength seemed to be lower than his. Tang Yu laughed and blinked. Of course, this is excluding those with status. Therefore, the cultivators who enter the Dragon Tower are either rich or noble. If they are not the top geniuses of their families, then they are the top geniuses of the martial arts hall. They all have a great background. Of course, many of them are unworthy of their reputation. Like me, I entered because of my family's status. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder Tang Yu's strength did not meet the requirements, but she could enter. Shameless boasting. This is a sacred place. Those who enter are all geniuses. How can it be like you said, relying on your family's status? Someone on the side coldly shouted. This person was about 20 years old. He was wearing a golden brocade robe and had his hands behind his back. He seemed to be very uncomfortable with Tang Yu's words. Because Tang Yu said that most of the people who entered here relied on their family's status. Not all of them were strong. This made him feel like he was being humiliated. A woman who can't see herself clearly dares to be so arrogant. You even brought a weakling at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm here. Do you think you can enter this tower? The man shouted again. It's none of your business. Tang Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. At the same time, she shouted coldly, causing that person's expression to change. This woman actually dared to reprimand him. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. Tang Yue was the little princess of the great Tang Empire. Sure enough, She had the willfulness and unruliness of a princess. Of course, this was much better than many noble ladies. At least, Tang Yue would not casually provoke others. It was just that if others provoked her, she would not show mercy. You're very bold. Don't think that you can show off just because you have a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm guard with you. Have you forgotten where you are? The young man shouted again, thinking that Lin Ling was Tang Yue's guard. Of course, in his eyes, this guard was too weak. Lin Ling shook his head even more. He had become a guard, but he shrugged and didn't intend to say anything. Anyway, this was caused by Tang Yu herself. She could solve it herself. You're only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Do you think you're a top genius just because you're wearing the robes of the Heaven-bearing province? According to my guess, you're just a piece of trash ranked 200 on the prodigy list. Tang Yu's mouth was also incomparably sharp. You can die now. These words seemed to have hit the young man's sore spot. His cultivation level was high, but he didn't seem to be a powerful genius. You dare to be a member of the great Tang Empire. However, just as he took a step forward, a cold voice rang out behind him, causing the young man to frown. He turned around and stared at the person who had come. The person who had come had long hair tied behind his head. He was handsome and elegant, and had the temperament of an alchemist. However, his face was somewhat cold, causing the young man's heart to tremble. He recognized this person. It was Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 princes. Although young Master Tang was also at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, there was no doubt about his strength. Sorry, I said the wrong thing before. I apologize. The young man immediately bowed to Tang Yue. He couldn't afford to offend young Master Tang. Moreover, he knew that the girl in front of him was actually from the Great Tang Empire. What surprised him was that the dignified little princess of the Great Tang Empire would bring such a weak guard with her. Get lost! Tang Yue shouted, causing the young man to lose face and enter the dragon pavilion. However, he didn't go far. He was still looking at Tang Yue when his eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. He found that Lin Ling was smiling, and his smile was cold and indifferent, as if he was laughing at his ignorance. He couldn't afford to offend the people of the Great Tang Empire, but he couldn't afford to offend this guard. He actually dared to laugh at him. This was too bold. In fact, Lin Ling's lips were slightly curved up, but he wasn't looking at the young man, but rather at the 18th prince, young Master Tang. Tang Yue, who allowed you to be with such a lowly commoner? You've lost the face of the Great Tang Empire. Young Master Tang slowly walked over, coldly looking at Lin Ling, and then reprimanded Tang Yue. Behind him were the top geniuses of the 7 profound martial house, Golden Rock Z, and the other youths. Each one of them was a powerhouse ranked around 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. Tang Tianshu. Who I'm with is none of your business. Although Tang Yue and Tang Tianshu came from the same ancient country, they weren't very familiar with each other. Who you're with is none of my business, but it affects the pride of the noble Great Tang Empire. You're a princess, yet you're with a lowly commoner. If this were to spread out, my face would be lost. Tang Tianshu shouted again, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if he didn't care at all. 18th Prince Tang Tianshu? Before Lin Ling went to the cloud domain, this was a proud son of heaven that he had to look up to. But now that he had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his strength was even more formidable, and he no longer placed Tang Tianshu in his eyes. You've gone too far. Tang Yue didn't know about the grievances between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu. She thought that Tang Tianshu was deliberately making things difficult for her, so she couldn't help but coldly shout. Tang Yue, let's go. If a dog bites you, you can't bite the dog back, so let them bark here. Lin Ling advised. Tang Yue was stunned for a moment, then she burst into laughter. In fact, she didn't like Tang Tianshu, because the latter often lectured her as an elder, so when she heard Lin Ling's words, the gloominess in her heart was relieved. Dog! Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was scolding his noble bloodline in front of so many people. Junior brother Tang, there's no need to be angry with a lowly commoner. He just became an elder by luck, and he thinks that his strength is enough to make him look down on everyone. But in reality, he's still a weakling in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Moreover, the second dream has already said that Lin Ling will be left to her, so let's not do anything. Jean Pengzi said from the side. Lin Ling was dazzling, and his name was famous in the rainforest sacred ground. His status was above his own, but his strength was only. In the world of martial arts, without strength, everything was useless. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Lin Ling was beaten back to his original state. Moreover, according to the rules of the Dragon Tower, one must be at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm to enter. If he doesn't meet the requirements, he can't enter. Chapter 828. World of the Seven Great Martial Hall Geniuses. These people are too much. Tang Yue unwillingly shouted. She felt injustice for Lin Ling. Because these people had cultivated for longer time and were at the top of the proud son of heaven list, they looked down on Lin Ling. But if Lin Ling had cultivated for the same amount of time, would they have the qualifications to be proud in front of Lin Ling? Why bother? Lin Ling didn't care. He waved his hand and led Tang Yue into the Dragon Pavilion. To him, his current ranking on the proud son of heaven list wasn't high. But in a few days, the semi-finals would begin, and he would rush into the proud son of heaven list. At that time, these people who were gloating over his misfortune wouldn't be able to open their mouths. Moreover, the second dream was very confident in themselves. They didn't want anyone to touch him. They wanted to kill him in the semi-finals of the proud son of heaven list and regain their lost pride. Unfortunately, the second dream would be disappointed. Wait, your strength has not reached the requirements. You are not allowed to enter the Dragon Pavilion. The two had just stepped into the Dragon Pavilion when a servant blocked their way. This person's strength was actually at the Saint Spirit Realm. A Saint Spirit Realm servant, the master behind the scenes of the Dragon Pavilion, really had an extraordinary background. I am the princess of the Great Tang Empire. Tang Yue took out her identity jade card. The servant glanced at it and then nodded. In fact, the rules of the Dragon Pavilion were not arbitrarily set. If one was too weak, then the requirements for a weapon would not be high. The master of the Dragon Pavilion disdained to forge one, and if one's background was too small, then they would not be able to afford the reward. The Dragon Pavilion would not welcome them. After all, the Dragon Pavilion was not a market where anyone could come in and join in the fun. What about you? The servant was expressionless as he looked at Lin Ling. At the same time, behind the Dragon Pavilion's gate, Tang Tianshu and the others looked over. They were looking forward to seeing the ugly scene of Lin Ling being denied entry. Even the proud son of heaven from the Holding Heaven House that had been reprimanded by Lin Ling was the same. Your status as an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House is not enough. Jin Pengzi teased. He was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, so he could enter easily. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was a lowly commoner and a piece of trash. He would be blocked at the entrance. And their stay naturally attracted more people's attention. Many people smiled and were not surprised by this result. Perhaps everything was as Tang Yu had said. The people who came here were a little hypocritical and liked to use their powerful family background to make others feel inferior. Mine. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. He slowly took out his identity jade tablet, which made Tang Tianshu and the others' pupils dilate. Lin Ling had an identity jade tablet? Who was he? It had to be known that the status of an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House had no effect here. You may enter. That person glanced at Lin Ling's identity jade tablet, then stared deeply at Lin Ling. There was a trace of horror in the depths of his eyes as he stepped aside. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded lightly and strode in with Tang Yu. How is this possible? Tang Tianshu and the others' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was a lowly commoner, not as noble as they were, but how could he enter? One of them slowly stepped forward and respectfully asked, Senior, that person's strength did not meet the requirements, and his status was not high either. He should not be able to enter. The servant looked at Tang Tianshu and the others. He knew that these were the top geniuses of the martial hall, so he was not cold. He slowly said, This child is one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin dynasty. He is also a newly risen family head. He is the youngest family head I have seen so far. What? Family head? Jin Pengzi and the others' pupils constricted. The family head of one of the 5 great ancient countries was a position of virtue and prestige. He could summon the powerhouses of most of the ancient countries. This was not a small status. Lin Ling was a lowly commoner? Compared to Lin Ling, besides Tang Tianshu, they were all lowly commoners. When did Lin Ling become the family head of the Great Qin dynasty? Tang Tianshu's face turned green. He knew what the family head represented. In fact, in terms of status, Lin Ling was higher than him. The word lowly commoner seemed to be reserved for him. As for the Tuatian house genius who was watching the show, his heart trembled violently. He thought that Lin Ling was a bodyguard, but who knew that he was the family head? No wonder the youth ignored him from the start. It was a form of disdain. Lin Ling, how can you enter here? At this moment, in the long and luxurious corridor, Tang Yu looked at Lin Ling in shock. Previously, she wanted to use her status to let Lin Ling in. Family head identity jade token. Lin Ling said as he waved the jade token in his hand. This was the identity that the Great Qin Empire changed for him after he returned to the Rainforest Holy Land, allowing him to replace Old Master Qin. However, Lin Ling did not care much about this, so he did not take it to heart. Family head. Then your status is not lower than mine. Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. She also knew that the family head status was noble. At least in her knowledge, she had never seen such a young family head. The Great Tang Empire did not have one. Even in the 5 great ancient countries, Lin Ling was the first family head to be less than 20 years old. Patriarch of the Great Qin dynasty, elder of the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had created many miracles. Lin Ling smiled. He still did not care much about the family head status. After the two passed through the luxurious corridor, an even more luxurious hall appeared in front of them. At this moment, there were many people sitting in the hall. Each of them had a powerful aura, and were either rich or noble. Although there were many people in the hall, it was incomparably quiet. Everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival of the house head. There are so many heaven's prides from the martial arts halls, and even some saint spirit realm existences. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. There were so many powerhouses here. They were all top heaven's prides from the other martial arts halls' heaven's pride rankings, ranked around 100. This could be called the world of geniuses. For top 100 heaven's prides to appear in the same hall at the same time was indeed a rare sight. Some of them had incomparably terrifying king bodies, some of them had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and some of them had powerful cultivation realms, and some of them had mysterious weapons in their hands. Each of them had a powerful domain, and it was a riot of colors. Lin Ling looked around in shock, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He had stepped into the circle of top heaven's prides from the 7 martial arts halls, and also the circle of powerhouses from the Rainforest's Holy Land. Who is this person? He is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He is the weakest existence in the Dragon Tower today. His face is unfamiliar, but looking at his age, he should be a heaven's pride from the 7 martial arts halls. There are so many heaven's prides. Does he have the qualifications to enter? The hall seemed to be quiet, but whispers could be heard. Many people here knew each other, and they were all wary of each other. However, when a new face appeared, they would naturally reject him. After all, if one more person appeared, there would be fewer chances to compete for the position of the house head. Moreover, those who appeared here were either rich or noble, and all had illustrious reputations. If that young man appeared without any background, it would be equivalent to humiliating them, tainting their noble status. Young man, how about a toast? Just as Lin Ling and Tang Yu found a table to sit down, a calm voice sounded from the 2nd floor. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, a glass of wine shot down with an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed like a toast, but in reality, it was also a test and a lesson. Chapter 829. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His opponent's attack was too fast, and he didn't even have time to see his face. Although the cup of wine seemed light, it seemed to contain martial intent. This place was indeed filled with geniuses. Just a simple attack was already so powerful. He believed that none of the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses would be able to withstand this cup of wine. After all the geniuses present were at the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Naturally, their attacks wouldn't be weak. Moreover, they were all top-tier geniuses. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't one of them. Lin Ling was the perfect mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius. Pa! Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and caught the cup of wine. The moment his palm touched the cup, an indescribable force exploded. It was as if 2 powerful punches had collided in mid-air, causing the void to shatter. Pa pa pa! And within Lin Ling's body, the 10,000 small worlds were crazily erupting, forming a strength of 10 million that was transmitted to Lin Ling's palms. He didn't even use the true meaning of martial arts. He used just the strength of his mortal body to block that cup of wine. What a terrifying force. Good wine. Lin Ling's proud voice echoed in the hall. Under countless gazes, the youth took the cup and gently placed it in his mouth. Ah! Many people's eyes narrowed. The person who had been tested and taught a lesson was a prodigy from the Central Martial Hall. He was at the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and ranked 150th on the prodigy ranking. Although he wasn't a peak late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, he was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and had no reputation at all. I wonder which of the 7 martial halls this person is from. In terms of strength, he should be ranked around 160th on the prodigy ranking. That was just a test, and he didn't use his full strength. But at least, that means that the youth isn't weak. The vast hall was silent as everyone discussed in low voices. They were all top prodigies from the 7 martial halls. When Lin Ling first arrived, they were disdainful and even xenophobic. But now, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. At least, they were certain that Lin Ling wasn't weak. Was it just that he didn't dare to underestimate them? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling's calm voice came from the first floor. Under countless gazes, a cup of wine shot up to the second floor. You dare attack me? On the second floor, the Heaven's Chosen's eyes narrowed. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling before, but the result had surprised him. But now, not only did Lin Ling not feel lucky, he even attacked. You're courting death. Did Lin Ling think that he was a pushover? He stretched out his right hand, and an azure water ball appeared. It surged and formed a vortex, wanting to catch the wine cup that was shot over. This was the true intent of water, and its power wasn't weak. Bang! However, when the wine cup collided with the water ball, it was as if a mountain had collided with it. It contained a force of 10 million Jin, causing the water ball to instantly shatter. That genius's eyes narrowed. What a powerful force. Then, he stretched out his hands and formed 2 large water balls, one black and one white. They spun continuously in an attempt to suppress the power of the wine cup. Chi-chi! The Heaven's Chosen sat on a chair. The powerful force of the wine cup pushed him backwards, leaving a deep mark on the ground. It wasn't until he was pushed 5 meters away that the terrifying force disappeared, and the wine cup was caught by him. This move was shocking. Brother, it's just a cup of wine. There's no need to be so polite. On the first floor, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. On the second floor, the Heaven's Chosen's face was extremely ugly. Although he had caught the wine cup, everyone could see that he had used all his strength to do so. Even so, he was pushed 5 meters away. It was extremely embarrassing. It was obvious that Lin Ling was humiliating him. Especially when he said those words so casually, it made him even angrier. This mysterious young man is quite powerful. He casually attacked before, but I couldn't sense any spiritual energy or martial intent. However, the power of the wine cup was so strong that Tai Yuan almost couldn't handle it. The most terrifying thing is that the mysterious young man is only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Could this person be a rising junior? Everyone in the hall stopped drinking. This time, they looked at Lin Ling with even more seriousness. Lin Ling was even more mysterious than they had imagined. After the previous exchange, they had tacitly agreed that Lin Ling was qualified. No one dared to provoke him. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, it meant that they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's strength is even stronger than before. As for the 18th young lord, Tang Tianshu and the rest, their faces were solemn. From this exchange, they could see that Lin Ling's strength had increased by another level. He was getting closer and closer to them. No worries. The semi-finals of the Heaven's Chosen rankings are about to begin. When the time comes, even if the second dream doesn't make a move, I will cripple him. Golden Rock coldly said as he stroked the golden feathered rock on his shoulder. In the past, Lin Ling had not given him any face, and had arrogantly entered the Sky Universe Palace. This had caused his dignity to be deeply shamed, so he absolutely had to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's growth was fast, he was still not his match. He is Lin Ling? Yes. In addition to them, there were many other top elites of the 7 profound martial house in the hall. At this moment, they all recognized Lin Ling. The second dream said that she would leave Lin Ling to her. Otherwise today I would like to see just how strong this Lin Ling is. A top elite said as he fiddled with a wine glass. Everyone's eyes widened. This person was the 70th ranked elite on the Heaven's Chosen rankings, Long Aoxiang. He was fiercer than Golden Rock and the others, and also someone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His strength was even stronger than Young Master Soaring Dragon of the 18 Young Masters. The difference between the two was that Young Master Soaring Dragon, who had died at Lin Ling's hands, was not even 20 years old. But this person was 23 years old, and his strength was at the peak of the Royal Spirit Realm. A peak Royal Spirit Realm elite was very terrifying. They could even fight a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. Lin Ling, you're so fierce. You've made them not dare to underestimate you. On the first floor, Tang Yue was surprised. She realized that everyone was looking at Lin Ling with a variety of complex expressions. To be able to make the top elites of the 7 Martial Hall fear him, this was undoubtedly a glorious honor. At least in this year's batch of geniuses, only Lin Ling could do this. He was not even 20 years old, but he had stepped into the circle of top elites. This was very rare. They only put me in their hearts for the first time. But there are still many powerful elites in the hall. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance as he said faintly. He saw many top elites of the Royal Spirit Realm. They should be the top 100 elites of the Heaven's Chosen rankings. Even with his soul force, he could feel that they were unfathomably deep. It seemed that the 7 martial halls were truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the 7 profound martial house. He couldn't compare with these famous elites of the 7 martial halls. Pa! At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. Another figure walked in. This person wore a long blue robe and held a jug of wine in his hand. His long hair cascaded down his back, giving him an indescribably handsome appearance. As the crowd saw this youth, their hearts trembled. Yangon. Chapter 830. Yangon. He was a top prodigy of the ancient Dao Martial Palace and was at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. It was said that he had cultivated his true intent of martial arts to the peak. Moreover, this person was hiding a powerful spirit artifact. In the past, when the top prodigies of the 7 major sects were sparring, he had once battled the top prodigies of the various sects and made a name for himself. Most importantly, this person had risen up in an instant and was very mysterious. It made people wonder if he was a martial artist from the rainforest's Holy Land and had come from somewhere else. Yangon. After that person stepped in, many top geniuses shouted in a low voice. Among them, Long Aoxiang stood up, smiled, and threw the wine cup in his right hand. A golden dragon appeared and coiled around the wine cup as it shot towards Yang Qian. This dragon charged forward bravely as though it was the king of dragons. Dragon soars. Inside the hall, Yangon smiled faintly. His body exuded the terrifying aura of the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He waved his right hand lightly and a cauldron appeared behind him. It was the cauldron of the 9 prefectures. The moment the cauldron appeared, it was as if it had taken root in the earth and was incomparably stable. Yangon easily received the wine cup. The cauldron is Yangon's king physique? What level is that? It's a king physique that can grow, and it's a rare king physique of weapons. Many people were solemn. As expected of a top genius from the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Based on his strength, it was more than enough for him to be ranked in the top 20 on the genius list. What kind of existence were 20 of them? Among the countless geniuses, no more than 100 of them could suppress Yangon. This was a proud achievement. One had to know that there were countless geniuses in the 100 territories. To be able to rank so high in strength, that was an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At this moment, Long Aoxiang's face was incomparably ugly. Could it be that the other party's strength was truly unfathomable? He snorted coldly and finally sat down. Amazing. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He could also see that his opponent's king body was special. It was actually a cauldron, which was extremely rare. Moreover, his martial intent seemed to have reached the peak stage. Lin Ling evaluated in his heart. If he used his full strength, he might be able to fight the other party, and at most it would be a draw. Of course, this did not include whether the other party was hiding his strength or not. Good wine. Yangon drank the wine in his hand and didn't mind Long Aoxiang's attack. He scanned the hall and found that there were no empty seats. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Ling's table and he strode over. "Can I sit here?" Yang Gan smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He did not have the arrogance of a genius. "As you wish." Lin Ling faintly smiled, and Yang Gan also sat down with a smile. Yang Gan looked at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if he knew the other's identity. After his eyes swept around, they fell on Lin Ling and said, "I know you. You are Lin Ling, one of the most dazzling proud sons of heaven of the seven profound martial house." Ha! Lin Ling was a little surprised that the other party actually knew him. Just who was this person? Hee, I got to know you by luck. I have a junior sister who often talks about you in front of me. Yang Gan picked up the wine cup on the table and filled it to the brim. Heavenly concubine. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The heavenly concubine was also a disciple of the ancient Tao martial palace. It should be her. Your reaction is quick. Indeed. Yang Gan smiled and nodded. He took a sip of wine and said, "Your talent is not any worse than my junior sister's. Moreover, there is a familiar feeling about you. You seem to have cultivated your true martial intent to the peak." Lin Ling was startled. This person was truly worthy of being called a top proud son of heaven. He could see through his secret just by looking at his aura. However, you are still lacking a little bit. The peak of true intent is profound. When you touch upon the profound, you will be able to bring your true martial intent to the peak. Yang Gan casually said. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Profound? He suddenly had a trace of understanding in his heart. He looked at Yang Gan with gratitude. Yang Gan seemed to be reminding him of something. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Thank you." "Haha, there is no need to thank me. With your talent, it won't be long before you touch upon that domain. I am only letting you understand it in advance." Yang Gan waved his hand and then looked around the hall. "With your strength, 60% of the people here are not your match. As for the remaining peak Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, you can defeat 30%. After that, it will be difficult for you to win." "That's right." Lin Ling nodded humbly, but he also looked at the hall. Only 60%? Yang Gan's guess was correct. He had indeed comprehended the true meaning of martial to the peak, but Yang Gan didn't know one thing. Lin Ling didn't know the true meaning of martial, and he didn't know the strength of his body either. Therefore, Lin Ling estimated that he didn't fear anyone at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm at all. This had been proven when he killed the Fighting Evil faction, so he could defeat at least 80% of the people here. The leader has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, shocking the entire hall. Everyone stopped drinking and chatting and looked at the third floor. The leader had arrived. If they could obtain today's orders, then they would have a chance to increase the power of their weapons. Their strength would increase greatly, and they would surpass the geniuses above them. The crowd was filled with anticipation and excitement. Today, according to the rules, we will only accept one order. You all can report your rewards. Calm. A calm voice floated out from the second floor. What surprised Lin Ling was that it was a woman's voice. Could it be that the leader was a woman? "Brother Lin, is this your first time here?" "Yes." At the side, Yang Gan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "Yes, it's my first time here, so I'm a bit surprised by the leader's identity." Lin Ling shrugged. "Haha, everyone who comes to the Dragon Tower for the first time will be surprised. However, there are very few people who can actually see the leader. However, you should speak softly. If the servants of the Dragon Tower hear you, then the consequences are not a joke." Once, someone from the Lion Orchid country of the 5 great ancient countries dared to flirt here, but he was killed on the spot. That person was the top genius of the Sky-bearing Prefecture, who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking at that time. Yang Gan said solemnly. A genius ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking. His strength and background must be incomparably terrifying. However, he was still killed. What kind of background did this leader have? "I only know that her surname is Mo." "Yes." Yang Gan reminded again, and Lin Ling nodded. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the hall. 30 million middle spirit crystals. "Yes." A young man holding a golden fan and wearing a purple robe stood up indifferently. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at the entire hall. This person is at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He is ranked 50th on the Sun-Moon Sect Pride ranking. Xianxia. His family is backed by the Justice Duan family of the 5 great ancient countries. Yang Gan looked at that person and made Lin Ling nod. He knew that the latter was introducing these top geniuses. Lin Ling was also a bit interested in this. After all, he didn't know much about the top geniuses of the various martial arts halls. This person's king body is of the 9th grade, the sun-moon body. It is said that the king body is born when the sun and moon shine together. It is extremely mysterious. Yang Gan added. It is indeed powerful. Chapter 831. Competition. 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. The youth in the purple cloud robe had just sat down when another youth stood up in the distance. This was a top heaven's pride of Howling Sky Academy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. From Yang Gan's introduction, he knew that the latter's talent was incomparably terrifying. Not only that, but he also had soul force. He was also a perfect heaven's pride. These introductions allowed Lin Ling to know that the opponents he would face all had formidable capital. However, Lin Ling also discovered that in order to obtain the House Master's forging opportunity, the 7 major martial arts halls would take turns to have their own heaven's pride of heaven step forward to bid. It was extremely orderly, and there was no competition at all. After Howling Sky Academy, it was the ancient Dao Martial Palace's turn. This time, Yang Gan drank a mouthful of wine and then stood up. 1 high-grade spirit crystal. Chi. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In order to forge a weapon, this Yang Gan seemed to have paid a great price. After all, many people had never seen a high-grade spirit crystal before. Even Lin Ling looked at Yang Gan with surprise. It seemed that in order to obtain the forging opportunity, all the heaven's pride of heaven were going all out. 1 10,000-year-old root ginseng, 3 9-flowered red fruits, and 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. However, just as Yang Gan sat down, the heaven's pride of Towering Sky Mansion opened his mouth again. In terms of price, he had suppressed Yang Gan. Although Yang Gan's high-grade spirit crystals were rare, the former spirit grasses were also extremely rare. In addition to the spirit crystals, the price had suppressed Yang Gan's. It looks like I failed. Yang Gan helplessly shook his head. He wanted Lin Ling to understand that the price he had quoted was not as good as the others. If he couldn't take out a higher value treasure, then that was the same as losing the forging opportunity. High-grade weapon Sky Rain Hammer, Purple Gold Gourd, Tower Opening Axe, 3 Dragon River Chariots, 1 10,000-year underground fire, and 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. Someone shouted out a price. Countless eyes looked over and saw that it was the 7 profound martial houses Long Aoxiang. This person was indeed worthy of being a genius of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, one of the 5 great ancient nations. For example, the Tyrant Song Sword that Lin Ling was currently using was a high-grade weapon. However, the Dragon River Chariot that the Dragon River Chariot was talking about was said to be a high-grade weapon. It was said that the Dragon River Chariot was the placenta of a dragon fetus. It was said to be the placenta of a dragon fetus, just like the placenta of a human's birth. However, it was more noble and was a rare material for alchemy. As for the 10,000-year underground fire, it was said that the fire burned for 10,000 years without being extinguished. It was also a rare treasure. Therefore, the crowd fell silent. No one could compete for this price. The top geniuses of the various martial arts palaces all had ugly expressions on their faces. However, very quickly, another genius stood up, as if he was determined to obtain this opportunity. Then, he shouted out a frightening price. However, there were not many treasures, only one. Half-spirit artifact, spirit gathering praying mat. The crowd was in an uproar. A half-spirit artifact had also been taken out. This fellow was too domineering. Moreover, a spiritual gathering praying mat was said to be able to gather a massive amount of spiritual energy. If one cultivated under the praying mat, their cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than outside. Then, many people looked at this person and discovered that he was the great Tang Empire's proud son of heaven. No wonder he was like this. It had to be known that a half-spirit artifact was extremely rare. For instance, if the geniuses present had a half-spirit artifact in their hands, they might not have come to compete for this opportunity. After all, the purpose of forging a weapon was to have it reach the qualifications of a half-spirit artifact. But this great Tang Empire's proud son of heaven had taken out a half-spirit artifact. Did he want his weapon to become a spirit artifact? Tang Fei. Long Aoxiong coldly glared at the opposing party's proud son of heaven, his eyes burning with anger. At present, he was the one who had shouted out the highest price in today's competition. However, the other party had interfered, causing his plan to fail. However, in order to obtain the house head's forging opportunity, he would not give up. His eyes swept through the entire hall. Currently, it was not the 7 profound martial houses' turn to bid, so he temporarily endured. But after round, none of the other martial hall's proud sons of heaven had come out to bid. This caused him to coldly smile. It was the 7 profound martial houses' turn. I'll go. However, just as he stood up, a calm voice sounded out from the first floor, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. It was the mysterious youth from before. Lin Ling. Long Aoxiong frowned. He was just about to stand up, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would beat him to it? This ant was really courting death. Get lost. Long Aoxiong coldly shouted. To him, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. If it weren't for the second dream wanting to kill Lin Ling, he would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson. After all, Lin Ling was an enemy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was just that he had always thought that Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant, so he disdained to do anything to him. After all, this sort of small ant would naturally be cleaned up by someone in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But who would have thought that before he could even make a move, Lin Ling had already snatched away his qualifications? You're talking to me? On the first floor, Lin Ling calmly looked at Long Aoxiong. Beside him, Yang Gon was also surprised. He didn't think that Lin Ling would stand up to bid. It had to be known that if one stood up to bid, then the price had to be higher than the previous person, otherwise they would offend the house head. So while he was surprised, he also introduced Long Aoxiong to Lin Ling, surnamed Long. Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold. He had never had a good impression of anyone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I told you to fuck off, did you not hear me? Long Aoxiong once again shouted with dignity. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll fuck off just because you told me to? Then I'll tell you to fuck off too. Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. Long Aoxiong's eyes widened. This Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, but he was far too arrogant. Don't you know the rules? The 7 martial halls take turns to shout out the price. When did an ant like you come out and embarrass yourself? Someone reprimanded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a newcomer. Although everyone recognized his qualifications, Lin Ling didn't understand the rules. He had violated the agreement that all the top proud sons of heaven had already reached. Are you blind? Now it's the 7 profound martial house's turn, and I'm from the 7 profound martial house. Why can't I bid? Lin Ling coldly looked at the person who spoke. The person was stunned, unable to say anything. Indeed, the rules here were that the 7 martial halls took turns to shout out the price. But Lin Ling wasn't from the circle of top proud sons of heaven, so everyone ignored him. But Long Aoxiong was, so everyone recognized his qualifications. Now that Lin Ling had stood up to bid, the crowd naturally thought that Lin Ling had broken the rules. But the truth was that Lin Ling hadn't broken the rules. He was just not like the other proud sons of heaven who feared these top proud sons of heaven. Although you have the qualifications to shout out the price, there are so many people in the 7 profound martial house. Since when did it become your turn to shout out the price? Long Aoxiong glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had challenged his dignity, and now he was even more arrogant. His anger was not light. Yes, there are so many people in the 7 profound martial house. If you can shout out the price, why can't I? Since you say that I can't, then when did it become your turn to shout out the price? Lin Ling glanced at Long Aoxiong, disdainfully replying. Who is this boy? He's so arrogant, he actually dares to provoke the peak Emperor Spirit Realm. Long Aoxiong. Chapter 832. Rich and overbearing. Perhaps Lin Ling also valued this forging opportunity, but since Long Aoxiong had stood up to speak, then according to common sense, Lin Ling should have given this opportunity to Long Aoxiong instead of stubbornly resisting. After all, Long Aoxiong's strength was incomparably terrifying, and his background was also enormous. If Lin Ling wanted to snatch this opportunity, he would also provoke a great enemy. This boy is Lin Ling. However, in the silence, a calm voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. In the rainforest Holy Land, every once in a while a dark horse would rise up, their name shaking the entire Holy Land. And this time, Lin Ling was in the limelight. He had besieged the Rain Sea Prairie, annihilated the Battle Evil faction, declared war on 2 ancient countries, taken revenge for the Second Dream at the 7 Profound Martial House, and even became the youngest elder of the Rainforest Holy Land. All of these deeds were shocking and awe-inspiring. It was hard not to know of him. Even some peak elites of heaven knew of Lin Ling's name. It's actually him. No wonder he's so arrogant. The crowd thought to themselves. They finally understood why Lin Ling had stood up to bid. Moreover, they had heard that this boy had a grudge with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so he wouldn't give Long Aoxiang any face. Even so, many people still thought that Lin Ling couldn't see through them. You too. Have you finally decided who it is? As Lin Ling and Long Aoxiang were arguing, an old man's voice sounded out from the 3rd floor. It seemed that he was dissatisfied because the two were evenly matched. Lin Ling, you're very good. I hope you can be arrogant to the end, you ant. Long Aoxiang's voice was incomparably gloomy, his killing intent monstrous. If this wasn't Dragon Pavilion, he would have already obliterated this ant. He would have even ignored the Second Dream's warning. Unfortunately, this was Dragon Pavilion, not an existence that he could provoke. Be a good boy and sit down, you waste of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Lin Ling coldly said. Although he didn't have any grudges with Long Aoxiang, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was his enemy, so he didn't give them any face. If he conceded to Long Aoxiang today, that would be a humiliation to Old Master Qin. Trash. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, echoing endlessly in the hall. Many peak elites of heaven narrowed their eyes, surprised at Lin Ling's arrogance. Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and yet he dared to provoke Long Aoxiang. Aoxiang. Interesting. Even Long Aoxiang has been humiliated by you. But the rest is up to you and me. But can you offer a higher price than me? If you can't, you're in for a good show. Only the top prodigy from the Great Tang Empire was left competing with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the top prodigy from the Great Tang Empire had called out a price of a semi-spiritual weapon. If Lin Ling wanted to suppress the other party in terms of price, then the treasure must be priceless. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and gloated. How could Lin Ling be wealthier than the Tang Empire? I'm sorry, you don't have to worry about my looks. My price is a spiritual weapon, mixed evil sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling glanced at the supreme talent of the Great Tang Empire and said softly. Silence. The entire hall was silent. The Tang Empire's peak elite called out a price of a spiritual weapon, shocking the entire hall and leaving countless other elites with no choice. However, Lin Ling took out a spiritual weapon. That was a spiritual weapon. An existence that surpassed a spiritual weapon. This was also the reason why all the elites came to the Dragon Tower today. They wanted to forge a spiritual weapon, but Lin Ling already had one, yet he used it to exchange for a chance to forge one. What was the meaning of being rich and overbearing? Everyone had personally experienced it. The two words spiritual weapon made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The Tang Empire's elite's eyes were wide open, and there was only one word in his heart. Pervert. This wasn't strange. After all, Lin Ling already had a spiritual weapon, yet he still wanted to compete for a chance to forge one. The result of the forging would at most give Lin Ling a new spiritual weapon. If this wasn't perverted, then what was? This was simply superfluous. It even gave people the feeling that Lin Ling was here to play with everyone. It was as if he was saying that he was rich, so he liked to play like this. Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang held a wine cup in his hand. He wanted to drink and wait for Lin Ling to make a fool of himself. However, when the word spiritual weapon came out, he couldn't drink anymore. With a loud bang, the wine cup in his hand shattered, and the veins on his palm popped out. He couldn't fight back against Lin Ling's bid. It was too great. Are you really an ordinary prodigy? I really suspect that you're a peak elite. Beside Lin Ling, Yang Gon was also shocked. Only a peak elite would be so domineering as to take out a spiritual weapon to compete. Lin Ling was indeed not an ordinary elite. All right, I've called out the price. All of you geniuses from the 6 martial arts halls can compete. Ignoring the silent hall, Lin Ling looked around and sat down. After drinking a cup of wine, he suddenly looked at Long Aoxiang and said, Brother Long, you have a chance now. A chance? The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Was there a chance? There was no chance at all. Even if it was Long Aoxiang's turn, he couldn't take out a price that exceeded Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was obviously humiliating Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang clenched his fists tightly, trembling in anger. In the end, he didn't say a word. Lin Ling smiled and continued drinking. He also knew that it was a bit of a loss to take out a spiritual weapon in exchange for a chance to forge. However, the tyrannical song sword was left behind by Senior Wuji and he was already used to it. Therefore, he didn't plan to change his weapon. Instead, he just wanted to upgrade his weapon. He felt that it was worth it to use the mixed evil sword in exchange for a chance to forge. Is there no one else bidding? In the hall, the old man's voice sounded, causing the crowd to fall silent. Then the chance to forge this time belongs to that young friend. The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling with surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he also felt that Lin Ling was rich and overbearing. He wondered which family he came from. Young hero, please follow me. The old man said again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. After informing Yonggan and Tang Yu, he followed the old man upstairs. In the hall, countless eyes were looking at the slender figure with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Lin Ling, this rising dark horse, was indeed arrogant. He had just risen and he already didn't put these old men in his eyes. If there was a chance, they would definitely suppress or even kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to face the top geniuses sooner or later. Therefore, instead of keeping a low profile, he might as well face it head-on. He followed the old man all the way and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. He lifted the curtain and saw a woman in a green dress sitting there quietly. She was painting at the moment. It was hard to tell her age. She looked to be in her 30s and was filled with the charm of a woman. Every movement of hers was filled with an air of nobility. There was even a hint of calmness that came from a superior person. Chapter 833. The Mysterious Woman Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. He'd only taken a glance at her appearance, but her strength shocked him. It was unfathomable. Just call me Aunt Amo. The woman was still painting. She seemed to like painting, and she spoke as she painted. Lin Ling nodded and stood at the side to wait. He had a request, so it was better to follow the rules. After a long time, the woman finally raised her head. Her eyes were like stars that seemed to be able to see through everything about Lin Ling, and it caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. However, the woman quickly smiled and said, "Can you take a look at this painting for me?" Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the woman would ask him to take a look at the painting. He immediately took a few steps forward and looked at it carefully. During this process, he smelled a faint fragrance, and it seemed to be the fragrance of peonies. This painting is not bad. It's spirited and charming. However, the peonies in the painting lack the aura of a king. After all, the king of peonies is the king of kings, and it's gorgeous and colorful. However, the painting lacks that sense of magnificence. Lin Ling spoke calmly, and it caused the woman's eyes to be filled with surprise. She hadn't expected that Lin Ling would have such an understanding of painting. After all, in this world, martial arts was number 1, and literature was number 2. There were even fewer people who liked painting. However, a young man who wasn't even 20 years old was able to speak clearly and logically. How could she not be surprised? How could she have known that Lin Ling had once made a name for himself in Ocean of Cloud City? Then what about now? The woman waved her hand lightly, and colors appeared on the ink painting. It was colorful and colorful. Lin Ling was shocked. What formidable strength! Using spirit energy to color. This is the perfection of one's control of spirit energy. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. A painting is something in a painting. If one uses formidable strength to add color, even though it's beautiful, it lacks spirit energy. Then I'll do as you say. The woman was surprised once more. This little fellow didn't flatter her like the others in the past. Instead, he ceaselessly gave his own opinions. Very interesting. His character is really like his father. Wait for me. Lin Ling grinned as he withdrew a huge amount of spirit herbs from the green ring, and then he ceaselessly mixed them into various colors. He'd tested this method in Ocean of Cloud City all those years ago. After all, even though the paintings of the heavens and the earth here were beautiful, the colors were barely satisfactory. So, He was just using the method he'd used in the past. After that, Lin Ling painted all kinds of colors on the flowers. Although the painting didn't reach the level of perfection, it was better than before. It's not the power of spiritual energy, but it's able to add color to the painting. The Peony King, the King of Flowers, is amazing. I'm impressed. The woman's eyes lit up as if she had seen the most miraculous thing in her life. She had never thought that the spiritual herbs she usually used for cultivation would have such a use. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling chuckled and wiped his forehead with his hand. It seemed like a normal action before, but he knew that it was to please the woman. Fortunately, his work was satisfactory to the woman. Wait. The woman glanced at Lin Ling, then she took a step forward and stretched her hand towards Lin Ling's forehead. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, but he still didn't do anything. Your hand is stained with the color from before. When you wiped your sweat, it left on your head, so I'm wiping it for you. The woman chuckled. Her hand was very soft, and when it touched Lin Ling's forehead, it made Lin Ling feel a strange feeling. It was very comfortable, but it didn't seem to be the kind of feeling between a man and a woman. It was like the care of an elder. All right, you look like a child when you're clean. After a while, the woman smiled. Lin Ling was startled. She seemed to treat him like a child. Then he heard the woman ask, "What do you want to forge?" Lin Ling quickly took out the tyrannical song sword and put it on the table. He went straight to the point and said, "I want to upgrade the level of this sword." The woman glanced at the tyrannical song sword and nodded slightly. This sword is not bad. It has drunk a lot of blood. Do you want to upgrade it to a low-level, mid-level, or high-level spiritual weapon? I can tell you that with your mixed evil sword, I can upgrade your sword to a low-level spiritual weapon. But if you want to upgrade it to a mid-level spiritual weapon, the price you offered is not enough. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Spiritual weapons actually had grades. The mixed evil sword is a low-level spiritual weapon. The woman said again. The mixed evil sword's defense was extremely strong. In the past, it could even block Lin Ling's soul power. This precious spiritual weapon was only a low-level spiritual weapon. If the tyrannical song sword was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon, how powerful would it be? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart was excited and he was looking forward to it. I can tell you that the top geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls all have spiritual weapons in their hands. So if you want to go further, your sword must be upgraded. The woman was not surprised by Lin Ling's excitement. After all, young people wanted to become stronger and sharper their swords. This was undoubtedly more exciting than anything else. I want to upgrade it to a mid-level spiritual weapon. Senior, please tell me your conditions. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the woman with incomparably clear eyes. His eyes stunned the woman for a moment. Her heart trembled violently. Your eyes are not like your father's. They are like your mother's. She muttered to herself, which made Lin Ling startled. He asked, "My eyes?" "Nothing." The woman quickly smiled and waved her hand. If you want to upgrade your sword, you have to pay 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals. This is the lowest price. I will give you 3 days. 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He was poor now. However, in order to improve his strength, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, I will be back in 3 days." He did not know how powerful the tyrannical song sword would be after it was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon. However, he was sure that the tyrannical song sword would be enough for him to use for a long time. Therefore, he had to get 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals within 3 days even if he had to go bankrupt. Moreover, he knew that this was the cheapest price. If it was someone else, it might not be the same price. "Aunt Emo, I will take my leave first." Lin Ling wanted to leave. The woman smiled and nodded. She took out a cup of tea and said, "Have some tea before you leave." Her concern stunned Lin Ling again. However, he drank the tea without any hesitation. After all, if this woman wanted to harm him, she did not need to use any tricks. She could just kill him with her strength. Come back quickly," the woman said gently. Lin Ling nodded and strode away. Not long after Lin Ling left, the woman's face became cold. Protect him. If anyone dares to come close to him and has killing intent, kill them without mercy. Yes. A few powerful voices came from the room. Then, the coldness on the woman's face disappeared. She slowly walked to the painting and smiled. Sister, this is the first time I have seen this kid. Hee, what an interesting kid. Chapter 834. Trading at a stall. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling would come today. She only knew that her sister's son was called Lin Ling. Then, she paid attention to the rainforest sacred land. At that time, Lin Ling's fame had risen, so she started to pay attention to Lin Ling. When she met Lin Ling, she felt a familiar feeling through Lin Ling's eyes. It was the smell of blood thicker than water. She finally confirmed everything. When Lin Ling came down from the Dragon Tower, everyone had already left. Only Yonggan and Tang Yu were still waiting for Lin Ling. When Lin Ling walked down the stairs, they both looked at him. It was as if they were asking something. Lin Ling smiled and didn't hide anything. He told them about what had happened. The Tower Master forged a middle-grade spiritual weapon for you. Lin Ling, your luck is too good. Yonggan's handsome face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. From what he knew, apart from the top geniuses of the 5 ancient countries, most people who received the Tower Master's forging opportunity would only forge ordinary spiritual weapons. There were even some who would only forge high-grade weapons. However, Lin Ling's weapon was actually a middle-grade spiritual weapon. This meant that the Tower Master seemed to think highly of Lin Ling. Of course, there are conditions. You must take out 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals in 3 days. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals wasn't a small amount. Although it wasn't expensive compared to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it was difficult to gather it in 3 days. How about I give you this high-grade spiritual crystal first? Yonggan pondered for a moment and took out the high-grade spiritual crystal from his rune bag. Lin Ling was stunned. Yonggan had only met him once, but he was so generous. This made him feel grateful. However, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I just want to ask, where can I trade and set up a stall in the main city?" High-grade spiritual crystals were priceless. Lin Ling didn't want to owe Yonggan a favor. Although it seemed difficult to find 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals in 3 days, it wasn't impossible as long as he found a place to trade. The Saint Market, Tang Yu immediately said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to light up. Then, he found out from Tang Yu that the Saint Market was the biggest trading place in the main city. Everything was available there. As long as you had a rare treasure, there was no need to fear that no one would buy it. Lin Ling's plan was to use his elixirs to exchange for spiritual crystals. Currently, he didn't have a single spiritual crystal, but he had a lot of spiritual herbs. It was enough to make a large number of elixirs, especially the Yang spiritual fruit. He still had a lot of it. All right, then I'll take my leave first. Yonggan looked. Yonggan deeply looked. Yonggan. Yang. 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 In another year. Maybe Lin Ling's name would be among the top geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. The Saint Market wasn't far from the Dragon Tower. It was a place where all kinds of rare items from the 100 territories gathered. When Lin Ling arrived, he was immediately attracted by the prosperity of the Saint Market. There were many rare items that made his heart beat faster. Unfortunately, he was poor and could only look at them. The Saint Market was also divided into several large areas. Some areas required a powerful identity to enter, while the areas for ordinary martial artists were not so complicated. They could set up stalls and trade as they wished. Of course, those areas were even more chaotic. Lin Ling walked forward, and when he arrived at a stall, his eyes narrowed. Dark sea soul grass. His gaze fell on a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was cold. He laid out many spirit herbs and demonic beast bones. Among them, there was a black spirit herb that attracted Lin Ling's attention. This grass was very strange. When it was placed on the ground, it looked like a een snake. It did not have a flower bud, and its leaves had 3 eyes. The 3 leaves had a total of 9 eyes, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. It was said that this was an evil grass that was born in an ocean with extremely dense een energy. The grass had a soul. I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Ling was moved. When he was in the Tai martial sect, His martial uncle Xuani spiritual master had told him that the Yin-Si soulgrass was one of the spiritual herbs that could restore soul force. If it was combined with the yang grass, it would be able to restore the soul of the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have any spirit crystals to buy it. Lin Ling noted down the stall. He would come back when he had enough spirit crystals. Right now, selling pills was more important. The Heaven's Pride ranking semifinals were about to begin. In this short period of time, the only thing Lin Ling could improve was the hegemon sword singing. And in the Heaven's Pride ranking semifinals, Lin Ling had missed the preliminaries. He would not miss the semifinals. Not long after, in a corner of the Saint Market, Lin Ling set up his stall. He put up all kinds of rare pills. When the surrounding cultivators passed by, their eyes narrowed and they stopped in their tracks. 7th grade Clear Heart Pill. 8th grade Bright River Sky Pill. These pills are sold in the Great Qin Empire's pill shops, but there are limited quantities. Here there are even more. That is the Heaven and Earth Fortune Pill. It requires a rare Heaven and Earth Fortune fruit to refine. If I can obtain it, even the less talented juniors in my family can be reborn. I'll buy it. What kind of pill is this? One pill costs 1,000,000 spirit crystals, and a bottle costs 10,000,000 spirit crystals? Many cultivators began to discuss. Lin Ling's stall sold pills that were rare and high-grade, and one of them cost 10,000,000 per bottle, shocking everyone. Of course, the price was too high. So before they knew what kind of pill it was, the crowd didn't buy it. Instead, they bought the cheaper pills. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in front of his stall, casually collecting spirit crystals. He was overjoyed. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be difficult to gather 80,000,000 spirit crystals in 3 days. After all, he still had a large amount of spirit grasses and pills in his azure ring. As for the most expensive pill, it was the 100-flower yang pill. It could allow a cultivator to quickly recover their spirit energy, and had the effect of cleansing the marrow. It was priceless. If it weren't for the fact that he urgently needed money, Lin Ling wouldn't have taken it out to sell. In addition, the ancient demon welcoming pill was also incomparably precious. It could increase the power of a fire-type cultivator's flames. A bottle was sold for 5,000,000 spirit crystals. On Lin Ling's side, business was getting better and better. In the distance, some cultivators looked coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a young man, and a stranger at that, but the value of the treasures he took out was not low. This caused greed to rise in their hearts. And they also saw that Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. With such a weak strength, he dared to sell pills with such fanfare? He was simply here to give away money. Can you see where he came from? Someone asked in a low voice. Another person shook his head. From the looks of it, he seems to be alone. If he's alone, then there's no need to be afraid. I thought he would have the support of a cultivator at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The person from before laughed coldly. Chapter 835. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't, then get lost. Have you paid the deposit for your stall? A cold voice rang out, causing the cultivators in front of Lin Ling's stall to look away. They seemed to know the middle-aged man, and those who were about to make a move sighed inwardly. They were too slow, letting Earth Snake make the first move. Earth Snake had quite a reputation in this trading area. He often robbed the weak, and every time, he would find a convincing excuse. Over time, he became the overlord of this trading area. Moreover, Earth Snake was very strong. He was half a step into the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, so no one dared to provoke him. The Saint Market is divided into 3 areas. The first and second areas are more noble, so you need to pay a deposit. But this area doesn't seem to need one. Lin Ling frowned. This person had chased away many of his customers as soon as he arrived, which made him a little angry. If I say I want it, then I want it. The middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. He looked down at Lin Ling, then stared at the pills in the stall. If you can't pay the deposit, then it's fine. I'll take 3 pills and leave. You can continue to set up your stall. His gaze fell on the highest-priced pill, the 100-flower sun pill, and then he smiled happily. This pill was so expensive, so it must be worth a lot. 10,000,000 spirit crystals. Today's harvest was good. His hand was about to grab the pills in the stall, but at this time, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. What if I don't pay? Ah! The crowd was stunned. There was an unwritten rule for setting up a stall here. A deposit had to be paid, and if you refused, then you could bear the consequences unless you were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. It wasn't that there hadn't been people who resisted before, but as long as they weren't at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, they were all taught a lesson. All the items in the stall were confiscated, and the robbers said that they were breaking the rules, so they were cleaning up the stall for the Saint Market. Right now, this young man was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he dared to resist. Interesting. More people in the distance sneered. They were also stall owners, and some were jealous of Lin Ling's business. Did I hear that right? You dare not pay? The middle-aged man stared blankly for a moment, then he laughed out loud. A little guy who was still wet behind the ears actually dared to violate the rules. Sorry, I have to give it to you even if you don't want to. A dignified voice drifted out. The middle-aged man's hand was like a tiger's claw as he grabbed the pills in the stall. Pah! However, just as his hand was about to touch the pill, another hand strangely appeared and grabbed his arm, causing the middle-aged man's mouth to curve into a cold smile. You're courting death. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged within his body, attempting to break apart that arm. However, how could he know that this arm contained a strength of 10 million? How could an ordinary martial artist like him possibly block it? Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Their gazes were fixed on the scene, and their pupils constricted. The young man who had set up the stall grabbed the middle-aged man's palm with his left hand. The middle-aged man's entire arm seemed to have gone limp, as if there were no bones in it. His face was incomparably pale and covered in bean-sized sweat droplets. The middle-aged man's arm seemed to have been broken. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he actually crippled the middle-aged man who was about to step into the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm in one move. How was this possible? My pills are sold fairly. If you want to buy them, then buy them. If you don't, then scram. If something like this happens again, then it won't just be an arm being crippled. Scram! Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that there would be people who were jealous, so he made an example of this. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the middle-aged man's arm with his left hand and threw him into the sky. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's body was tall and sturdy like a bear, but he was thrown hundreds of meters away like a sandbag. When he landed on the ground, the crowd's faces stiffened. This young man's strength was terrifying. For a moment, the hearts of those who harbored ill intentions trembled. They no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged again, quietly waiting for others to come and trade with him. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then came one after another to buy pills. They didn't dare to neglect Lin Ling, handing over the spirit crystals and taking the pills themselves. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. There were all sorts of people here, and it was obvious that most of them weren't good people. So, he directly placed a price in front of each pill and waited for them to pay. After all, sometimes if you talked too much and had a good attitude, others would think that you were easy to bully. Then, they would think of ways to make trouble for you and take advantage of you. Rather than that, it was better to treat them coldly. If they wanted to buy, then buy. If they didn't, then scram. As time passed, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to 80 million spirit crystals. Junior sister, this area is filled with low-level cultivators. What good treasures can there be? The next day, a few young men and women in bright clothes came to this area. The crowd's eyes flickered, and they didn't dare to be negligent. After all, this was the sacred land of the rainforest, where all the major forces gathered. Apart from that, there were also local cultivators. They were all existences that couldn't be trifled with. And these people were so young, rich and arrogant. It was likely that they were from the 7 major martial arts halls. Master said that my martial arts foundation has already reached the standard, but my body's foundation is still too weak. So, I'm only a step away from breaking through to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. So far, I've used all kinds of pills and spirit herbs to temper my body, but the effect is still a bit off. Sigh. Among the group of men and women, a delicate woman said with some regret. A cultivator's breakthrough depended on a spurt of energy. If they missed the opportunity, it would be difficult to break through again. This woman had obviously failed once before. Now, if she wanted to break through a second time, the difficulty would be higher. Not only did her martial arts foundation have to reach the standard, she also had to reach the standard of her body's strength. But her body's foundation was still a bit weak. As for natural treasures, it wasn't that she hadn't used them before, but because she was born with a slow cultivation speed, many natural treasures didn't have much effect on her. Most of them were wasted. So, she came here to try her luck and see if she could find a more suitable natural treasure. This pill actually costs 10 million spirit crystals a bottle? How expensive! And it's sold in 3 bottles, not 1. How ridiculous! Suddenly, the young girl's gaze fell on Lin Ling's stall. She stared at the Yang Spirit 100 Flowers pill Dao and was a little surprised. 10 million spirit crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. And unless this young man who set up the stall was stupid, he shouldn't have marked the price of the pill so high. Is there a mistake? Hey, how much is this pill of yours? Next to the young girl, a young man in green brocade clothes said indifferently. He seemed to want to win the young girl's favor, so he also took out a rune bag and prepared to pay the spirit crystals. It's written there. Can't you see it? Lin Ling raised his eyes, glanced at him indifferently, and then replied. Chapter 836. Sale, what if I force you to tell me? The young man's voice turned cold as he released his chi. An ancient purple snake appeared behind him. It was the king body of snakes, and its level was not low. What a terrifying genius! The crowd was shocked. They could roughly guess the young man's ranking on the Heaven's Chosen list. He must be close to the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Get lost. However, when the young man displayed his terrifying arrogance, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His cold voice rang out at the same time. As far as he was concerned, this young man was sick. All the medicinal pills had their prices clearly stated, but in order to prove his existence, this young man insisted on asking all sorts of questions. If he did not answer, then he displayed his strength. If this was not sick, what was? You're telling me to get lost? The young man's eyes narrowed. The young man was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he had never seen him before. He thought that the young man was a nobody, but he was arrogant enough to tell him to get lost? Don't you understand human language? I'll say it again. Get lost, get lost. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said, Get lost. Get lost, get lost. The trading area was filled with Lin Ling's voice, causing many people's faces to stiffen. That mysterious youth was so arrogant. You're courting death. Murderous intent appeared on the young man's face as he took a step forward. However, at that moment, the girl next to him stopped him. At the same time, she looked at Lin Ling and said, I understand what this pill is. It costs 10 million spirit crystals per bottle, and you want to buy 3 bottles at a time. But can you tell me what kind of pill it is? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze. The young man next to her clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything because he was afraid of the young woman's identity. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. The young man was very polite, so he had to give him some face. There are 100 pills in each bottle, and each one costs 1 million spirit crystals. So, each bottle is 10 million spirit crystals. The pill is called the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill, and it uses the Yang Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. It can quickly restore spiritual qi, and it's effective for both the Emperor Spirit Realm and the Saint Spirit Realm. Moreover, it can open the human body's limits, cleanse the marrow, and absorb the Yang Spirit qi. As for why I'm selling all 3 bottles at once, it's because it has the best effect. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling closed his eyes again. When it came to business, both parties were willing. If one wanted to buy, then buy. If one didn't want to buy, then leave. Thus, he didn't say anything else. What? The Yang Spirit fruit pill? The crowd was shocked. They didn't know what kind of pill it was, but now they knew. It could be said that the spirit Yang Spirit fruit was a rare spirit qi, but before his eyes, the young man was actually using it to concoct a powerful medicinal pill. Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill. I think I've heard of it before. The young woman's eyes lit up, and Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people who knew about the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill, and the young woman's background seemed to be extraordinary. Okay, I'll buy it. I wonder if it's cheaper to sell all 3 bottles at once? The young lady looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and stuck out her tongue. It was obvious that she was reluctant to take out 30 million middle spiritual crystals at once. Brother, just make it cheaper. Lin Ling looked at the young woman in surprise, then nodded helplessly. Okay, 25 million spirit crystals, this is the cheapest. After all, the medicinal ingredients are also expensive. Thank you, brother. The young woman immediately smiled, looking extremely cute. Lin Ling was stunned. Looking at the young woman, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he was sure that he had never seen her in his life. Junior sister Mo, I think this person has a sharp tongue. He must be a swindler. Moreover, the young spirit fruit is so rare. How can an ant like him have it? The young man on the side frowned and said, staring at Lin Ling, Huayuan, I'm buying it with my own money. What does it have to do with you? The young woman said with some dissatisfaction. The young man seemed to be afraid of the young woman's identity and didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated. You're young and don't understand the dangers of the world. Some people like to fish for fame. Not only do they cheat people of their money, they also use poisonous pills to harm people. The young woman was stunned. She hadn't thought of this, but her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was also looking at her. His eyes were clean and clear. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she believed that the young man with the clean eyes wouldn't harm her. She didn't understand what kind of feeling it was, but she trusted the young man very much. Moreover, she didn't have high expectations. Even if the pill was ineffective, it was fine as long as it wasn't poisonous. Brother, I'll buy it. The young woman smiled and handed over the spirit crystals without hesitation. Lin Ling nodded and handed over 3 bottles of Yang Spirit 100 flower pills. The young man called Huayuan's expression was extremely ugly. He was ignored, and he couldn't help but say, Junior sister Mo, be careful. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's icy cold voice was transmitted over, causing Huayuan to tightly grit his teeth. This ant was telling him to scram. If not for Hua Xiaoyan beside him, he would have killed this ant. This ant had caused him to lose all face in front of Hua Xiaoyan today. Huayuan, you're annoying. You should leave first. However, just as the anger in Huayuan's heart rose, the young woman's cold voice sounded, causing Huayuan's heart to tremble violently. In the end, when he saw the young woman's determined gaze, he slowly left. Go ask around and find out what the Great Serpent Mansion is. As Huayuan left, he coldly said this to Lin Ling. The faces of many people in the crowd stiffened. The Great Serpent Mansion? So he's from the Great Serpent Mansion. Get lost. Lin Ling only had one sentence. Since the other party was being unreasonable, he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. The young woman didn't pay any attention to Huayuan. She picked up the pill and sniffed it. A fragrance wafted over, causing her to smile slightly. This pill shouldn't be poisonous, right? She hoped that it would help her break through to the next realm. After that, she didn't say much and left with a happy heart. Lin Ling smiled, checked the spirit crystals he had, and finally packed up his stall and left. He had 80 million spirit crystals, and he even had an extra 20 million spirit crystals. And the 20 million spirit crystals could be used to buy the Dark Sea Soul Grass. Not long after Lin Ling packed up his stall, the young woman came back. She had forgotten to ask Lin Ling for the contact information of the mother-child bug. Now that she had returned, she found that Lin Ling had disappeared. She couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. She continued walking, and after a long time, she returned to her family. Her family was very mysterious. They were hidden in the depths of the rainforest's sacred land. It was under a huge spiritual root, and it rained all year round as if it would never stop. Xiaoyan, what are you holding? Chapter 837. A Mysterious Pill. Father, these are pills I bought at the Saint Market. The girl seemed to revere the middle-aged man as she said with her head lowered. Nonsense. The desolate race has countless treasures, yet you bought some trash pills. You are really disappointing. I wanted you to focus on your martial arts and I thought you would easily break through to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. But when the sinner returned, your martial heart was unstable. Because of that sinner, you failed to break through. Now you still do not know your mistake. The middle-aged man reprimanded coldly. It made the girl lower her head. Her eyes were moist as tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt Nianchen is not a sinner. You still dare to talk back? The middle-aged man roared once again. All right, Xiaoyan has just returned and you are already reprimanding her. How is she to cultivate? At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out and grumbled at the middle-aged man. It made him frown, but he did not say anything. A loving mother leads to a wastrel. Following that, he strode away. When he passed by the girl, he saw the pills in her hand and could not help but wave his hand gently. Pah! Those pills fell to the ground. You bought some random pills to consume. Be careful not to ruin your life. The middle-aged man's voice was deep like thunder before he finally left. As for the girl, her eyes were filled with tears, but she did not dare to say a word. At this moment, she only had one bottle of pills in her hand. As for the other two bottles, they had been knocked to the ground due to her father's disdain. Xiaoyan, can the pills outside compare to our desolate races? You are still too naive. Don't consume this bottle of pills recklessly. The beautiful woman said with a doting look on her face. The girl nodded and did not say another word. She lowered her head and left. Returning to her room, the girl looked at the pills in her hand. She could not help but tear up. The desolate race's honor? Because I embarrassed myself, I called Auntie Nianchen a sinner. The desolate race is too unreasonable. Also, my martial path was chosen by me. Why do I need you to decide for me? If you say that the pills in my hands are trash, then I'm going to swallow it. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. Everyone envied her status, but no one knew the difficulties of being born into a family clan with 10,000 years of heritage. Here, she did not have any freedom. Everything was for the sake of the desolate race's honor. She could not lose any face. Auntie Nianchen had embarrassed the desolate race, so she became a sinner. However, Auntie Nianchen only wanted to be with the person she liked. Was that wrong? However, the origin of these pills is also unknown. I wonder if there will be any side effects? Just as she was about to swallow the pill, the young girl hesitated. However, when she thought of the young man's clear eyes, she chose to believe him in the end. That pair of eyes was very beautiful, like the stars in the sky, deep and clear, and very familiar. They seemed to be very similar to Aunt Nianchen's eyes, so from the moment she came into contact with the young man, she couldn't help but call him Big Brother, and she couldn't help but believe in that mysterious Big Brother. After a few pills enter her body, a warm Yang Yuan spirit qi began to circulate within her body, causing the young girl's body to tremble. These pills were very powerful. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly swallowed a few more pills. At the same time, she constantly sensed the changes in her body. She realized that her meridians had become tougher. With the Yang spirit entering her body, it cleansed her marrow, and she was reborn. Her realm, which had been stable all this while, was now quietly moving towards the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. At this moment, in the garden, the middle-aged man was looking at the beautiful woman with his brows slightly knitted. Xiaoyan has the bloodline of the desolate race, so she can't lose face. She's already 16 years old, and yet she hasn't reached the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. At this family clan summit, I don't even have the face to meet the old man. You really spoil her too much. The middle-aged man grumbled. Desolate race, it's always the desolate race. Have you ever thought of Xiaoyan? The beautiful woman immediately reprimanded him. In the desolate race, the first thing you do is to think of the desolate race. You can't lose face for the ancient race that has been around for 10,000 years. If you cause Xiaoyan to be even more anxious about breaking through, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? Also, Xiaoyan is also working hard. Didn't she go to the sacred market to buy some pills so that she could break through earlier? But you ended up knocking over Xiaoyan's pills. You've gone too far. The middle-aged man's face revealed a look of guilt. I was also a little anxious. However, Xiaoyan randomly bought some trash pills. It's fine if they don't work, but what I'm most afraid of is that they will affect her martial arts foundation. Furthermore, with her stubborn personality, she won't reject us on the surface, but she will definitely swallow those pills in order to work hard. That's right. I forgot about that. Xiaoyan still has a bottle in her hands. Quick, stop her. The beautiful woman seemed to have thought of something as she could not help but shout out in worry. Following that, the duo's expressions changed. Pills were essential for warriors, But some trash pills or pills that were harmful were not only useless for a warrior's cultivation, they could even cripple a warrior's life. And in front of them, their daughter appeared gentle on the surface, but she was stubborn and rebellious. The more you told her not to do something, the more she would do it. Boom! However, just as the duo moved, a massive aura burst out from the manor. Peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The duo stopped in their tracks as they stared in shock at the scene in front of them. Their eyes were wide open. Their daughter had broken through. What pills are those? Go, clean them up and take a look. The middle-aged man finally said with a serious tone. After all, the desolate race had plenty of treasures. Their daughter naturally did not lack such treasures, but she had yet to break through. And today, after buying some mysterious pills, she had instantly broken through. That medicinal pill was probably out of the ordinary. The two looked at each other and then bitterly smiled. They had underestimated the alchemist, especially the middle-aged man. He helplessly shook his head. Before, he had knocked those miraculous pills to the ground, but now he was incomparably grateful to those pills. All of this was very ironic. And at this moment in the room, the young girl's face was filled with excitement. All this time, her parents had been pressuring her to break through as quickly as possible, but she had always failed. She did not expect that after buying the mysterious brother's pills, she would be able to smoothly break through. Her body's foundation had become incomparably solid. This was a pleasant surprise for her. She had never even thought that the mysterious brother's pills would have such an effect. Big brother, thank you. The young girl smiled with joy. She took out the mother and child insect, and then bitterly smiled. She had forgotten to leave behind the mysterious brother's mother and child insect. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what had happened to the young girl. He was walking towards the second district of the Holy Market, sighing in his heart. The Rainforest Holy Land was really big, and there were many hidden powerhouses. Even the Seven Profound Martial House was not the largest faction in the Rainforest Holy Land. However, he had enough spirit crystals to fight the second dream in the Proud Son of Heaven semi-finals. Lin Ling was even more confident. Sir, how much is this 1,000-bone sea-tooth beast skin? Chapter 838. Expert obliterated. 5 million spiritual crystals. This is the skin of a demonic beast comparable to a Holy Spirit realm demonic beast, so it can't be cheap. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling frowned as if he was reluctant to buy it. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He hadn't sold a single treasure today. If this continued, the deposit he paid would be in vain. After all, this was the second trading area and one needed to pay a deposit to set up a stall. 4,800,000 spirit crystals at most. I can't go any lower. The middle-aged man said softly. How about this? I'll buy it for 4,500,000 spiritual crystals. Lin Ling squatted down in front of the stall with a decisive look on his face. The middle-aged man laughed in his heart. The skin of the 1,000-bone sea-tooth beast was worth around 3 million spiritual crystals, so he could still make a profit. Deal. The middle-aged man nodded. I still think it's a loss. Give me all the spiritual herbs that you don't have. Lin Ling didn't want to lose out and took some of the spiritual herbs from the stall. The middle-aged man was obviously a shrewd man. At the same time, he took the more expensive spiritual herbs and let Lin Ling take some of the cheaper treasures. Alas, I didn't make any profit from this transaction. The middle-aged man said with a sigh. Lin Ling smiled and packed everything up. He paid the spiritual crystals and left with a smile on his face. The dark sea soul grass was also taken away by him. The middle-aged man was still gloating, thinking that Lin Ling had suffered a great loss. He had made a total of 1,500,000 spiritual crystals from this transaction. However, at this time, an old man appeared in front of the stall. He stared at the middle-aged man and said, 10 million spiritual crystals, give me the dark sea soul grass. 10 million spiritual crystals? The middle-aged man's heart beat violently. This was a large sum of money. But what was the dark sea soul grass? Did he have it here? You sold the dark sea soul grass? Alas, I'm late. However, the old man looked at the stall and shook his head helplessly. He took the spiritual crystals and strode away. The dark sea soul grass was sold? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed and he suddenly remembered the treasures the young man had taken before he left. There must be dark sea soul grass among them. This meant that he had lost 10 million spirit crystals from the deal with the young man. That really is a little fox. The middle-aged man roared furiously. Earlier, he thought that he'd made a huge profit, but in the end, he suffered a huge loss. The most ironic thing was that he'd mocked the young man for being stupid, but now, he couldn't laugh anymore. At this moment, Lin Ling was happily leaving the Saint Market. After 3 days of trading, he had a great harvest. Not only did he manage to gather 10 million spirit crystals, but he also found the Xianxia soul grass. As long as he could find the Xianxia soul grass, he would be able to awaken the soul of the ancient flame devil. Then, he would have another life-saving trump card. He walked all the way to the Dragon Tower. However, at this moment, Lin Ling realized that the vast street seemed to have quietened down. Although there were people in the restaurants and markets, they were all silent and looked at him from time to time. He could even faintly hear people whispering. What a sad genius. I don't know which martial arts hall he's from. He actually offended the Great Serpent Mansion. The Great Serpent Mansion is an ancient clan with an inheritance of the Rainforest Holy Land. They are local martial artists. How dare an outsider provoke them? That young man seems to have no background. He's going to suffer. The voices came from the restaurant. Although they were hidden, Lin Ling's soul power was so strong that he could hear them clearly. The Great Serpent Mansion? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He instantly remembered the young man called Hua Yuan. It's him. I don't care which martial arts hall you're from. I don't care who you are. You must die here today. Finally, a billowing killing intent filled the air. Several martial artists in green robes quietly appeared. They stood there in the shape of the Big Dipper. Each one of them was incomparably strong. They looked at Lin Ling with arrogance, as if they were looking at a dead man. This is the Rainforest Holy Land. I'm also a disciple of the Martial Arts Hall. Aren't you afraid of provoking someone by being so arrogant? The other party had arrogantly arrived and wanted to kill him. Lin Ling's voice turned incomparably cold. Sorry, but if the Great Serpent Mansion wants to kill someone, no matter where they come from, we will kill them. The leader said in a low voice. His face was indifferent, as if he didn't care to speak too much. All you need to know is that you've offended the young master of the Great Serpent Mansion. As expected. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Sure enough, it was that young man named Hua Yuan from before. That person should also be a heaven's pride of the martial arts hall. However, he didn't follow his wishes and actually sent people to kill Lin Ling. He then looked at the other party. There were 7 of them, and all of them looked calm and indifferent. It was as if they were already determined to kill him. Moreover, 6 of the 7 were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and the leader was at the Holy Spirit Realm. The Holy Spirit Realm. Lin Ling had yet to challenge an expert at the Holy Spirit Realm. To be able to summon a Holy Spirit Realm expert to kill him, the Great Serpent Mansion was indeed not to be underestimated. Perhaps they weren't as strong as the 5 great ancient nations, but they weren't too weak either. Apart from that, their king physique is also very strange. It seems to be a snake. Lin Ling said in his heart. He was in a bit of trouble now. However, since the other party had already surrounded him, he would just have to fight. After all, even if he begged for mercy, the other party wouldn't let him go. Whoosh! Tyrannical Song unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the 7 people. Lin Ling's voice was as deep as the abyss, and thick killing intent leaked out. Among the 7 of you, 6 of you will die. Killing intent seeped out of Lin Ling's eyes, causing the entire street to become inexplicably cold. The eyes of those who were watching the show narrowed. What a terrifying killing intent. They thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but they didn't expect his aura to be so terrifying. You're no ordinary genius. The leader's eyes narrowed. Even though he was at the Holy Spirit Realm, he could still sense the thick killing intent coming from the other party. It was likely that he had killed hundreds of thousands of people in the past. Geniuses who were decisive in their killing intent were the most difficult to deal with. Even if they died, they would drag a few people down with them. For some reason, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm, while he was at the Holy Spirit Realm. Holy Spirit Realm cultivators didn't dare to underestimate an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. To him, this was like a fantasy. Don't hold back. Surround and kill him with all your might. Don't think about bullying him with numbers. Just complete the young master's mission. The leader of the Holy Spirit Realm cultivators said in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably serious. The 6 people behind him felt their hearts tremble. Their leader had a very high opinion of this young man. He wanted them to use all their strength and even bully him without caring about numbers. Come, let's fight. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. If there was a change, it would be his thick killing intent. Moreover, the killing intent and battle intent in his body had begun to boil. Let's fight. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, causing the entire street to tremble. The eyes of those in the distant restaurants narrowed, and they widened, afraid that they would miss something. Chapter 839. Great Snake Demon Divine Weapon. Billowing infernal chi filled the streets, causing the sky to darken. The 7 figures shook and their clothes turned to dust, revealing their tall and sturdy upper bodies. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of their bodies. They looked like snakes, but also like ancient characters. In the distant crowd, some strong martial artists frowned. Those were Great Serpent Demon Divine Weapons. It was said that the Great Snake Demon Divine Weapons had a very strange bloodline. It could allow ordinary martial artists to possess a powerful Snake King body. From then on, they would support the Great Snake Demon Divine Weapon. And those martial artists that obtained the Great Snake Demon Divine Weapon's favor were called Great Snake Demon Divine Weapons. Each one of them was an existence that could fight against 10,000. Kill! A giant snake with 7 heads appeared from within the surging murderous aura. It was purple in color and looked ancient and brutal. It seemed to be a demonic creature that had been sealed underground. Snake! Lin Ling's eyes flashed. These 7 people seemed to be at the peak of the royal spirit realm, but their king bodies weren't weak. They were at least at the 7th grade, and the one leading them had an 8th grade king body. Lin Ling had fought an ordinary peak royal spirit realm martial artist before, but Lin Ling had never fought one with such a powerful talent. This was truly worthy of being called the Holy Land of the Rainforest. The martial artists here were fierce. Great Wisdom Confucian Snake. In front of him, a shout filled with killing intent sounded out. The 7-headed monster beast rushed towards him. This attack method, this aura, it was similar to the martial artists of the Snake Swamp country. Shwa! Lin Ling's eyes were filled with an unprecedented firmness. He could not avoid this battle. He raised his sword. 10 million points of strength gathered together, and the true meaning of the sword and killing intent gushed out. You're courting death. However, at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded out. Rain began to fall from the sky. It was like the clouds and rain of Mount Wu, hazy and hazy. Amidst the endless rain, a single drop of rain shot towards one of the 7 people. Pang! That person's king body was also incomparably terrifying. It was the original form of a snake. However, the giant snake head suddenly trembled and then exploded. Blood and water rained down. He's dead. The remaining 6 people's pupils constricted as they stopped in their tracks. The people in the restaurants on both sides of the street sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying strength. 10,000 raindrops were used to kill the enemy. Could it be them? However, they were all hidden ancient clans and rarely appeared in front of the public. Why would they make a move today for that young man? Who are you? Why did you kill us? The martial artists of the Great Serpent Mansion looked at the skies with solemn expressions. They could feel a sort of innate suppression, as if they were facing a rain from the heavens. Swish! Swish! The rain was still falling, and there was a beauty in the haze, making people immersed in it. Bang! Another expert from the Great Serpent Manor had died. His body was pierced through by the rainwater, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His strength was terrifying. He had easily killed a peak Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Sir, we are from Great Serpent Palace. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. The leading Great Serpent Palace cultivator's heart trembled and he had no choice but to bring out his backer. Great Serpent Palace is an ancient clan that has been passed down for 1,000 years in the Rainforest Holy Land. They were not native to the Rainforest Holy Land in the beginning. They migrated here 1,000 years ago. You don't have the Great Serpent bloodline. You are merely Great Serpent Demon Divine soldiers. So, what's wrong with killing you? The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The rain continued to fall, and another Great Serpent Palace cultivator died. Who are you? The leading Great Serpent Palace cultivator was even more frightened. The other party knew their origins, but he still dared to kill them. Who exactly was he? Are you planning to offend Great Serpent Palace for an ant? The cultivator roared again. He could not understand. After all, there were countless geniuses in the 7 major martial arts palaces. They had casually killed a genius, but in exchange, they were killed by a powerful expert. It was hard for them to accept this. You are strong, so you came to kill others. Since I am strong, I will naturally kill you. The majestic voice rang out in the sky again. This time, the rain poured down, and all the remaining Great Serpent Palace cultivators died, leaving only the Holy Spirit Realm cultivator alive. The cultivator's body trembled, and his heart was filled with regret. He was a rare Holy Spirit Realm cultivator, and he was above everyone in the rainforest's holy land. However, he seemed to have run into trouble today, and he might even die here. It was all like a dream. Moreover, he sensed that the people around him had disappeared, and only the rain covered him. It was an extremely strange sight, and it also meant that the other party was much stronger than him. Is this all you want to say before you die? The ancient voice rang out again, and it echoed endlessly. I won't kill you anymore. The Holy Spirit Realm cultivator said in fear. He was scared, and he knelt down with a thud. He no longer had the domineering aura that he had at the beginning. Instead, he begged for mercy. Senior, please tell me where you came from, so that I can report back to Great Serpent Palace. He was not a genius, so he did not have the martial heart of a genius who fought bravely. When he saw a cultivator stronger than him, he naturally knelt down and begged for mercy. Saving his life was more important. The man from Great Serpent Palace knelt down. On both sides of the street, the crowd was shocked. The man from Great Serpent Palace was domineering, but he was also afraid of death. The crowd's eyes fell on Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling was surrounded by powerful cultivators, but he was fearless and fought resolutely. However, the man from Great Serpent Palace did not dare to fight again, and instead, he begged for mercy. It was a huge contrast. Don't kill me anymore? In the distance, Lin Ling sneered. Just because the other party was stronger than him, he wanted to shirk all responsibility by saying that he would not kill him anymore? Unless the mysterious cultivator was a fool, he would not care about what Lin Ling said. Don't kill me anymore? As expected, a disdainful voice came from the sky. Do you still want to report back to Great Serpent Palace? It's a pity that you won't have the chance to go back. However, since you asked about my background, I can tell you. It's just one word, rain. If you understand it, then you understand it. If you don't, then you don't. Rumble. Heavy rain poured down from the sky like the Milky Way, rolling towards the last man from Great Serpent Palace. The Saint Spirit Realm cultivator's eyes narrowed. Was he going to die? Was the Great Serpent Palace's cultivators going to be wiped out just to kill a weak ant? Who was the other party? They knew that he was from Great Serpent Palace, but they still dared to provoke him. Rain? Could it be that place? The cultivator's heart suddenly trembled. He understood that it was a place that was even more ancient than Great Serpent Palace. Rumble. The rain seemed weak, but when it fell, it carried an incomparably terrifying power. It caused the cultivator's body to explode, and the 7-headed giant serpent turned into ashes. All 7 of them were wiped out. The street was silent, and only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground could be heard. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. How powerful. The rain seemed to be a martial intent, but it also seemed to be a powerful king physique. It also seemed to be a profound meaning. That kind of martial art domain was too powerful, and it was beyond Lin Ling's knowledge. Little friend, the housemaster has been waiting for a long time. In the hazy rain, an old man holding an umbrella slowly walked towards Lin Ling. There was a smile on his face, and Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was the servant from Dragon House. That meant that Aunt Mo had asked someone to help him. What was Aunt Mo's background? Just a random cultivator was so powerful. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 840. Spirit Weapon Tyrannical Singing Sword. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. Master said that as long as a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator appears, I'll make a move. If it's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, you'll be able to deal with it yourself unless you're a peak level genius. Thank you. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said politely. Lin Ling smiled but didn't say anything. Aunt Mo seemed to know his own strength very well. She knew that although he was at the mid-emperor spirit realm, he didn't need to fear an ordinary peak emperor spirit realm cultivator. So, if the 7 people from before were to fight to the death, Lin Ling could kill them all if he used his full strength and trump cards. The 2 of them walked along the street towards the Dragon Tower. The streets quickly became lively again, as if this wasn't a rare occurrence in the holy land of the rainforest. Lin Ling followed the old man to the Dragon Tower. Lin Ling walked up to the 3rd floor alone. The curtains were still hanging there and a unique feminine fragrance filled the room. But when Aunt Mo saw Lin Ling, her cold face immediately revealed a happy smile, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. He didn't have much contact with Aunt Mo, but she treated him very well. This kind of kindness wasn't romantic. It was more like a senior spoiling a junior. "Why are you in a daze?" Aunt Mo laughed softly. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. Sometimes, he didn't know what to say in front of such a beautiful woman. So, he could only take out 80 million spirit crystals. Not bad. You managed to gather this much in just 3 days. Looks like Aunt Mo has underestimated you. You're hiding some secrets that Aunt Mo doesn't know about. Aunt Mo looked at Lin Ling with admiration. From what she knew, Lin Ling didn't have a strong background. He didn't have a strong family background. At most, he was one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire. But Lin Ling's surname wasn't Qin, so he definitely wouldn't ask for spirit crystals from the Great Qin Empire. This meant that Lin Ling had used 3 days to gather these spirit crystals. To be able to rely on himself for 3 days, this was not something that any genius could do. Then, after Lin Ling removed the tyrannical song sword, she checked it with a serious expression. "Come and find me at this time tomorrow." Light appeared on her hand, and her jade-like little finger waved continuously, drawing out one ancient rune after another. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. That was an ancient formation. According to legend, if one wanted to increase a weapon's might, they had to rely on materials and ancient formations. No wonder blacksmiths were rarer than alchemists. Not wanting to disturb Aunt Mo, Lin Ling quietly left. Outside, there was an old man waiting for him. He brought Lin Ling to stay in the Dragon Pavilion. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, his eyes flashing. After leaving the 7 profound martial house and arriving at the main city, Lin Ling saw many more powerhouses and proud sons of heaven. He could be considered to be standing in the circle of the top powerhouses of the Holy Land in the rain, but his background was still a bit weak. The semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list. Then, Lin Ling's lips curled up in a smile. He wanted to win this tournament. He wanted to fight the second dream in the final battle and defeat the martial house master's disciple. The second dream had a king body talent that was not inferior to his own. Not only that, but his cultivation was also higher than his own. In addition, the martial house master was his master, so the martial arts he studied were definitely extraordinary. On the surface, Lin Ling didn't have any hope of defeating the second dream. After all, the second dream was not only invincible in the late Emperor Spirit Realm, but could also easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. But that was only on the surface. At present, Lin Ling's king body talent was not weak, and his physical strength was also formidable. In addition to his 2 true meanings of martial arts, he was confident that he could fight any chosen of heaven. In addition, the tyrannical song sword was also very exciting. A medium-grade spirit artifact. Just what kind of power would it bring? Time quietly passed. Early in the morning of the next day, Auntie Mo pushed open the door and entered. She smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. In her soft, jade-like hands, a new tyrannical song sword appeared. This sword had already turned blood red, and there were mysterious runes engraved on its surface that Lin Ling could not understand. Moreover, it was larger than before, almost as tall as Lin Ling. It was filled with a domineering and magnificent aura. It made one feel that with this sword in hand, the world was theirs. Lin Ling's heart violently beat. He wanted to take the tyrannical song sword, but as his hand touched it, he immediately felt that the sword was very heavy. He couldn't lift it. Auntie Mo, this sword? Lin Ling looked at Aunt Mo in surprise, but Aunt Mo just smiled, shrugged her shoulders and said, "Long swords are sharp and can kill without blood. Heavy swords have no sharp edges and can't be used for craftsmanship. I can see that your body is very strong, so your fighting style should be swift and fierce, unstoppable. For this sword, I have forged a heavy stone into the mountains for you, so it can reach a weight of 10 million jin. In fact, it can be increased even more, but you can't control it at the moment. 10 million Jin? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His physical strength was only 10 million Jin, and this sword was 10 million Jin. This was very frightening. If he could control this sword, it would be equivalent to 20 million Jin of strength. However, he couldn't lift it right now. Drip some blood in and try. Auntie Mo pouted at the tyrannical Song sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly dripped some blood into the sword. At the same time, a feeling of resonance was transmitted to his heart. It was as if he was the sword and the sword was him, and the sword was not as heavy as before. Spiritual weapons have spirits, and only the master can control them. Therefore, after you control this sword, the sword will be much lighter. Auntie Mo smiled. Lin Ling was overjoyed. When he lifted the sword again, the sword was not as heavy as before, but in fact, it still had a weight of 10 million Jin. When he waved the sword, astral winds whistled, as if the whole room was stirred up by him. Mid-grade spiritual weapons are not as simple as they look. There are some secrets within, and you will have to explore them yourself. Remember, swords have spirits. Auntie Mo's eyes were filled with pride. This sword was forged by her, and she had put in a lot of effort, so she was very proud. Lin Ling nodded heavily, and he was looking forward to it even more. Besides the weight, what other secrets did the tyrannical Song sword have? He wanted to ask, but when he saw Auntie Mo's haggard face, he couldn't bear to ask any more. He guessed that Auntie Mo had put in a lot of effort to forge the tyrannical Song sword. That level of concentration had already exceeded 80 million mid-grade spirit crystals. Thank you, Auntie Mo. Lin Ling received the sword and bowed to Auntie Mo. Haha, it's good that you like this sword. I heard that you will be participating in the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Martial House's Proud Son of Heaven list. Let this sword become famous. Although the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list is not the final competition, it will still attract the attention of all the major influences of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, can you break into the top 100 and become a top Proud Son of Heaven? Auntie Mo helped Lin Ling up, and then looked at Lin Ling. I can. Lin Ling nodded. This was the semi-finals, and most of the Proud Sons of Heaven that he would face would be at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Although he was at the middle Emperor Spirit Realm, he still had the confidence to fight. If he could break into the top 100, then he would be stepping into the circle of top Proud Sons of Heaven. This was also the circle of top Proud Sons of Heaven like Long Aoxiang and Yonggan. Chapter 841. The semi-finals were about to begin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He took out the tyrannical Song sword and began to search for the secrets of the tyrannical Song sword. A spirit artifact shouldn't be as simple as its sharpness and weight. Perhaps it had other hidden characteristics. For instance, the chaotic evil sword had a formidable defensive power. Speed. The speed of a sword can be used on a martial artist. After searching for a moment, Lin Ling found the first sword secret. It was speed. It was actually using the true meaning of the sword to increase one's movement speed. The stronger the true meaning of the sword, the faster one's movement speed would be. It would allow the sword wielder to have the speed of a thunderbolt. This was also sword steps. On the road of martial arts, there were clear boundaries. The true meaning of the sword was the true meaning of the sword. It was related to the sword's speed, power, and true meaning. There were very few people who had the true meaning of the sword, but they could use it to increase one's movement speed. After all, the two were different domains. But the tyrannical Song sword could fuse together and connect the two. Of course, this speed was not as flexible as a dragon, but rather the speed of a straight line. It was as straight as a sword. The straight line speed was very fast, like a sword breaking through the void. This was why it was also called sword steps. A spirit artifact has its own characteristics. Mine is a medium-grade spirit artifact, so there should be more than one. Lin Ling was incomparably expectant. His strength had once again risen. His Middle Emperor Spirit Realm was even more solid. Then he continued to study. 3 days quietly passed. Tomorrow was the 7 Profound Martial House's Proud Son of Heaven list semi-finals. This semi-finals could be considered a sensational event in the Rainforest Holy Land. Although the Rainforest Holy Land was filled with powerhouses and influences, no one dared to underestimate the 7 major martial arts halls. After all, these proud sons of heaven represented the future of the Rainforest Holy Land. Therefore, every time a martial arts hall held a Proud Son of Heaven list grand tournament, the crowds would come to watch. Many people wanted to see just how strong the 7 profound martial house's Proud Sons of Heaven were. After the dark horse had risen in the preliminaries, would another dark horse rise in the semifinals? Moreover, if they were dazzling stars in the semifinals, then these Proud Sons of Heaven would have to face off against the Proud Sons of Heaven of the major martial arts halls. Therefore, these peak Proud Sons of Heaven also wanted to know who their next opponent would be. The semifinals had not yet begun, but the 7 profound martial house was already bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of powerful martial artists had arrived in advance, as if this was a grand event in the Rainforest Holy Land. The semi-finals aren't a competition between the top geniuses, but there are still powerful geniuses. For example, the 18th Prince, young Master Tang, has a powerful background. He's at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and his talent is number 1. He's already close to the top 100 of the genius rankings. That's the previous ranking. There will be a new ranking in the semi-finals. Although young Master Tang is powerful, he's not the most dazzling one. Yu Yueshan is also very powerful. He's at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but it's said that he's killed many cultivators at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. In my opinion, the second dream is still the disciple of the Prefecture Lord. In fact, a lot of people have come to watch her in today's semi-finals. It's said that the 7 profound martial house's mad god Lin Ling wants to fight the second dream. There were more people than usual at the 7 profound martial house's main gate. The Proud Sons of Heaven from all the major martial arts halls had arrived, constantly chatting with each other. Lin Ling is only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He can't compare to the second dream. Before, he had humiliated the second dream. In this battle, the second dream will not let him go. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Many people disdainfully said. Although the second dream had been disgraced before, and no longer had the divinity of a proud daughter of heaven, it was undeniable that she was still very strong. Pang pang pang. At the same time, outside the gate, the Proud Sons of Heaven had already begun their great battle. The Proud Sons of Heaven from the 7 profound martial house and Bright Sun Temple were comparing notes. Zhong Taizhan, late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, ranked 122 in the 7 profound martial house. His opponent is Bright Sun Temple's Su Yifan, ranked 110. The two of them had formed a grudge during their adventure. Now that they've met, they really don't want to accept each other. As the crowd looked at the two youths standing outside the gate, they began to whisper amongst themselves. These two were Proud Sons of Heaven from the Rainforest Holy Land that could not be underestimated. Their strength was incomparably formidable. Of course, on the surface, the Bright Sun Temple's Proud Son of Heaven was ranked higher, and he was also stronger. Su Yifan, you're nothing but trash. I've already surpassed you. A proud voice floated out from the mouth of one of the youths. This was the 7 profound martial house's Zhong Lingshan. The crowd's eyes flashed. Zhong Lingshan had surpassed Su Yifan? It had to be known that according to the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, Su Yifan was ranked higher, and he was also stronger. Although they didn't come from the same martial hall, the Proud Son of Heaven rankings of the 7 martial halls were more or less the same. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that Zhong Lingshan had already surpassed Su Yifan. It was just that he hadn't rushed into the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, so everyone thought that he was still ranked 122. This meant that Zhong Lingshan was planning to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the semi-finals. Speak. Who doesn't know? Battle is everything. On the other side, Su Yifan was tall and slender. His face was handsome, but his head was bald. He was like an arhat that had descended into the world. This was the style of the Bright Sun Temple. Although he was bald, he was wise and heroic, and incomparably handsome. Many of the young girls present were moved by his appearance. Su Yifan was handsome, but Zhong Lingshan's appearance was ordinary. From the surface, he couldn't compare to Su Yifan. As you wish. Su Yifan. Zhong Lingshan faintly smiled. He stepped forwards, and a massive late Emperor Spirit Realm aura bloomed. His right hand grasped at the void, and a halberd appeared, shrouded in a purple light. Take my spear. If you don't lose, then I will not forfeit tomorrow's Proud Son of Heaven ranking semi-finals. Su Yifan. The proud voice floated out from Zhong Lingshan's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. How heroic. Then you forfeit yourself. Su Yifan. Su Yifan disdainfully smiled. His body shook, and an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. His innate king body was incomparably mysterious, as if it were indestructible. Xiao. Two figures approached from afar and collided in mid-air, causing the blood of countless people to boil. This was a clash of geniuses, a battle of arrogance. Some of the young boys' and girls' eyes flickered. When would they be able to be so dazzling? Boom! In mid-air, a deafening sound rang out. Then, a golden figure flew out and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. The crowd's pupils constricted, and when they looked over, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Yifan had lost. He couldn't even block a single move from Zhong Lingshan. How was this possible? You've cultivated your martial intent to 80%. On the ground, Su Yifan stared at the proud figure in mid-air and couldn't help but roar. Su Yifan, you're just trash. Trash. In mid-air, Zhong Lingshan smiled proudly, enjoying the countless shocked gazes. At this moment, he felt that he had amazed everyone with a single feat, and his name had shaken the 7 major martial arts halls. Moreover, this was only the beginning. In the next semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he would let everyone know that his martial intent wasn't 80%, but half a step to 90%. Half a step to 90% martial intent was very dazzling. After all, it came from a 20-year-old youth, and not some ancient expert. This child's talent is very powerful. Yes. Chapter 842. Easily crushed. The next time you see me, take a detour. Now get lost. Scram. Zhong Lingshan slowly floated down. He looked at the empty space on the ground with arrogance and said indifferently. Scram. Su Yikong's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he was so proud that he attracted countless gazes, but now, he was like a stray dog. He had to take a detour when he saw Zhong Lingshan, so he suddenly gritted his teeth, stood up, and turned to leave. He had no face to stay here. Scram. Scram. Along the way, the people who were still in shock were all forced to make way for him when he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted. Although he was not Zhong Lingshan's opponent, he was still a genius ranked in the top 100 on the prodigy roll. There were still many people weaker than him, which made many people unhappy. However, considering the other party's strength, they all made way. After all, it was better not to provoke Su Yikong now. Scram. Scram. Su Yikong strode away, but a slender figure appeared in front of him. This person was not old, not even 20 years old. He was dressed in a blue and white robe and carried a huge sword on his back. He walked forward while drinking, as if he did not notice the bustling scene around him. The strangest thing was that the young man had a monkey sleeping on his shoulder, as if it was a toy. A big sword, a little monkey, a blue and white robe, and a wine jug. It was a very different outfit, even a little unique. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Scram. Su Yikong glanced at the young man and did not take him seriously at all. The young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. There were many people at this level in the 7 major martial arts halls. However, the young man continued to walk forward as if he did not hear him. Who is this person? Is he crazy? Su Yikong had just lost, and it was time for him to lose face. He blocked the way, and he was charging into Su Yikong's anger. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking that the young man was stupid. Looks like I lost a match, and everyone thinks I'm a pushover. Scram. Veins appeared on Su Yikong's handsome face. He took a big step forward, and a golden fist surged out. The wind and clouds rolled, and strong winds blew in all directions. This fist was his king body's fist, and it was also a fist with martial intent. It had reached 70% completion. So domineering. The eyes of the crowd flashed. Su Yikong didn't seem to be holding back at all. He was already using his strongest attack. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of killing that young man? Moreover, that young man was too strange. Even though he knew that the attack was empty, he didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he continued to drink. Pah! Under countless gazes, the young man's left hand continued to drink from the wine jug, while his right hand stretched out and easily blocked Su Yikong's punch. Rumble! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the two palms. The power even caused the air to burn. It was incomparably dazzling. What? The crowd's pupils constricted. Even though Su Yikong had been defeated, there was no need to doubt his strength, and it shouldn't be difficult for him to be ranked at the 120th position on the genius rankings. However, the mysterious young man had easily blocked his attack, and the most terrifying part was that the young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. How is this possible? Su Yikong's eyes were also wide open. He had lost once before, and now it seemed that he had lost again. Are you looking for people to behave atrociously because you lost? The young man's calm voice sounded out. He slowly drank a mouthful of wine, and then his right hand exerted a little force. Suddenly, Su Yikong cried out in pain. His arm seemed to be grabbed by a monster beast, as if it were about to break. The young man shook his head. He lifted his right hand and swung Su Yikong like a sandbag, and then smashed him into the ground. With a bang, the earth split open, and the cracks continued to spread. Su Yikong spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was incomparably shameful. The young man didn't even glance at Su Yikong. He stepped over Su Yikong's body and continued to drink as he walked, causing the crowd to fall silent. What a terrifying strength. The young man didn't care about the gazes of those around him. He wore a blue and white robe, and calmly walked towards the 7 profound martial house's entrance. It's him. Zhong Lingshan's face was dignified as he looked at the young man. He quietly stood in place, not saying a word. Others might not know who this young man was, but he did. This young man was the mad god Lin Ling. Was that your full strength? As the young man passed by Zhong Lingshan indifferently asked. After all, Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He didn't know if Lin Ling had used his full strength to defeat Su Yikong, or if it was just a small test, so he asked. When you see an elder of the 7 profound martial house, shouldn't you respectfully address him, and not rudely ask such questions? Lin Ling said without looking at Zhong Lingshan. Because Zhong Lingshan was surprised. He seemed to have forgotten the taboo between martial artists. That was to not casually ask others about their cultivation methods or martial arts. But Zhong Lingshan had asked. This was very rude. Zhong Lingshan's body trembled, and he looked at Lin Ling. Finally he clenched his teeth and said, Disciple Zhong Lingshan greets Elder Lin. Lin Ling nodded, and without another word, disappeared from the entrance. Zhong Lingshan looked at that slender back, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled. Although he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match, he didn't know why, but after looking at Lin Ling, he felt a sense of fear and trepidation, as if he were facing a top genius of the proud son of heaven. Was this an illusion? Zhong Lingshan shook his head. It must have been an illusion. It should have been Lin Ling's status as an elder that intimidated him. As a late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist, how could he fear Lin Ling? Elder Lin, he is Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then began to talk. They had finally seen the most famous mad god of the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling. In the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list, all the proud sons of heaven have returned. Some have come back from adventuring, and some have come out from closed-door seclusion. The Proud Son of Heaven list has begun to reshuffle. I wonder how far this Lin Ling will be able to go. Those older powerhouses muttered to themselves. From what they could see, Zhong Lingshan and Lin Ling were both geniuses that surpassed everyone's imaginations. They would absolutely cause the Proud Son of Heaven list to be reshuffled. Lin Ling has returned. In the rainforest's holy land, atop a giant ancient tree, a young girl in a long black dress stood there. Her eyes were as dark as the night as she looked into the distance. She quietly stood there, but it was as if she had disappeared from this world. Meng, Lin Ling is a very cunning person. He is an ant, and you are a proud daughter of heaven. But when he was conferring the title of elder, he actually dragged you down from the altar. That was a very beautiful move. Even I have to admit that Lin Ling is truly fierce. However, the humiliation that he has given you, in your second battle, you must return it 10 times over. From the side, a cold voice floated out from Martial House Master Tianlin's mouth. The young girl nodded, and deep in her eyes, an incomparably thick killing intent flashed. She stroked her delicate cheeks. Lin Ling had once slapped her 3 times. He is still at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. He is not worth mentioning. The young girl coldly said. This boy is brave and resourceful. Although his talent is fierce, he still cannot compare to you. Before he grows, we must thoroughly erase him. Chapter 843. The semi-finals began. Lin Ling, you still haven't made a breakthrough in your cultivation? When Lin Ling returned to the mountain valley, everyone gathered around him. Elder Sword checked Lin Ling's cultivation and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lin Ling still hadn't made a breakthrough. Currently, there were more than 150 geniuses participating in the semi-finals of the prodigy ranking. Among them, there were mid-stage and late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest, so many people didn't have high hopes for him. Long Xiaochen and the others helplessly smiled. They wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know what to say. Of course, although Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough to challenge the proud son of heaven list, it was enough to be proud of. After all, Lin Ling was a genius of the same generation as them, and they didn't even have the qualifications to enter the proud son of heaven list. My cultivation hasn't increased, but my strength has. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He knew that everyone was worried, but he couldn't explain it. Only the semi-finals could prove everything. Tomorrow is the semi-finals. Rest well today. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and smiled. At the same time, he cheered for Lin Ling old ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others also did the same. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He strode into the depths of the mountain valley and sat down cross-legged. Then, he looked up at the pitch-black sky and said, "The second dream, the second battle of revenge, begin." Then, Lin Ling untied the tyrannical song sword and gently held it in his hand. At this time, the sword was covered with ripples. The 10 million weight was not hidden at all. Layers upon layers of pressure pressed down on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to sink. Ever since he had dripped his blood on the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling had been able to freely control the weight of the tyrannical song sword. Naturally, he could also make the 10 million weight appear. Carrying the 10 million weight was also a kind of cultivation. It allowed Lin Ling's inner world to constantly awaken. To assist in cultivation, this was the second secret of the tyrannical song sword. The second day quietly arrived. The 7 profound martial houses proud son of heaven list semifinals had finally begun. Early in the morning, the 7 profound martial house was incomparably lively. All of the major forces had gathered, and even the martial house masters of the 7 major martial halls had arrived. Although the semi-finals were not as sensational as the finals, it also meant that in the semi-finals, there would be many proud sons of heaven that would step into the finals. Furthermore, that dark horse prodigy might even appear in the 100 Regions Prodigy competition that was held once every 5 years. Even the Palace Master is here, and so are the experts from the 5 great ancient kingdoms. There weren't so many experts in the previous semi-finals of the ancient Dao Martial Arts Palace. They're all here to see the second dream. It's said that many people are curious about the second dream's imperial body. The crowd was incomparably expectant. In their eyes, a massive martial stage floated in the 7 profound martial house. This martial stage was very large, just like an island. The rumbling sound was deafening. The martial dais appeared. Many people looked up at the martial stage, especially the ordinary proud sons of heaven. They were looking forward to the day when they would also have the opportunity to step onto such a martial stage. The 7 profound martial house semifinals have begun. The participants are the proud sons of heaven that are ranked below 100 on the 7 profound martial houses proud son of heaven list. The minimum strength requirement is the middle royal spirit realm, and you are qualified to step onto the 10,000-foot platform. An ancient voice sounded out, shaking the hearts of everyone. The semi-finals were also a great competition to determine the ranking of the proud son of heaven list. Here one could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, break into the top 100, and step into the circle of top proud sons of heaven. Or one could be surpassed by others, and lose their pride and dignity. In the 7 profound martial house, countless proud sons of heaven's eyes narrowed, their fighting spirit boiling. As for the proud sons of heaven that were watching, their hearts surged. Once upon a time, they had also had such a martial stage. Once upon a time, they had also strived for such a martial stage. The second dream has come out. How beautiful! At this moment, the first figure flew towards the martial stage in the sky. Her long black dress was like a peony flower in broad daylight, filled with a sacred and inviolable flavor, causing a massive number of youths to look up at her. Although the second dream had been slapped 3 times by Lin Ling, and was no longer as sacred and noble as before, It was undeniable that she had the martial housemaster backing her. She was still the most dazzling existence in the semi-finals. Bang! As the second dream neared the martial stage, endless flames spewed out from beneath the martial stage. There was also a massive amount of thunder and lightning. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it were tempering the martial stage. The first test has appeared. The crowd's pupils shrank. The semi-finals were not as simple as a single arena tournament. At the beginning there was also a test. After all, this was a great competition that was highly anticipated. If some weak people were allowed to go on stage, that would be a disgrace. Thus, the first test was to determine the qualifications of the proud sons of heaven. The flames were the 7 profound flames, and the thunder was the 9 earths heavenly thunder. They would be able to eliminate the weak from the martial stage. Pah! The second dream gently extended her hand. Endless black light bloomed and enveloped her entire body. It was as if she had disappeared into the night sky. Then, she stepped onto the martial stage. The first proud son of heaven had appeared on the lofty platform. It was the second dream. She had obtained the qualifications. Amazing! She has obtained the qualifications so smoothly. The crowd was full of praises. It's my turn. The second figure appeared. It was young Master Tang of the 18 Princes. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He stepped on the imperial elixir fire and shot towards the lofty platform. The flames and thunder could not even get close to him. The second proud son of heaven to obtain the qualifications had appeared. Both of them had illustrious reputations. They deserved to be recognized. I'm the third. At the same time, the other proud sons of heaven flew up one after another. Now that it was their turn to shine, they naturally did not want to be outdone. However, while some succeeded in ascending the lofty platform, some failed. They were burned to death by the 7 profound flames, and some were blasted to smithereens by the 9 earths heavenly thunder. To ascend the stage, one needed to have a certain level of strength. If one did not know his own strength, he could not blame anyone if he died. How terrifying! It seems like it's not easy to become a dazzling proud son of heaven. Some of the weaker proud sons of heaven trembled with fear and gave up on ascending the lofty platform. There are about 150 participating geniuses this year. However, more than 30 have been eliminated from the lofty platform. In the distance, the chief of the sky-bearing house smiled faintly. Ascending the lofty platform was the focus of everyone's attention. However, it was also half a step into the land of death. Without courage, one would not dare to ascend the lofty platform. Courage was also one of the essential qualities of a proud son of heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Colorful and dazzling, the remaining proud sons of heaven continued to ascend the lofty platform one after another. They did not lack courage. Lin Ling, time is almost up. Go. At a corner of the vast lofty platform, Elder Jian and the others looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling was about to ascend the lofty platform. They did not think that the lofty platform would be able to stop Lin Ling. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head. With a move of his feet, he shot towards the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head and shot towards the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. Chapter 844. 120 Proud Children of Heaven. Regarding Lin Ling's name, there was no one in the rainforest Holy Land that didn't know of him. It was said that this boy was extremely arrogant. He had even dared to destroy the second dream, and had even challenged the second dream in the semifinals. But now, did he have the corresponding strength to be arrogant? That is Lin Ling. Not bad. He is neither arrogant nor humble. He is also a good seedling. But looking at his movement and aura, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. the Martial House Master of Howling Sky Academy said as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's aura seemed very ordinary. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't have anything dazzling about him. The only thing that left a deep impression on others was that he was calm and steady. But his speed wasn't fast and his aura wasn't strong. This made some people doubt his strength. No way, when the ninth earthly heavenly thunder blasted towards Lin Ling, he actually almost couldn't avoid it. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. In their eyes, Lin Ling flew towards the 100,000-foot stage, but facing the test of the 7 profound flame and 9th earthly heavenly thunder, he almost couldn't avoid it. His strength was weaker than they had imagined. The proud children of heaven that had ascended the martial stage also narrowed their eyes. In the past, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. They thought that he would have some strength, but now he seemed very ordinary. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and now he was at the Late Emperor Spirit Realm. His strength really wasn't enough. Pang! Finally, under everyone's eyes, Lin Ling smoothly ascended the 100,000-foot stage. As he stepped onto the martial stage, he faintly smiled and ignored the disdainful gazes around him. Instead, he walked into the crowd of proud children of heaven. Mad God Lin Ling? He really can only be arrogant in front of weak children of heaven. Some of the proud children of heaven secretly thought. However, the crowd didn't notice that Lin Ling's footsteps left faint footprints on the solid platform. This meant that when Lin Ling was flying in the air, he was carrying 10 million pounds of weight. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. The 10 million weight came from the Tyrant Song sword, and it had to fly into the sky. Along the way, it had to avoid the 7 profound flames and the 9 earth's heavenly lightning. Being able to reach the martial platform was already terrifying enough. Unfortunately, no one saw this point. Everyone thought that it was very difficult for Lin Ling to reach the martial platform and that his strength was undeserved. Only the second dream frowned. Based on her understanding of Lin Ling should not be this weak. However, she could not tell what Lin Ling was hiding. Perhaps she was overthinking things. Dong! An ancient bell rang, signaling the end of time. A total of 120 sky prides are participating. An ancient voice sounded. The ancient voice sounded out. Originally, the 7 profound martial house had 150 proud sons of heaven participating. But in the first round of assessment, more than 30 had been eliminated, and 10 had died. Of course, no one cared about the dead proud sons of heaven. After all, whether or not they wanted to participate was their own freedom. So if they had overestimated their strength and entered the competition and died, then they couldn't blame anyone. 120 figures quietly stood on the 100,000-foot stage. Like the name of the martial platform, they bloomed with a dazzling light, making countless people look up at them. The second dream, young Master Tang. The crowd's eyes fell on the most dazzling existences of the 120. It wouldn't be difficult for those two to break into the circle of top proud children of heaven. The circle of top proud children of heaven was the circle of those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. To be able to enter that circle was glory and pride. They also had the qualifications to compete with the other top proud children of heaven. Besides the second dream and young Master Tang, everyone else's chances aren't small. Many people's eyes swept around and saw Lin Ling, but they automatically ignored him. Not long ago, when Lin Ling had scraped the second dream, he had been incomparably domineering and had displayed a formidable talent. Unfortunately, talent was talent, strength was strength. The current Lin Ling was indeed a bit weak. So naturally, the crowd chose to ignore Lin Ling. And on the 100,000-foot stage, the 120 sky prides were also looking at each other. After all, they were all rivals, competing for a place on the proud son of heaven list. You're too weak. I advise you to leave on your own, lest you bring shame to yourself. Beside Lin Ling, one of the sky prides lightly said as he looked at Lin Ling. He was ranked 150 on the proud son of heaven list, and he had heard of Lin Ling's achievements. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm genius and was ranked 200. Afterwards, he had scraped the second dream. But at that time, what he had displayed was talent, so it wasn't considered strength. So when facing Lin Ling, he had the right to be proud. It's none of your business. Lin Ling looked at the sky prides indifferently and said coldly. The sky pride's eyes narrowed and a wave of anger surged in his heart. Lin Ling couldn't see through himself. In the upcoming competition, I hope you don't meet me. The Sky Prides coldly said. You're crazy. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. He didn't even look at the Sky Prides. His gaze landed on the second dream, who was not far away, and the smile on his face deepened. It was a cold smile. The second battle of revenge was finally about to begin. The second dream also looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with a cold light. She was incomparably looking forward to the next battle. She wanted to return the humiliation she had suffered in the past 10 times over. Of course, it was hard to say whether or not Lin Ling would be able to stand in front of her. Young Master Tang also glanced at Lin Ling. Before, in the Dragon Pavilion, Lin Ling had displayed a strength that was not weak. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was only a... He had used all of his strength to climb up the 100,000-foot platform, so his strength shouldn't be too great. 120 Sky Prides have obtained the qualifications. But according to the rules, all Sky Prides below the top 100 have the opportunity to challenge them and seize their qualifications. At this moment, the ancient voice once again sounded out in the sky, causing Lin Ling's pupils to narrow. Others could seize their qualifications? But the others were accustomed to this. Only they knew that this was indeed the rule of the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list. After all, climbing up the 100,000-foot platform did not mean everything. Some Sky Pride's movement techniques were weak, and it was not impossible for them to fail on the 100,000-foot platform. Therefore, the 7 Profound Martial House would give them a chance to challenge the Sky Prides on the platform and seize their qualifications. Of course, the 7 Profound Martial House was also very fair. If a challenger wanted to seize their qualifications, they would first have to withstand 3 moves from their opponent. After all, their opponent had ascended the 100,000-foot platform, so they naturally had priority. Otherwise, if they did not ascend the 100,000-foot platform and challenge the Sky Prides below, wouldn't that be very advantageous? Of the 120 Sky Prides on the platform, others can challenge them twice. Moreover, the challenger cannot blame others for their deaths. The ancient voice sounded out again. If a challenger overestimated their strength and was obliterated, then they could not blame others. But those who accepted the challenge did not need to. If they admitted defeat, then they did not need to die. This was also one of the advantages of ascending the 100,000-foot platform. The crowd began to talk. Those Sky Prides that had failed stared at the 120 Sky Prides. They still had a chance, so they would not miss it. Among those 120 Sky Prides, there were definitely some who were weak. For instance, a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Pride. Lin Ling is one of them. Lai Qing is also one, and there is also He Tian Ping. These Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Prides should be the weakest. Chapter 845. A Soft Persimmon? I'll go first. I challenge Lai Qing. On the ground, a figure rose from the ground and shot up into the sky. The flames and lightning around the 100,000-foot stage also disappeared, allowing him to easily land on the martial stage. This person was obviously not proficient in movement techniques, so he had been waiting below the martial stage, waiting to take advantage of the geniuses on the martial stage. Challenging me? To make an example out of you, I'll definitely kill you. The genius named Lai Qing said coldly. His heart was burning with anger. The fact that his opponent had challenged him in front of so many people meant that he was the weakest, and it had humiliated him. You're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're not qualified. The challenger was not afraid at all, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The 10,000 zhong platform was very large. The others came to the edge of the martial platform and watched quietly. Lin Ling glanced over and was not very interested. Both sides were too weak and did not enter his eyes. Moreover, he could see that Lai Qing was about to lose. Rumble. Sure enough, Lai Qing was defeated by the challenger. The challenger's movement techniques were weak, but his attacks were powerful. 60% true intent of martial arts. Amazing. The crowd was shocked. The first challenger had succeeded. My turn. Then, the second challenger stepped onto the stage. His gaze swept across the 120 geniuses, and the crowd was filled with anticipation. Who would he challenge? Currently, Lin Ling is the weakest, but Lin Ling is also the most mysterious. For safety's sake, I'll challenge an opponent I'm familiar with. Who you? Accept my challenge. The challenger finally chose his opponent. His opponent was a relatively low-profile genius. After hearing the challenge, he slowly stepped forward and said, "You're going to die." Then, a powerful aura erupted. The genius was actually at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He had been hiding his strength. Oh no! The challenger was shocked. He wanted to give up, but it was too late. He was killed by the genius. Those who dared to challenge others had to be prepared to die. After all, the geniuses who had stepped onto the stage had also gone through the trials of the 7 mystical flames and lightning. Sometimes the world was fair. The first challenger has died. Many people were secretly shocked, but they did not think much of it. Instead, they were looking forward to the next challenger. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, 2 figures leaped from the ground and turned into streaks of light, appearing on the stage. These 2 geniuses seemed to be in a hurry, and were trying to seize the opportunity to fight. That was why they appeared on the stage. They knew that many geniuses among the 120 geniuses were the strongest, and there were only a few weak geniuses. If they missed the opportunity, they would benefit from the others. However, these 2 geniuses, who were they going on the stage? Many people became curious. The 2 people turned their gazes, and without any hesitation, they said at the same time, "Lin Ling." No way, they're all challenging Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. The 2 of them did not seem to want to miss out on the weakest opponent, so they chose Lin Ling as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Of course, on the surface, Lin Ling was indeed the weakest. Me. Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect himself to be so popular. 2 people wanted to challenge him at the same time. Did he really look like a pushover? You 2 seem to be in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Don't you know that I'm invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm after defeating the top 200 geniuses? Lin Ling asked doubtfully. Haha, are you trying to scare us? The 2 of them exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter at the same time. I know that you've defeated the dark horse of the prodigy ranking, Lightning Lord Ing, and that you're invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, that was a few months ago. For a prodigy, a few months is more than enough time for them to grow stronger. Lin Ling shook his head. Was he trying to scare them? He said coldly, "You might die if you challenge me. Why would you be afraid of death if you dare to come up here? Besides, you don't have the strength. You'll be humiliated by me." Haha, mad god Lin Ling. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. It'll be satisfying to humiliate you. One of them said disdainfully. I'm a supporter of the second dream. You've blasphemed her. So, even if you didn't come up here today, I would still teach you a lesson. The other person said coldly. He looked at the second dream as if he wanted to get her attention. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. If they wanted to die, so be it. Only one of you can go up. If Lin Ling wins, the second person can continue to challenge. Who will go first? The ancient voice sounded again. It was Elder Dao's voice. He was the host of the semi-finals. The 2 of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. After all, they came together. There was no way to tell who would go first. No need to split. Both of you can go together. All right. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. The 2 of them narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling seemed to want to fight both of them at the same time. How arrogant. Although Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, that was in the preliminary round, not now. I can't see myself clearly. Host Elder, if the 2 of us can't control our strength and kill Lin Ling, will we be disqualified? One of them said coldly. He wanted to show off in front of the second dream, but Lin Ling looked down on him. We won't be disqualified. All right. Before Elder Dao could say anything, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. All right, Lin Ling, don't blame us. All right. The second dream. He slapped you 3 times. I'll slap him 10 times for you. Yes. The 2 of them spoke, making the crowd look forward to the battle. The 2 of them were in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and were quite strong. They were confident that Lin Ling would be able to fight both of them. Would it be an exciting battle? All right. If you can defeat Lin Ling, I promise to watch the sunset with you. Yes. At the same time, the second dream's calm voice sounded from the battle stage. Her face was expressionless. She also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through this battle. Thank you. Yes. The chosen who was secretly in love with second dream couldn't help but be delighted. His fighting spirit soared as he stepped forward. According to the rules, the challenger has to face 3 attacks from you. Hurry up and use those 3 attacks. When it's over, I'm going to humiliate you. Yes. The other person sneered and stepped forward, standing proudly in front of Lin Ling Bang. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He stepped forward and threw out a punch. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy or martial intent. Those who saw Lin Ling fight for the first time shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't live up to his reputation. Too weak. Before the punch even reached one of them, that person shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling was weaker than he thought. He had dozens of ways to dodge the punch and hundreds of ways to block it. If the challenger didn't have to give him 3 moves, he could easily defeat Lin Ling. Chapter 846. The second round bang. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's fist easily landed on the man's stomach. Time seemed to have stopped. Many people were unable to take their eyes off the scene, not knowing what had happened. However, in the next moment, with a boom, the man's body exploded and turned into dust. It was as if he had been hit by a battering ram. What? The crowd's eyes widened. What a terrifying fist. The other challenger's pupils shrank. The previous challenger's strength was similar to his, but he hadn't been able to block a single punch. If he had been the one to block it, the result would have been the same. Lin Ling was too mysterious. He seemed to be at the Middle Emperor spirit realm, but he seemed to have a strength that he couldn't understand. Retreat! He roared in his heart. He no longer had the will to fight. However, it was too late to retreat now. Lin Ling took a step forward, leaving a footprint on the ground of the martial arts platform. Then, he swung his palm out like a shadow. Pa! As if he had been blown away by a strong wind, the challenger flew backwards and crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was a terrifying slap, full of strength. In order to obtain the attention of the second dream, you want to slap me 3 times? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. He stepped forwards and appeared on top of the man. He grabbed him and slapped him again. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. A massive amount of teeth and blood flew out from his nose, causing the hearts of those below to fiercely tremble. Especially the disciples of the 7 profound martial house. It was as if they had seen the return of the mad god Lin Ling. It had to be known that after Lin Ling had stepped onto the martial stage, because he had been too low-key, they had all thought that Lin Ling's good days had come to an end. But now, that frivolous figure had appeared in their hearts once again. If they wanted to humiliate that figure, they would have to pay the price. You said that I was trying to intimidate you. My strength was very strong several months ago, but now I am no longer your match. Then let me ask you, where did your teeth and blood come from? Pa! With another slap, the challenger was rendered speechless and unable to resist. Slap me 3 times? I'll slap you 10 times. Pa pa pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out on the stage, causing the 120 geniuses on the stage to furrow their brows. This Lin Ling was stronger than they'd expected. It was likely that there would be few who could match him in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You want to humiliate me so that you can watch the sunset as promised by the second dream? Pa! With the final slap, the challenger seemed to have been struck by a terrifying gust of wind. His entire body exploded, turning into dust. One had to know that this was Lin Ling's 10 million points of strength eruption. It was comparable to the damage brought about by martial intent. How could those 2 people block it? At this point, the 2 geniuses who challenged Lin Ling were dead. Moreover, the 2 of them were challenging him together. The crowd was silent. This result was beyond their expectations. After all, if Lin Ling won with all his strength, they would not be surprised. However, Lin Ling seemed to have relied on some strange power to defeat his opponent. This was something that no one could have imagined. Moreover, all of this was very ironic. Those 2 thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and the easiest to bully, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Physical strength. It seems to be the martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land. The Rainforest Holy Land has geniuses who cultivate the physical body. This is really rare. In the distance, The various martial arts palaces' palace masters were indifferently commenting. With their experience, they could naturally see that Lin Ling was able to win because of his physical strength. Of course, they were not able to clearly see the extent of his physical strength. After all, the distance was too far, and Lin Ling did not erupt with his full strength. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, this was the rainforest Holy Land. They had always disdained the cultivation methods of the Water Moon Holy Land. Moreover, they guessed that Lin Ling might have luckily obtained an incomplete cultivation method and cultivated his physical body, temporarily increasing his strength. Unfortunately, to cultivate the physical body, one must first have a strong physical foundation, such as a Xianxia body. Secondly, one must have a powerful cultivation method. To cultivate the physical body halfway, this kind of martial arts path would not go far. It was a pity that they did not know that Lin Ling already had a strong physical foundation. Moreover, he had the powerful physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect, the Xiantian Qi technique. In fact, in the Rainforest Holy Land, there are also people who cultivate the physical body. However, because there is no follow-up cultivation method, it is strenuous and unrewarding. In the end, they chose to give up. Lin Ling is so silly to waste time cultivating the physical body. He doesn't even know that it is superfluous. The second dream looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd was thinking and walked back slowly. Now that Lin Ling had challenged two challengers at the same time, no one could challenge him anymore. His qualifications had been confirmed. After that, the geniuses continued to step onto the stage and challenge their opponents. After a full 2 hours, the challenges finally ended. The first round of assessment has ended. The number of participants remains the same. Next up is the second round of assessment. The ancient voice sounded again. The 120 participating geniuses had to go through assessment and elimination. The winners would move forward, while the losers would be ranked according to their ranking. The second round of assessment is a test of attack, defense, and movement. The ancient voice sounded out again. Attack, defense, and movement were the necessary advantages of a chosen genius. Although they did not represent the complete strength of a chosen genius, they were still able to objectively determine whether or not a chosen genius had the qualifications to enter the proud Son of Heaven role. The Seven Profound Martial House was a martial arts palace. They focused on cultivating chosen geniuses, and naturally valued the advantages of a chosen genius. In fact, the other martial arts palaces were also like this. The Proud Son of Heaven role preliminaries and semifinals all had such assessments. A chosen genius, no matter how high their cultivation is, if their attack is weak, their defense is weak, and their movement is slow, then they are not qualified to be a chosen genius. In the past, in the semifinals of our Howling Sky Academy's Proud Son of Heaven role, there was once a chosen genius who scored full marks in all 3 assessments. In the Seven Profound Martial House, besides the second dream, I fear that no one else will be able to achieve full marks. The crowd was filled with anticipation. The semi-finals were becoming more and more exciting. In the 7 martial arts palaces, the chosen geniuses were cheering again and again, cheering for the chosen geniuses that they favored. Of course, most of them supported the second dream. After all, a beautiful young girl was attractive, and with her formidable strength, she was even more attractive. Besides the second dream, young Master Tang also had many supporters. Most of them were young girls. These 2 people were the most qualified to obtain full marks in all 3 assessments. Lin Ling, you can do it. Lin Ling naturally had his own supporters. Besides the Fire Ancient Clan and Old Sword, there were many people from the Ancient Dao Martial Palace who supported him. The most outstanding of them all was the Heavenly Concubine. The Heavenly Concubine naturally would not make a mistake in the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Martial House. Junior Apprentice Sister, that Lin Ling of yours will not lose in the second round. He will at least make it to the third round. On the side, Yang Gon smiled as he looked ahead. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was lower than his, Lin Ling always gave him a mysterious feeling. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength might be below young Master Tang's, but it wouldn't be by much. He definitely won't lose. The Heavenly Concubine had a deep confidence in Lin Ling. Besides the Ancient Dao Martial Palace, there were also many young girls from the other martial arts palaces that supported Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had taken the second dream from them, and that frivolous shadow had been left in their hearts. Chapter 847. True Intent Puppet, The Second Dream, I Will Surpass You. Tang Tianshu stood amongst the 120 sky prides. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the second dream. His eyes were filled with boundless battle intent and pride. Among all the sky prides, his only opponent was the second dream. The rest were all ants and mediocre. The crowd's hearts trembled when they heard those words. As expected of the 18th prince, Tang Tianshu. He was so arrogant that it seemed like he wanted to surpass the second dream. If he could surpass the second dream, perhaps young Master Tang would be able to attract the attention of the second dream. However, while many people were looking at the second dream looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, don't lose in the second round." What? Many people were shocked. The second dream seemed to value Lin Ling a lot. However, this was normal. Lin Ling had destroyed the second dream in the past, causing the second dream to lose face. Today, the second dream naturally wanted to avenge itself. However, could Lin Ling reach the level of the second dream? Although Lin Ling had easily defeated two sky prides, those two were only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky prides. Now, Lin Ling was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. I will not lose here. I will still give you 3 slaps. Lin Ling said softly in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Ling seemed to think that he would be facing the second dream in the end. Moreover, he was going to destroy the second dream again. If that was the case, the second dream would lose face. Arrogant as always. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. The 120 sky prides had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had stolen their limelight and turned them into supporting characters. Among them, young Master Tang was the angriest. He proudly told the second dream that he would surpass the second dream. However, the second dream ignored him and spoke to Lin Ling instead. This was a great humiliation. Lin Ling, you are just a piece of trash. Arrogant without strength. Be careful not to humiliate yourself. Tang Tianshu said coldly to Lin Ling, You better not meet me, or you will die. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Today, he had come for the second dream. However, Tang Tianshu had overestimated himself and taught him a lesson. In addition to the grudge between him and Tang Tianshu, there was no need for him to show any mercy. As long as he saw him, he would kill. Tang Tianshu angrily roared. Lin Ling's words were light and carefree, as if he could kill him as easily as killing a dog. This sort of contempt made him feel even more uncomfortable. What qualifications did a trash at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm have to say such words? The Purgatory Channel has opened. All participants, enter. Remember, the test will be life-threatening. If you do not dare, you may forfeit now. At this moment, Elder Dao's cold and emotionless voice sounded out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, above the 100,000-foot-high stage, a pitch-black channel appeared. It seemed to lead to the depths of hell. Incomparably mysterious. All participating sky prides, step into the Purgatory Channel. The vast voice was like a bell announcing the start of the battle. It rang out once more. The 120 sky prides proudly looked at the pitch-black channel and proudly strode in. Many of them would be eliminated, and some would rise, but they had confidence in themselves. The Purgatory Channel, the back garden of the 7 profound martial houses, first-generation martial house master. There are many mysterious and strange things inside. Outside the stage, the eyes of the experts from various factions shimmered. Furthermore, more and more people were arriving. Even the 4 desolate races had people secretly arriving. No one even knew that in the churning dark clouds in the sky, there was a mysterious eye watching. The powerhouses were all looking forward to seeing how many geniuses would rise, and how their names would shake the rainforest Holy Land in the future. There was an ancient saying that one should not bully a poor youth. Although these sky prides had not yet reached their heights, no one could guarantee that they would not surpass them in the future. Not only that, but those peak Emperor Spirit Realm sky prides also had dignified expressions. Each new generation would surpass the previous. Of the 120 sky prides, many of them would step into their circle. The test begin. A voice sounded out in the sky. The clouds billowed, and the scene of the Purgatory Channel appeared. There were 120 sky prides standing there, and in front of them was a channel that was like a void, full of mysteries. All participating sky prides must reach the end within an incense stick of time. The rules appeared at the same time. Of course, everyone knew that this was not as simple as it seemed. The true meaning puppet is about to appear? Someone said with a dignified expression. The true meaning puppet was said to be a mystical object that the 7 profound martial house's first-generation martial house master had brought back from the outside. It was a kind of wooden puppet that was as hard as iron. What was most shocking was that these wooden puppets possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. "I'll go first." Under countless eyes, the second dream's proud voice sounded out. She knew that today, all the martial house masters of the major martial arts halls had come to see her. Therefore, she naturally had to seize the glory of being first. After that, she stepped into the spatial passageway. Ka-ka-ka. At the same time, there was a sound that made one's heart tremble with fear. Tall, ancient wooden puppets appeared. They were purple in color and emitted a sharp light. They seemed to have a spirit of their own as they threw themselves at the second dream. A true meaning puppet's strength is at the late Emperor spirit realm, and it also possesses the true meaning of a martial artist. I fear that even an ordinary late Emperor spirit realm martial artist would not be a match for it. Some powerful martial artists muttered to themselves, their complexions dignified. A true meaning puppet wasn't terrifying, but there was more than one in this examination. This meant that the second dream would have to face a massive number of late Emperor spirit realm masters, and also masters that possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. What is the second dream doing? Someone asked as they looked at the void channel in the sky. They saw the second dream quietly standing there, motionless like a goddess from the highest heavens. If she doesn't hurry through the channel, then more and more true meaning puppets will appear. The top proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house all had dignified expressions. They didn't understand what the second dream was doing. In the past, when they had gone through the examination, most of them had quickly passed through the channel, not like the second dream. Night! At this moment, a billowing pitch-black color filled the air, as if night had fallen. This deep black was even thicker than the void, and all light was sucked in. The second dream's talent king body. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They had finally seen the second dream's talent king body. It was night. It was truly mysterious. Chi-chi. After all the true meaning puppets touched the dark night, they began to corrode. The second dream was like a goddess descending from the heavens. Her long black dress fluttered in the air, sacred and dignified, pure and noble. The second dream has passed. In an incense stick of time, she has cut down 3,999 true meaning puppets. At this moment, Old Saber's dignified voice sounded out. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. 3,999. This meant that Second Dream had annihilated over 3,000 experts at the advanced stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm with a single attack. That was an extremely terrifying strength. Tianlin, this is the first record of the 7 profound martial house. Chapter 848. Terrifying results. Hee, forget it. Tianlin said proudly as he sipped his tea. Today was his disciple's stage. Not only was his disciple going to break the record, he was going to make a name for himself in the rainforest's sacred land. The second person, Tong Qianjun. Elder Dao's voice rang out again. The second genius stepped out. Although the test was done one by one, each test only took an incense stick's worth of time. Thus, the entire process wasn't that long. True meaning of 100 years. The genius wasn't weak. He stepped out and released his true meaning of martial. It was a 50% true meaning of martial. He wasn't as carefree as the second dream, waiting for the true meaning puppets to arrive. Instead, he stepped into the void tunnel and sprinted madly, trying to reach the end as soon as possible. Ka. However, more and more true meaning puppets appeared in the void tunnel, causing him to run out of spiritual chi. In the end, he was defeated and ran in the opposite direction. After all, if he didn't run, he would be surrounded and killed by the true meaning puppets. Although the true meaning puppet's true meaning of martial wasn't as strong as his, there were too many of them. His true meaning of martial couldn't hold on. This person failed. Many people shook their heads. This was the reason for his unstable foundation. If that person's foundation was stable, how could he run out of spiritual chi? After that, one after another, the geniuses stepped onto the stage. Some of them failed, and some of them even died in the spatial passageway. However, many of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses managed to pass. They looked at the geniuses who had failed with disdainful smiles on their faces. Whether one was a dragon or a snake, the test would determine everything. 3,999? I'll surpass her. Not long after, it was Tang Tianshu's turn. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with arrogance. The appearance of the Emperor Elixir Fire made him look like the Fire Emperor. This made many people look forward to him. After all, he was the strongest genius below the second dream. Until the end of time. Boom! Terrifying flames bloomed, filling the entire tunnel with golden flames. Many strong cultivators narrowed their eyes. What a powerful true meaning of fire. This kid was indeed worthy of the title of 18 Young Masters. Whoosh! Soon, the incense sticks time was up. Tang Tianshu rushed to the end. 3,124 true meaning puppets. Not long after, Elder Dao announced the results, which made many people gasp. Although it was not as dazzling as the results of the second dream, it was still enough to crush all the geniuses. On the other side, the people from the Great Tang Empire also laughed proudly. These were the heavenly geniuses of their ancient country. Is that all? Tang Tianshu shook his head in dissatisfaction. He was still one step away from the miracle of the second dream, but then he smiled again. At least for now, he was ranked second. His gaze passed through the void passageway and looked at the remaining prodigies. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Lin Ling, don't die under the true intent puppet. Now that he had obtained the results he was proud of, he wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be proud of in front of him. The remaining geniuses went through the test one after another. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn. The spectators were in an uproar. So far, none of the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses had passed. All of them had failed. Would Lin Ling be the first? He's at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. He can fight against a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but if he's fighting against thousands of true intent puppets at the same time, he'll definitely lose. Some people were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. On the other hand, those who supported Lin Ling were incomparably nervous. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he stepped into the void passageway. At the same time, Elder Dao's voice sounded, "Lin Ling, if you can't win, quickly leave the void passageway." Although Elder Dao gave off a cold and emotionless feeling, he still reminded Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. He immediately nodded and said, "Thank you, Elder Dao." With that, he stepped into the void passageway. Ka. A large number of true meaning puppets appeared, densely packed and intimidating. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see what capabilities Lin Ling had to face the true meaning puppets. However, in the void passageway, Lin Ling still stood there quietly. He did not prepare any powerful martial arts. Instead, he took out the large sword on his back. This kid is crazy. Is he trying to learn the second dream? Many people were shocked. The second dream had been like this before, waiting for the arrival of the true meaning puppets. Lin Ling was the same. However, was Lin Ling qualified to compete with the second dream? He's moving. At this moment, someone exclaimed. In the void passageway, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He did not run, nor did he use any martial arts. He simply held his large sword and walked forward proudly. That figure in blue and white robes had an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. Countless people held their breaths. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Was he courting death? Ka. But soon, a large number of true meaning puppets drowned Lin Ling. There were too many of them, densely packed, like a sea of puppets. He's dead. He's surrounded in the middle and has no strength to fight back. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Lin Ling was drowned by the true meaning puppets. No matter how strong he was, he would die. After all, the second dream did not dare to be drowned by the true meaning puppets. Instead, it used its strongest trump card before the true meaning puppets arrived. That's all you've got? Tang Tianshu sneered with disdain, his heart filled with gratitude. Shwa! Right at this moment, there was a sudden change in the group of true intent puppets. A sword with a domineering and majestic aura slashed out horizontally. Wherever it passed, wood splinters flew everywhere. Those true intent puppets were all slashed apart. It felt as though the true intent puppets weren't humans but demonic beasts. What? The crowd went silent. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? Xiao. Within the void passageway, the great sword was so majestic that none of the true meaning puppets could block it. Within the endless sea of puppets, a man and a sword quietly appeared. Just like that, he gripped the sword and walked towards the end step by step. He still did not run wildly, nor did he use any movement techniques. He just walked forward proudly. When the true meaning puppets arrived, they were all killed with a single sword. He didn't use his king physique or true meaning martial intent. He relied on that sword. That sword is a little strange. The eyes of the experts from the various halls widened. Lin Ling could be considered the most relaxed person in the true meaning puppets assessment. That calmness was enough to give all the geniuses a slap in the face. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. Lin Ling pass. Killed 31-27 true meaning puppets. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out in the sky. Lin Ling had become the first Emperor Spirit Realm genius to pass the assessment, and 3 more than Tang Tianshu. He was currently in second place. The experts outside still felt that this was a dream. After all, Lin Ling had passed too easily. Impossible. Tang Tianshu roared with unwillingness. Previously, he was arrogant and complacent, thinking that he was the #1 genius below the second dream. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would emerge as a dark horse and surpass him? This was like a resounding slap to his face. Moreover, anyone could see that Lin Ling could have killed even more true meaning puppets because Lin Ling had reached the end before an incense stick's time was up. If he waited longer like the second dream, he might even surpass the second dream. Lin Ling's result was terrifying. Chapter 849. Misty Ripple Mountain Test. Did his strength come from that sword? It must be a spiritual weapon. The second dream was also shocked, but she stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. She guessed that Lin Ling had passed so calmly because of that sword. However, her guess was right. Lin Ling had not used his full strength before. He had relied on his physical strength of 10 million and the tyrannical song sword's strength of 10 million to pass easily. Wait, host, this is not fair. We think that Lin Ling should be disqualified. After all, he passed with his sword. Yes. Many of the eliminated geniuses said unwillingly. Lin Ling had passed with his sword. How could they be willing to accept that? Evaluating the strength of geniuses, they have king physique, martial arts foundation, soul power, and weapons. Therefore, Lin Ling has passed. He deserves it. Elder Dao's expressionless voice sounded. It was ridiculous. These geniuses had used their weapons to face the true meaning puppet, but they did not say that they were not qualified. But Lin Ling had used his weapon to face the true meaning puppet, and because he had passed, they said that Lin Ling was not qualified. How ironic. But our weapons are not as powerful as his. Yes. There were still some geniuses who were unwilling to accept this. Get lost. Yes. Elder Dao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Many people outside also laughed. These geniuses who didn't pass were indeed very embarrassed. Was it because their weapons weren't as powerful as Lin Ling's, so they couldn't accept it? They could only blame themselves for not obtaining a powerful weapon. They could not blame anyone else. This time, 98 people have passed. Prepare for the test. Yes. Elder Dao's voice sounded, causing many to sigh. The second test was indeed difficult. More than 30 geniuses had been eliminated. Lin Ling, you have an unfair advantage. If not for that sword, you would not have been able to surpass me. Yes. Among the geniuses who had passed, Tang Tianshu and the others looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. That's right. Lin Ling. If you have the ability, don't use your sword. The other geniuses were naturally dissatisfied. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling slowly put the tyrant song on his back. He didn't even look at the other geniuses. His indifferent attitude caused the other geniuses to grit their teeth. Lin Ling was so hateful. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he had shone so brightly just now, humiliating them. Now, he even dared to mock them as trash. Next there will be movement techniques and defense. I hope you won't lose. The late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the semi-finals, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He didn't care at all. His goal this time was the second dream, so he didn't have the time to care about other people. However, if these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies pushed him too far, he wasn't afraid to fight them. Those who pass the test will pass through the Purgatory Passage and head to the Misty Wave Mountain. The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The 98 geniuses walked through the Purgatory Passage. The spectators' eyes flickered. The 98 geniuses had already been determined. They wondered how many of them would fail the speed test. Among them, the second dream was still above everyone's heads. Ironically, the second place was Lin Ling, the only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. That kid's sword was very mysterious, and his physical strength was also very strong. They wondered if he could pass the speed test. On an ancient mountain peak, 98 geniuses stood quietly. At this moment, they were standing at the peak of the clouds. White clouds drifted in the distance, creating a majestic scene.
Look, there's light over there.
Suddenly, someone pointed at the horizon. There was a large patch of clouds emitting a golden light. It was extremely extraordinary. Those who reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass. The ancient voice rang out. This was the speed test. Those who successfully reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass.
It's simple.
One of the geniuses was full of confidence. He stepped into the void and shot towards the Misty Wave Mountain. That's Zhang Ning. He has the Light King physique. He specializes in speed. The crowd cheered again and again. In their eyes, Zhang Ning's speed was as fast as light. It was obvious that he had cultivated the true intent of martial to the point of perfection. Just from this speed alone, they could see that Zhang Ning's strength was extraordinary. And judging by his speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the Misty Wave Mountain. Maybe he would get first place. Roar! 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 At this moment, demonic chi rolled out from the Misty Wave Mountain. A huge patch of white clouds rushed towards that genius. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a white cloud, but a large number of white beetles. The beetles' wings were white and their bodies were bright. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed. Moreover, those beetles were very fast. They wrapped around that genius and swallowed him whole in the blink of an eye. Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Beetles. I forgot that the Misty Wave Mountain is where the Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Beetles reside. Some of the spectators' pupils shrank, as if they had thought of something. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. What a terrifying monster insect! It was said that the Purgatory Channel and Misty Wave Mountain were brought back by the 7 profound martial house's first martial house master. If he could bring back such a mysterious and terrifying place, then his strength must have reached the heavens. There are so many of those insects. I fear that even a saint's spirit powerhouse wouldn't dare to face them. The faces of the geniuses on the mountain peak changed. One of them said with a dignified expression. Everyone glanced at him. This person was Yu Fanzi. He was ranked below young Master Tang, and many people even thought that he was slightly stronger than young Master Tang. It was just that this person was relatively low-key, so not many people knew of him. If it weren't for the fact that he had defeated a peak Emperor Spirit rank genius 2 months ago, no one would have known of him. Then how do we pass? Another genius asked from the side. This person was Zhong Lingshan, and his strength was incomparably formidable. He was an existence that none of the other geniuses dared to underestimate. Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Insect. It is a bloodthirsty insect, and it can change shape. It can drill into a person's body and swallow them. But it has a special characteristic, and that is that it relies on sensing spiritual energy to capture its prey. At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. It was the second dream. Many geniuses' eyes flashed. The second dream was truly worthy of being called the second dream. She seemed to know many things. The second dream? What do you mean? One of the geniuses looked at the second dream and respectfully asked. The second dream's black hair fluttered in the wind, and she wore a black cloak behind her. She looked like a woman, but she had a valiant aura. Without speaking, she took a step forward and shot forward. She's crazy. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Before, everyone had seen that rashly appearing in the sky would cause one to be swallowed up by the Misty Wave bloodthirsty insects. But now, the second dream was actually going to die. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Indeed, when those white clouds shrouded over, the Misty Wave bloodthirsty insects sensed the spiritual energy and came rolling over. At the same time, the second dream stopped in her tracks. Her delicate body sank, and she appeared on a mountain peak in front of her. Those misty wave bloodthirsty insects circled in the sky, but they gradually dispersed as if they didn't notice the second dream. I understand now. As long as we are not in the clouds, the misty wave bloodthirsty insects won't be able to detect us when we step on the ground. One of the genius's eyes flashed. The journey from here to the misty wave cloud was long, but there were many towering mountain peaks along the way. Then they could use the mountain peaks as a foothold. Chapter 850. Transcendence Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Ling, your sword is very powerful, but your movement techniques aren't. I look forward to seeing you die to the smoke bloodthirsty bugs. Tang Tianshu glanced at Lin Ling, then turned into a golden flame and shot forward as well. The other geniuses also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but his results were better than theirs. This made them jealous, but they could definitely stop Lin Ling here. After all, they had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to specialize in movement techniques. The semi-finals are for those at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're too weak. Just admit defeat. With that, the Sky Prides all shot forward. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He ignored them for the time being, but his eyes were still fixed on the front. Lin Ling, the smoke bloodthirsty bugs are hard to guard against. If you think you can't reach the finish line, just give up. You can participate in the semi-finals next time. After everyone left, a red-robed girl looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize that there was someone he knew in the semi-finals. Hong. She was the disciple of Elder Long Dan, the alchemist of Linglong Valley. Senior Sister Hong. Thank you. Lin Ling said with a smile. His heart felt warm. Because of the second dream, the others were hostile towards him. He was also very happy to see a friend. Then I'll go first. Go! Honger patted Lin Ling's shoulder and said valiantly. Then, she floated past and appeared on a mountain peak in front of him. Lin Ling smiled and didn't move forward. Instead, he used the Eye of Time. From here to the finish line, speed was the key. However, no matter how fast one was, they couldn't avoid encountering the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects. Therefore, the real key was those mountain peaks. Only by knowing where the mountain peaks were located could one reach the finish line faster. Wait, those mountains can move. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In the vast sea of clouds, the towering mountain peaks were moving. Some of the geniuses who had reached the front were unable to move forward because of the movement of the mountain peaks, causing them to lose their footing. Of course, there were also people who risked their lives and flew a long distance from the mountain peak they were on to the next mountain peak. And this depended on the sharpness of the movement technique and luck. If one's movement technique was sharp, they could safely reach the next mountain peak before the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. If one's luck was too bad, the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects would linger nearby. No matter how strong one's movement technique was, they would still fall. Another prodigy has fallen. The crowd looked at the scene on Misty Wave Mountain and sighed. Indeed, it was not easy to rise up in the vast rainforest Holy Land. As for the geniuses who had not fallen, they were trapped in the same place, quietly waiting for the moving mountain peaks to arrive. Among them, Honger was the same, as was Tang Tianshu and the rest. As for the second dream, she was still at the front, radiating a dazzling light. Obviously, her movement technique was not weak. In addition, there was another prodigy who was following closely behind. That person's movement technique was extremely powerful. That person's movement technique seemed to be able to cross the void. One moment one saw a shadow, the next moment, it disappeared. It was very strange. Moreover, that prodigy was a female. Although her appearance was not comparable to the second dream, she was still the center of attention. Her name was Shimen Chenshur. Indeed, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the semi-finals. All the prodigies have gone out, but Lin Ling doesn't seem to dare to move. Indeed, he has reached his limit. The crowd looked around and found that Lin Ling was still standing in the same place. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling. As for the Sword Elder and the rest, they were frowning. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling did not seem to be good at movement techniques. His strong point was his attack power. Trash. Tang Tianshu had already reached the first half. He turned around and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He could not help but smile proudly. In the previous attack assessment, Lin Ling was above him, which made him very unhappy. Now, he could finally hold his head high. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still motionless. He quietly looked at the mountain peak in front of him. The eye of time suddenly allowed him to understand the trajectory of the mountain peak. He even saw how the prodigies in the past reached the end. Trash like you should stop before you go too far. After a long time, a calm voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling seemed to be going out to battle. Moreover, he seemed to be saying that the prodigies in front of him were trash. Lin Ling, what arrogance! The crowd's faces stiffened. As for the prodigies in front of Lin Ling, their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling called them trash? Swoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward. What was surprising was that his speed was not fast at all. You dare to be arrogant with such speed? One of the prodigies couldn't help but coldly shout. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling rushed forward again, reaching the third mountain peak. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Many people looked at Lin Ling's figure, and their complexions suddenly became dignified. Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but the route he took was different. There were many mountain peaks and many footholds. Even if his speed was not fast, Lin Ling could still catch up with others. After all, although others were fast, they still needed to wait for the mountain peak to move in front of them. This would take time. Fierce, this boy's insight is incomparably terrifying. The martial house masters of the 7 martial halls praised. Lin Ling did not display any sharp movement martial arts, but he was able to see through the mysteries of heaven and see through the moving mountain peaks. This sort of alternative method of passing the assessment was enough to create the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house. Moreover, this also made many people wonder. Did the speed assessment have to be fast? Did one have to reach the late Emperor Spirit Realm? Bastard! The prodigies all roared. It was very ironic. They had sharp movement martial arts, but Lin Ling did not. Yet he was above their heads. This slap was still very loud. They couldn't help but think of Lin Ling's words. You trash should stop before you go too far. Trash. Looking at them now, they really were trash. This Lin Ling. Tang Tianshu's complexion was also incomparably ugly. He was one of the 18 young masters, but Lin Ling had repeatedly stolen his limelight, causing him to seethe with anger. Lin Ling has already rushed to the front. He's getting closer and closer to second place Shimin Chenshur. The crowd stared at that frivolous figure, their hearts filled with excitement. Would Lin Ling become the first prodigy to pass the speed assessment at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm? And if he keeps up his speed, it's not impossible for him to catch up to the second dream. Many people looked at the scene at Misty Wave Mountain, and then gasped in shock. The light that Lin Ling bloomed was too terrifying. No one could see through him. With me here, do you really think you can surpass me? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded not too far away from Lin Ling. It was Zhong Lingshan. This person was currently ranked 3rd, but Lin Ling was about to surpass him. But Lin Ling was someone he had met not too long ago. He had easily defeated Su Yikong, and had even used his status as an elder to force him to lower his noble head. But after thinking about it, he was furious. Lin Ling was just a piece of trash that used his status as an elder to show off. If they really fought, he could easily obliterate Lin Ling. Chapter 851. Seize the number 1 inch, get the hell down here. Zhong Lingshan's right hand stretched out in the air and suddenly grabbed a spear. He looked at the mountain peak where Lin Ling was and threw it. Rumble. The purpose of the long spear was very sinister. It wasn't aimed at Lin Ling, but at the mountain where Lin Ling was standing. This way, Lin Ling would stop in his tracks. Good. Many sky prides couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Zhong Lingshan also laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling's arrogant steps had been stopped by him. Haha, you dare to be arrogant in front of us. The other sky prides laughed and attacked from afar. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they could still cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. What right did he have to be arrogant in front of them? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't rely on his strength to suppress them, but on unorthodox methods. Therefore, they were even more dissatisfied. Boom! The mountain beneath Lin Ling's feet exploded, causing his eyes to turn cold. A trace of killing intent finally appeared. Today, his only goal was the second dream. He couldn't be bothered with the others. However, for the first time, a thick killing intent rose in his heart. Because he had kept a low profile, his opponents had gone too far. Because he had kept a low profile, the others thought that Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and wasn't strong at all. Therefore, they could bully him whenever they wanted. Most importantly, he had no enmity with these sky prides. Lin Ling. At this moment, a red figure flew over from afar. It was senior sister Honger. In order to help Lin Ling, she had risked her life to fly over from the smoke wave bloodthirsty insects. Then, she wrapped around Lin Ling and flew towards another mountain. The two of them finally landed safely on the mountain. What a lucky junior! Many geniuses coldly remarked. Although they had vented their anger earlier, they were still unhappy. Lin Ling was too lucky. If it wasn't for that red-robed girl, Lin Ling might have died to the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Ling's handsome face was ice cold. Sweeping his gaze across the geniuses on the various peaks, he nodded his head slightly. He would remember this grudge. Lin Ling, are you all right? From the side, Honger's voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to withdraw the killing intent in his heart. He smiled and nodded. In truth, even without senior apprentice sister Honger's help, he could have landed on another mountain peak before the misty wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. However, what he was grateful for was that senior apprentice sister Honger had risked her life to help him. Previously, he had been lucky. The route that senior apprentice sister Honger took didn't have any smoke wave bloodthirsty insects, but that didn't mean that he would be lucky every time. Thank you, Lin Ling said gratefully. However, Honger smiled and said, Master said to help you as much as possible in the semi-finals. In addition, you are from Nimble Valley, so I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Lin Ling nodded his head gratefully again. Nimble Valley was like this. They were very protective of their own people. As long as it was an alchemist from Nimble Valley, the two Xian elders would do their best to protect them. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. What should we do now? Honger looked at Lin Ling and asked. However, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were no more peaks in front of the mountain peak he was on. There was no path to go. Then, Lin Ling's eyes quietly changed. The eye of time appeared once again, and a smile appeared on his face. Although this mountain peak seemed isolated, there was actually a shortcut that led to the end. That shortcut required one to grasp the best timing. After all, those moving peaks would only move once. If one missed it, they would have to wait for several hours. Wait, Lin Ling said lightly. Honger's eyes flickered, but she still believed in Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. The second dream was still the closest to the smoke wave cloud. The others were also running with all their might. According to what they knew, the speed test had a time limit. The second dream is getting closer and closer. Many people stared at the goddess-like figure of the second dream and said, Hey, Lin Ling is also moving, but he's gone crazy. There's no mountain peak in front of him, but he's actually rushing forward. At the same time, someone looked at Lin Ling and Honger and said, then gasped. There were no peaks in front of Lin Ling. If he rushed forward recklessly, it would be easy for him to be surrounded by the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs and die. Haha, the time is getting closer and closer. So Lin Ling is fighting with his life on the line. Some people laughed with schadenfreude. However, at this moment, one of the peaks moved strangely, as if it was summoned by Lin Ling. It mysteriously appeared in front of Lin Ling and allowed Lin Ling to step on it. What? Everyone outside stood up. This was too strange. Were those peaks summoned by Lin Ling? It is not a summon, but Lin Ling seems to know that there will be peaks moving from that place. The martial arts palace master said with a serious expression. This Lin Ling was so mysterious. He stepped on that peak, but more and more peaks appeared in front of him. Blood. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling did not fail. With his tenacious character, he rose again. Moreover, there were many peaks in front of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to easily rush toward the smoke wave cloud with the woman in red. Lin Ling. Yes. The second dream was the closest to the smoke wave cloud at this moment. When she looked back, her eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling had caught up. The other geniuses also had ugly expressions. They had framed Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated. However, who knew that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass them again? His martial arts heart was incomparably tenacious. Pah! Finally, under countless gazes, Lin Ling stepped onto the golden smoke wave cloud with hunger. The second dream followed closely after him. However, her face was green and red. She had lost. In the speed test, she had lost to Lin Ling. In the attack test, Lin Ling was second. In the speed test, Lin Ling was first. What a result to be proud of. The crowd outside discussed animatedly. Some of the young girls were even moved. They looked at the young man on the golden clouds and a thought appeared in their minds. The king had returned. Powerful prodigies could be worshipped and admired, but prodigies who stood up from where they had fallen were the most admirable. Lin Ling had been framed and lost in the misty wave mountain. Everyone thought that he had lost his qualifications and had lost his will to fight. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass the second dream in one fell swoop?
Lin Ling, Lin Ling.
Many people began to cheer. No matter what, Lin Ling was the most mysterious dark horse in the semi-finals today. After a long time, the geniuses arrived at the smoke wave cloud one by one. Their faces were cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Ling had embarrassed them again. Lin Ling, congratulations on being first. Being first in the speed test will help you a lot in the next round. Yufanzi looked at Lin Ling and said. His clear eyes stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then, he smiled and nodded. Although many geniuses were unhappy with him, not everyone was like that. At least, Yufanzi was not. Congratulations. Chapter 852. Purgatory. Of course, this was normal. Xianxia was originally a prodigy ranked below the second dream, so she was the center of attention. However, after Lin Ling's rise, her limelight faded away. Most importantly, Xianxia accepted her loss to the second dream, but she couldn't accept losing to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling did not take the other party's disdain to heart. After all, the test had only just begun. The real main battle was still at the back. You trash, you're finally here? You're so slow. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the other sky prides. His gaze landed on Zhong Lingshan. This person had harmed him before. He must be killed. Trash. The heaven's favorites' bodies began to shake in anger. However, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was swallow their anger. Lin Ling, this is only a speed test. You've won and placed me in second place. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Second Dream stood amongst the crowd of chosen like a crane in a flock of chickens. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind as she spoke in a calm voice. She didn't seem to be angered by her loss to Lin Ling. Many people secretly admired him for his open-mindedness. After all, the glory of the speed test should have belonged to the second dream. I'm sorry, but you're third. Senior sister Hong is second. However, just as the second dream's voice fell, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also drifted out, causing the second dream's beautiful eyes to widen. That's right, she wasn't second, but third. The second person was senior sister Hong who was walking together with Lin Ling Yu. The second dream was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face became extremely awkward. She no longer had the generous demeanor she had before, and it was clear that she was a little angry from embarrassment. Ha ha! Looking at the heaven's favorite, Lin Ling laughed out loud. His voice shook the clouds, making all the heaven's favorites seethe with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, the hearts of the spectators surged. Lin Ling, this eccentric, was as crazy as ever. Time passed quietly, and the speed test ended. Only 70 or so people had passed. Next was the defense test. The defense test was much simpler. After all, the following geniuses were all extremely powerful existences. Therefore, only 3 people were eliminated in the defense test. One of the geniuses with a tall and sturdy physique, who looked like a Vajra descended from the heavens, took first place. His name was Song Yang, and his king physique was a bell. He was extremely mysterious and rarely had any opponents in the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Next up was the third test, Purgatory Battlefield. Countless people were looking forward to it. The previous assessment had been a basic assessment, There hadn't been any battles that relied on strength. But the following purgatory battlefield would be a battlefield of blood and slaughter. Geniuses were not flowers in a greenhouse. They had to experience life and death battles. Only geniuses who could experience life and death battles could become dragons among men and be reborn. In the purgatory battlefield, the top 20 prodigies will enter the final round. The losers will be eliminated. An ancient voice rang out, causing the 70-plus geniuses to narrow their eyes in anticipation. There are countless demonic beasts in the purgatory battlefield. Your test will be to see who can kill the most demonic beasts.
Go in.
After the final announcement, a huge black hole appeared in front of the misty cloud. An ancient bloody aura filled the air. It was violent, crazy, and terrifying.
Host, I forfeit.
3 geniuses hesitated for a long time before finally giving up. Although this battle was very important and concerned their future martial path, their lives were also very important. All right, the 3 of you are ranked below the 70-plus. Old Dao's voice rang out. Disdainful voices rang out from the spectators. Geniuses became stronger the more they fought. How could they give up just because of some small setbacks? Those people didn't have the qualifications to become geniuses. Trash. The remaining Sky Pride snarled coldly and then strode into the black hole. Lin Ling and Hong also stepped into the black hole. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the other side of the void, dark clouds billowed in the sky. The earth was blood red, as if one had come to a burning hell. A bloody infernal energy filled the air, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lin Ling's body soon appeared. His feet touched the ground, his eyes faintly looking in front of him. There was no one around. It seemed that after entering the void channel, everyone had been randomly separated. In front of him, the infernal energy was extremely rich, and there were even occasional roars of demonic beasts that soared into the sky. The 7 Profound Martial House's first-generation martial house master is truly fierce. He actually hid such a secret land, and even raised demonic beasts in this secret land. Lin Ling secretly admired. He took out the tyrannical song sword and slowly walked forwards. Above his head, a multicolored jade card appeared. It recorded the demonic beasts that Lin Ling had killed. The purgatory battlefield was to see who had killed the most demonic beasts. And on that multicolored jade card, there were over 15,000 demonic beasts recorded. This meant that Lin Ling's score was currently the highest. Sure enough, in the attack test, I was first, so I was rewarded with 5,000 demonic beasts. But in the speed test, I was first, so I was rewarded with 10,000. Lin Ling thought for a moment and had a guess in his heart. This was the advantage of having the best score in the previous tests. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as he walked forwards, the mountain in front of him began to move. An ancient toad the size of a mountain appeared, its cold eyes staring at Lin Ling. It was obvious that after so many years, this was the first time that a human had entered the purgatory battlefield. This caused it to be restless. Looking at its aura, it's at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He stepped forwards, shooting towards the ancient toad. He raised the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed down. 10 million genes of physical strength and 10 million genes of tyrannical song sword strength. An ordinary late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist simply wouldn't be able to block this. Kacha! The sword fell, and the huge ancient toad was split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was as if a small mountain had crashed down. Lin Ling stood there calmly. His tyrant song sword emitted a blood-red light, and it actually absorbed the blood and flesh, turning into endless light that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was the 3rd hidden secret of the tyrannical song sword. The first was a cultivation support tool that could weigh 10 million genes at any time. The second was to allow the sword intent to appear on one's movement speed. Sword steps. The third was to absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and life essence. Of the 10,000 small worlds in my body, another 3 have awakened. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He was grateful to Aunt Mo. The tyrannical song sword was practically tailor-made for Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling continued forward, constantly killing demonic beasts. At the same time, in the purgatory battlefield, everyone was doing their best to kill demonic beasts. After all, this wasn't the previous test where passing was enough. They had to rush into the top 20. Therefore, in order to obtain demonic beasts faster, Many geniuses attacked each other. This was because killing each other would also give them demonic beasts. Chapter 853. Is that all you can be proud of? Hua Yutong has fallen. Poor thing. In the outer world, countless people were looking up at the sky. The entire sky was showing everything that was happening in the purgatory battlefield. The 70-plus sky prides could see everything clearly. Of course, most of their attention was on the second dream. The second dream looked like a girl, but her speed in killing demons was terrifying. Young Master Tang is not weak either. All the sky prides who encounter him will die. There's also Zhong Lingshan. He's vicious and merciless. The crowd sighed inwardly, but they didn't think much of it. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weaker than others, you should just give up. If you dared to compete and fight, you couldn't blame others if you were killed. As time passed, more and more geniuses died. The crowd suddenly realized that this was actually a battlefield of slaughter. It wasn't about who killed the demonic beasts and made it into the top 20. Instead, it was about who survived until the end and became the 20th person. The sky prides in the purgatory battlefield also realized this and began to give up on killing demons. Instead, they chose to hide and wait for time to pass or assassinate others. These sky prides were very smart. Hey, Lin Ling. Many people's eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling didn't hide like the other sky prides and waste time. Instead, he continued to move forward with his sword in hand, killing demons everywhere. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was very mysterious, and no one could see through him. Therefore, some people guessed that Lin Ling should be invincible in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, he was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Pride. If he continued to move forward so arrogantly, he would sooner or later meet his end. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this at all. He continued to move forward slowly. The spectators saw that not far from Lin Ling was Xianxia. Lin Ling, be careful. Those who knew Lin Ling shouted. Unfortunately, how could their voices reach the purgatory battlefield? They could only hope that Xianxia was a girl and would let Lin Ling go. As for Lin Ling's strength, even the Sword Elder and the others weren't too sure. They guessed that he was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and that was it. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. At this moment, Lin Ling was still advancing forward. However, at this moment, on top of a blood-red hill, a beautiful figure appeared, calmly looking at Lin Ling. It's you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then he nodded and continued forward. You don't seem to know that the purgatory battlefield has changed. Xianxia played with the strands of hair by her ear and muttered to herself. Lin Ling paused and frowned. How did it change? It has become a battlefield of slaughter. The last 20 people will pass. Xianxia was still talking to herself. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He really didn't know about this. He then cupped his hands and said, Thank you for the reminder. No need. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm pretty? Compared to the second dream, who is prettier? Am I the prettiest girl you've ever seen? Her gentle smile and gentle voice made it seem like she was talking to a lover. Many people outside were stunned, but those who knew Xianxia had cold eyes. Xianxia was going to kill Lin Ling. I'm sorry. To be honest, you're pretty, but you're not the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand why she would ask such a question. Hee, then I'm sorry too. You must die. Xianxia's eyes finally met Lin Ling's. She didn't hide her murderous intent at all. It was hard to imagine that a girl in her early 20s could have such a strong murderous intent. However, only those who knew Xianxia knew that Xianxia wasn't a weak girl since she was ranked at the top of the prodigy list. In fact, Lin Ling didn't have to die. He only had to say that Xianxia was the prettiest. However, Lin Ling spoke his mind. He was courting death. Why? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't have any feud with Xianxia, but she wanted to kill him. There's no reason. If there's a reason, it's because the retard must die. The strong will walk to a higher stage. You don't have to beg for mercy. It's useless. Xianxia's voice grew colder and colder. Her small feet stepped on the red ground as she walked down step by step. I know that your physical strength is strong, but your speed is your weakness. I have 100 ways to kill you. You can't escape from me. Speed. That's right. In the previous speed assessment, Xianxia ranked behind the second dream. Lin Ling's speed wasn't fast at all.
He won by relying on his insight into the mysteries of heaven.
Many people nodded in realization. Lin Ling didn't have the power to fight back. Lin Ling was pitiful. He had 2 chances to live. First he could hide. However, Lin Ling didn't. He walked around the purgatory battlefield arrogantly. Second, he could flatter Xianxia. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was too sincere and told the truth.
Why are you so sure that you can kill me?
Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. She wanted to kill him, so he wouldn't have any pity for her.
I've already said it before.
Xianxia shook her head. She took a step forward and her body turned into an afterimage. The entire ground was filled with her shadow. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. My imperial physique is a shadow. Coupled with my martial intent, you won't be able to fight back. Xianxia's arrogant voice floated out. The eyes of the spectators narrowed. Xianxia was indeed powerful. If she made it to the next round of the competition, she would shine brightly. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a sword shadow shot out. It was extremely fast, like a swordsman drawing his sword. Legend had it that swordsmen didn't draw their swords. However, the moment they drew their swords, it was like a thunderbolt that could decapitate a person. However, what was terrifying was that it wasn't a sword that drew the sword, but a person. A slender figure appeared in front of Xianxia. A blood-red giant sword hung in front of Xianxia's neck. Sword steps. After the person appeared in front of Xianxia, the cold voice was heard. It was faster than the sound waves. Is that something to be proud of? The calm voice entered Xianxia's ears. Her delicate body trembled. She hadn't noticed Lin Ling's quick steps earlier. The only thing she could sense was that Lin Ling seemed to have applied his martial intent to his speed. Her martial intent was only at 70%. However, Lin Ling had surpassed her. He must have reached 80 or even 90%. It was terrifying. You said before that only my physical body is strong. My speed is my weakness. Do you still think so now? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke softly again. Xianxia opened her mouth, but no words came out. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any weaknesses. Killing her, who was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, was as easy as pie.
Wait, I was wrong.
Xianxia said anxiously. The sword was already hanging around her neck. The cold gleam of the blade made her unable to resist. You said before that there's no need to beg for mercy. The weak must die, and the strong must move on. Chapter 854. Natural Selection. Xianxia stared at the slender figure. She had thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and that eliminating him would allow her to advance to the next round. However, she seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Ling had defeated her in her strongest field, speed. Plop. Xianxia fell to the ground, becoming the next person to be eliminated from the massacre battlefield. In the outside world, everyone was silent. The shocking scene in the purgatory battlefield was that Lin Ling had easily killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. One had to know that those were not ordinary prodigies. To be able to appear in the purgatory battlefield, which one of them was not strong enough? However, they were still dead. Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as weak as we thought. Many people looked at the figure in blue and white robes, their hearts surging. They seemed to have seen the mad god Lin Ling rise in the purgatory battlefield. Many people thought that Lin Ling's speed was slow. However, they did not know that the reason why Lin Ling was slow in the beginning was because the tyrannical Song Sword's 10 million power was suppressing him. However, after removing the 10 million power, Lin Ling's speed was not slow at all. Especially when he used the sword step, the speed of his sword had reached 90% of the sword will. The only flaw of the sword step was that its speed was linear. It was not as complicated and varied as a movement technique. It was as straight as a sword and slashed in a straight line. Lin Ling was able to defeat Xianxia. He hid his strength very well. The semi-finals are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if he will be able to become one of the last 20. Many people were looking forward to it. Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, but he had 2 trump cards. First, his strong physical body.
Second, the speed of his sword.
The battlefield has reached a climax. The weaker prodigies are hiding, while the stronger ones are still killing the monsters. If this continues, the top 20 will be revealed soon. Many people then looked at the battlefield again. There was already smoke everywhere. Heroes were fighting for supremacy. Other than Second Dream, who was still killing demonic beasts, 18th Prince Tang Tianshu was already challenging Xianxia, a prodigy of the older generation. The battle between the two was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Young Master Tang was the youngest heavens chosen under the Second Dream. Xianxia was slightly older, so you were no match for young Master Tang in terms of talent. However, Xianxia was like a reclusive scholar. You seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, but when you made a move, you were incomparably powerful. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Other than the two of them, Zhong Lingshan and Song Yang were also fighting. These geniuses seemed to be warming up, causing the blood of countless people to boil. They even imagined that they were the main characters of the battlefield, receiving the attention of everyone. Another genius has risen. This person's king physique is very strange. He can actually transform into a demon. I think he's from a 1,000-year-old ancient clan in the rainforest's holy land, the Great Serpent Mansion. His opponent is a genius from the Justice Duan family, the Frost Qilin. The crowd stared fixedly at one of the battlefields, their faces incomparably solemn. Even some of the top geniuses were frowning. Although they were all at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were much stronger than them. This meant that other than the top geniuses on the Martial Arts Hall's genius ranking, no one in the Emperor Spirit Realm could stop them. What a terrifying strength. When geniuses faced off against geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. Rumble. In the Purgatory battlefield, a giant purple snake was fighting against a Qilin that was emitting a blue icy mist. The two king physiques were displayed, causing a large number of monsters around them to die. As for the weaker geniuses, they were all hiding. They had no right to be arrogant. They're all at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but there's still a difference in strength. I'd better not provoke the top geniuses for now. Let's go find the weaker ones. In the ancient mountain range, the weaker geniuses were scattered. When they met geniuses who were stronger than them, they would immediately turn tail and run. When they met geniuses who were on the same level as them, but they weren't sure if they could win, they would all be wary of each other. They were very smart. They knew to save their strength for the last round of the competition. Of course, there were also arrogant and overbearing geniuses who moved forward without any fear. This person was Wuxia. Among the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, he was known for his viciousness and ruthlessness. Senior Sister Hong. I trust you've been well since we last met. As soon as he crossed a mountain range, the tall Wuxia saw a beautiful figure quietly walking past him. He smiled faintly. Honger. She was an alchemist from the Linglong Valley. In the past, he had gone to the Linglong Valley to get some pills, but because his attitude was too arrogant, Honga had chased him out of the Linglong Valley. He had always been brooding over this matter, but he couldn't afford to provoke an alchemist from the Linglong Valley, so he had always held it in. But now, he didn't have to hold it in anymore. This was the Purgatory battlefield. Those who dared to step in here had no one to blame for their deaths. Wuxia. Wuxia. Honger's beautiful eyes also looked towards the top of the mountain range. There was a youth standing there playing with his right hand, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. This youth had a scar on his face, and his eyes were small. As he smiled, he licked his lips. Honger naturally knew this person. He was one of the 36 apprentices of the Seven Profound Martial House, a disciple of the South Central Tyrant. He had also received guidance from the Great Sun Elder once or twice. Basically, every proud son of heaven that could appear in the Purgatory battlefield had their own background. If they didn't have the backing of the 5 great ancient countries, then they weren't the most favored disciples of the apprentice masters. Let's go. Go. Without another word, Honger took a step forwards and ran towards the distance. With her understanding of Wuxia, this person was arrogant and overbearing, arrogant and unruly. Now that she saw him today, she knew that he wouldn't let her off easily. As Honga moved, Wuxia sneered and slowly chased after her. Senior apprentice Sister Hong. Why are you running so fast? He didn't chase after her, but slowly followed. Perhaps what he enjoyed was the refreshing feeling of dominating the lives of others. The more anxious others were to escape, the more he wouldn't kill them. Step by step, he would chase them until their hearts finally collapsed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly crossed many large mountains. But there were many proud sons of heaven hidden in these mountains. As they looked over, they sneered. The alchemist from Exquisite Valley was very unlucky. He had actually run into Wuxia. In the Purgatory battlefield, meeting the second dream or young Master Tang was good. But they absolutely could not meet Wuxia. This didn't mean that Wuxia was stronger, but that the proud daughters of the second dream would care about their reputation, thus they wouldn't easily attack. But Wuxia was different. This person's nature was cruel and brutal, and he didn't care about status or reputation. Bastard Nan Tianba, this disciple of yours has gone too far. In the outside world, Elder Long Dan couldn't help but angrily shout as he saw this scene in the sky. Hong is Elder Long Dan's disciple, and now she's being chased down. No wonder Elder Long Dan is angry. Many people's eyes flashed. Now that Elder Xian was angry, what would happen to Nan Tianba as an apprentice master? Your skill is inferior, so you can't blame others. In the distance, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man was sitting down. This person was one of the 36 apprentices of the 7 profound martial house, Nan Tianba. His temperament was also wild and unruly. He simply didn't fear Elder Xian. Chapter 855. Half-spiritual weapon. Sure, but you have to kill me first, said Nan Tianba expressionlessly. He wasn't afraid at all. The semi-final is a battle between young geniuses. You can't blame anyone for that. If you want to kill me because of that, I can only say that you, Elder Xian, are overbearing. I'm overbearing. Long Dan Lao was furious. Nan Tianba was really overbearing. He was accusing him of being overbearing. The semi-final of the Young Geniuses list isn't a game. You have to go through blood and death. Long Dan Lao, I know that you love your disciples, but don't embarrass yourself. At this moment, Palace Master Tianlin's voice rang out, causing Long Dan Long to grit his teeth. In the end he fell silent. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, but the majority of them supported the palace lord. After all, the battlefield was so cruel. Just because he was Elder Long Dan's disciple, others would not dare to make a move. However, some people with powerful identities knew that Palace Lord Tianlin had long disliked Elder Long Dan, so how could he help Elder Long Dan? Then, the crowd looked at the Purgatory battlefield again. At this moment, the two figures had already crossed more than half of the battlefield. Honger's face was getting paler and paler. It was as if the Grim Reaper was constantly following behind her. This was giving her a lot of pressure. She was slightly weaker than Wuxia. She had tried to fight back when she was running away, but most of her attacks had been blocked by Wuxia. Honger also saw that Wuxue's king body wasn't very strong. His true meaning of cultivation was similar to hers. What was terrifying was his shield, the piercing bone shield. She didn't know what kind of beast that shield was made of, but its defense was terrifying. I wanted to save my trump card for the final competition, but I couldn't help but use it when I see With the piercing bone shield, you will never be able to hurt me. After all, it's a half-spiritual weapon, said Wuxue proudly. Honger was surprised. She gnashed her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" She also stopped. It seemed like she couldn't escape. "Run." "Why don't you run?" said Wuxue mockingly. He was playing with the white bone shield in his hand. The way of the 9 words mystical fire. Honger's beautiful face turned dignified. She didn't believe that she couldn't break through that shield. Her hands moved rapidly as multicolored flames floated around her like stars. She was an alchemist, but she was also a fire attribute martial artist. The firefly-like flames gradually condensed into words. Lin Bing Do and Jar all in front. The burning and mysterious characters were like characters from the heavens descending from the heavens. Layer upon layer, they rushed towards Wuxue. Each character was bigger than the previous one, and they carried a sacred and majestic aura. It's the 9 words profound flame. Is senior sister planning to use that ultimate technique? Good luck. In the outside world, the martial artists of Nimble Valley began to cheer. It was obvious that they all recognized this powerful flame martial art.
It was said that Ruby had already cultivated to the 7th character, reaching 70% of the true meaning of fire.
Is it useful? On the other side, Nan Tianba sneered with incomparable confidence. Rumble! After the giant flaming characters collided with the shield, a massive inferno erupted, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Honger's strength wasn't weak either. It seemed that those who could reach the semi-finals weren't weaklings. Is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted, and the colorful flames were all shaken away. Under countless gazes, a young man in white armor appeared. This person's armor had a large number of bone spikes, and there were fangs on his shoulders, knees, and fists. He was like a skeleton warrior, and the flames could not harm him at all. It was Zhongwu Shui. What a terrifying spiritual weapon! The crowd's pupils constricted. A half-spiritual weapon was really extraordinary. Nan Tianba, you really dote on Zhongwu Shui. You even gave him the piercing bone shield. It seems like in the semi-finals, even if Zhongwu Shui can't compete with the second dream, his ranking won't be too low, said a student next to Nan Tianba. Nan Tianba smiled proudly. He really doted on Zhongwu Shui. He even treated Zhongwu Shui as his own son. Zhongwu Shui's temperament and appearance were very similar to his son who had died in the past. The bone-piercing shield is indeed powerful. With this shield in hand, I dare to challenge the second dream. Other than the second dream, all of you are trash. On the battlefield, Zhongwu Shui looked extremely aggressive and heroic. On the other hand, Honger looked gloomy. He was too strong. Zhongwu Shui was probably one of the top 10 geniuses of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. Tell me, how do you want to die? Zhongwu Shui took a step forward, looking at Honger mockingly. Actually, there isn't much enmity between the two of us. It's just that I rejected your request for a medicinal pill in the past. Because of this, you want to kill me? Honger said with a frown. Indeed. Zhongwu Shui nodded expressionlessly and said, Since I was a child, nobody has dared to go against my will. Nobody has dared to do that in the past, in the present and in the future, so you will regret it. How domineering! His voice transmitted outwards. The hearts of many outside trembled. Because they didn't follow his wishes, he found an opportunity to kill them? I can see that you're regretting it, and I've enjoyed your regretful attitude before your death. Now you can die. Zhongwu Shui shook his head and took another step forwards. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had made Honger regret, so he didn't intend to keep her alive. Because someone dared to go against your will, you hold a grudge and kill them for fun? At that moment, a voice suddenly spread in the air. Zhongwu Shui's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked towards the source of the voice. In the middle of an ancient mountain range, a slender silhouette was holding a sword. He was walking towards them step by step. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. In the outside world, many people were also looking at the person who had suddenly arrived. It was a young man. He had a sharp face and a sharp chi. However, his blue and white robe gave people an incomparably clean feeling. He had a gigantic blood-red sword in his hand. It was dazzling, but at the same time, it gave people a domineering feeling. Sharp chi, clean chi, domineering chi. 3 strange chi combined in one person. It seemed like there was a conflict, but at the same time, there was an incomparable harmony. It's Lin Ling. The crowd finally reacted. Lin Ling! Shouted Honger softly. Her heart was filled with calmness. However, Zhongwu Shui's eyes were twinkling. When Lin Ling had arrived, he had thought that it was some powerful genius. However, when he got closer, he realized that it was Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. Even though Lin Ling didn't have any enmity with him, he had surpassed everyone else. That made many geniuses unhappy with Lin Ling. Zhongwu Shui was one of them. You have a problem with that? Asked Zhongwu Shui indifferently. Your shield seems very powerful. Try my sword, said Lin Ling coldly. He looked at Zhongwu Shui. Before, he had killed many beasts and awakened 3 small worlds in his body. After that, he had seen what was happening. After all, Zhongwu Shui had chased Honger across half of the battlefield. How could Lin Ling not see that? Xianxia. Chapter 856. Daring to attack. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the ground started to shake. It was terrifying. However, the spectators couldn't sense it. They only saw that Lin Ling was about to attack Cong Wuxia. But was Lin Ling a match for Cong Wuxia? Only Cong Wuxia could sense that Lin Ling's sword was very strange. He didn't dare to fight against it. But how was that possible? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the royal spirit realm. Not only was he at the late stage of the royal spirit realm, he also had a semi-spiritual weapon. How could Lin Ling be a match for him? He must be overthinking things. Boom, boom, boom. The sword seemed to have come from the horizon, from the depths of hell. A silhouette crossed the sky and slashed towards Cong Wuxia. Insignificant skill, shouted Cong Wuxia coldly. The bone-piercing shield on his body started to change. Ka-ka-ka sounds were heard as a bone-piercing shield appeared in front of him. That was the strongest form of the bone-piercing shield. It was said that it could block 90% of the true meaning of martial arts. Clang clang. The sword and the shield collided, and a deafening sound filled the air. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided in midair. However, a moment later, Kacha, the mountain behind Cong Wuxia, was cut in half. 3 mountains had been cut in half. One sword had cut off 3 mountains. What? The spectators stood up. Lin Ling's sword was so sharp. Cong Wuxia's pupils constricted. He didn't turn around, but he could feel that the 3 mountains behind him had been cut in half. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ling was more terrifying than he had imagined. If he didn't have a semi-spiritual weapon, Lin Ling would have been able to fight someone who was at a higher cultivation level than him. Kacha! At that moment, a clear sound was heard. It sounded like bones were being broken. Cong Wuxia's pupils constricted. He saw that the bone-piercing shield that had blocked Lin Ling's sword had cracked and many bones were broken. Impossible! Shouted Cong Wuxia furiously. His shield could block 90% of Lin Ling's true energy. How could Lin Ling's sword break through his shield? In reality, how could he know that Lin Ling's sword had already reached 90% martial true intent? In addition to 10 million points of physical strength and sword power, how could that be an ordinary sword true intent? You asked me if I had an opinion before? Calmly holding the tyrannical Song's sword, Lin Ling raised his eyes and calmly looked at Cong Wuxia in front of him. At the same time, his indifferent voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with mercilessness and murderous intent. Cong Wuxia's heart was pounding. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Besides, Lin Ling's sword could break his shield. Retreat! Cong Wuxia did not dare to say anything. He took a step forward and started running away. Cong Wuxia ran away. When the crowd saw that, they felt like they were dreaming. A moment ago, Cong Wuxia had killed people for fun, but now he was running away like a stray dog. How ironic. Do you think you can run away? Lin Ling indifferently said as he watched Cong Wuxia flee. He waved at Hong'er and slowly chased after Cong Wuxia with her. Besides, Lin Ling wasn't running fast. It seemed like he wasn't in a hurry to kill Cong Wuxia. They had never seen such a scene before. Before, Cong Wuxia had chased Hong'er like that. Now, Lin Ling was giving him an eye for an eye. Lin Ling, don't go too far, shouted Cong Wuxia furiously when he sensed Lin Ling's intention. He was extremely aggrieved, as if he had been humiliated. Before, he had wanted to play with Hong'er until she collapsed. Now, Lin Ling wanted to play with him until he collapsed. I'm going too far, so what? I'm going to make you regret it. However, Lin Ling's cold voice came from behind. Cong Wuxia gnashed his teeth. Cong Wuxia and Cong Wuxia were running at full speed. Nan Tianba was staring at them. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Lin Ling was surprisingly playing with his disciple. Serves him right. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Dan's mocking voice came out at the same time, which made Nan Tianba even angrier. Lin Ling is insane. He's chasing after Cong Wuxia. Besides, it seems like his semi-spiritual weapon can't block Lin Ling's sword. How strong is Lin Ling's sword? Thought the crowd. Lin Ling was a young man. He had kept a low profile when he hadn't risen up. However, when he had risen up, he had attracted the attention of millions of people. Kill him. I will reward whoever kills him for me. Even though I, Cong Wuxia, have a violent temperament, I am a man of my word, shouted Cong Wuxia while running away. He knew that many young geniuses were watching him. Therefore, he wanted all the young geniuses to kill Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling was extremely strong, could he resist all the young geniuses? Even though Zhang Wuxia is abnormal, he is a man of his word. We can help him. Lin Ling has already offended us. Let's kill him to appease our anger, said the young geniuses who were hiding in the mountain ranges. Killing Lin Ling would satisfy the other young geniuses. Besides, they would get Zhang Wuxia's promise. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. In a mountain range, a figure soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Ling, causing the geniuses in the distance to frown. That was Lian Feng, who was also very famous on the genius role. Most importantly, he was very lucky and was the closest to Lin Ling, so he managed to snatch a great merit. You are just a young man at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit layer. How dare you be so arrogant? Even if old Xian is your backer, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf, shouted the young man coldly. He stepped into the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling and Hong stopped moving. Lin Ling looked at the young man coldly and shook his head. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. To him, this young man was a fool. Zhang Wuxia didn't dare to face him. That was why he had sent people to kill him. This young man didn't understand his intentions and had overestimated himself. Boom, boom, boom. The sword was like lightning, and it killed decisively. The young man wanted to say something arrogant, but a sword scar appeared on his head, causing his eyes to narrow. He wasn't even as strong as Zhang Wuxia. How could he be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Bang! In the end, he didn't say anything. His body fell from the sky. The young geniuses in the distance were stunned. Lian Feng was smart. Since the beginning of the battle, he had been hiding in the dark. He had managed to survive until now. It was rare for him to be in the limelight, but now it was time for him to die. Lin Ling can fight above his cultivation level. After that, many young geniuses realized something terrifying. Their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, Lin Ling walked forward with Hong Er. Along the way, he saw the young geniuses standing on top of the hill, looking at him with fear. Those eyes were filled with mockery. When Lin Ling had arrived, they had all thought that he was a pushover. That was why they had looked at Lin Ling with greed and killing intent. But now, they were filled with fear and seriousness. Die! Without saying anything, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air. The 10 million strength made the sword move extremely fast. You're crazy! The young geniuses roared. They hadn't killed Lin Ling, but Lin Ling seemed to have attacked them. You're courting death. One of the young geniuses' face was cold. He was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and used a powerful martial art. Shua! Chapter 857. Kill everyone who tries to stop. Another prodigy has died? Many people felt as if they were dreaming when they saw this scene. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was the one being slaughtered on the battlefield. However, no one knew that Lin Ling was the hunter. Ignoring the shocked geniuses on the hill, Lin Ling continued forward with Hong Er. He had two goals for participating in the semi-finals. First, to take revenge on the second dream. Secondly, he also wanted to see the power of powerful geniuses. After all, Lin Ling was also an ancient martial art practitioner. His heart of martial arts was above the clouds. He also had his own goals. He also wanted to fight with geniuses of the same generation and see their dazzling brilliance. Like all ancient martial art practitioners, he wanted to prove himself on the huge stage. However, these geniuses were not as strong as him, but they were jealous of his results and wanted to harm him. How could Lin Ling be merciful? Perhaps it was because he had been too merciful and kept a low profile that these geniuses thought that he was weak and bullied him. The best way to change all of this was to kill them. You killed them. Lin Ling, you have offended many people. Just as Lin Ling was about to continue forward, a genius on the mountain peak mumbled to himself. It seemed that he was still in a daze. Pah! In the sky, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at that genius. His cold gaze caused the genius's pupils to dilate. He seemed to have said something wrong. Lin Ling, I am the disciple of the Zhua Shao Earthmaster. That genius frowned and said, So what? Lin Ling replied coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out gently. The sword slash was a combination of killing intent and sword intent, sweeping everything in its path. You dare to kill me? The genius's eyes widened. He had only said one sentence, but Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, the sword slash would not stop because of his words. The sword had always been merciless. Whoosh! Another prodigy who had died under Lin Ling's sword. Another one. In the outer world, the hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was so cold. Those who wanted to kill him were all killed by him. There were only 3 people left on the hill. At this moment, their bodies were all trembling. Lin Ling had killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator with such ease. His strength was probably in the top 10 of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. With that thought in mind, the 3 Sky Prides immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Lin Ling, spare my life. On the battlefield of slaughter, strength was everything. If they had the strength, the one who would be killed today would be Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, so how could they not beg for mercy? You attacked me during the speed test, expecting me to die under the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs. Now you're begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, the heads of the 3 people kneeling on the ground flew off. All the Sky Prides who had come to kill Lin Ling were dead. Lin Ling waved his sword and led Honger forward again. The Purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of slaughter. At first, Lin Ling didn't know the rules. However, after Shimin Chenshur appeared, she told Lin Ling the rules. The weak would be eliminated, and the strong would advance. Since that was the rule, then Lin Ling just had to follow it. Lin Ling, you're actually so strong. Honger followed Lin Ling forward, her heart in shock. She had always thought that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were high, but she never imagined that his martial skills would be so strong as well. She even thought of taking care of Lin Ling after entering the semi-finals. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled lightly. He was confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the semi-finals. However, the further you go in the Purgatory battlefield, the more intense the competition will be. Honger said worriedly. The remaining Sky Prides didn't have any scruples in order to win. At that time it would be either you live or I die. The remaining ones would be the most talented Sky Prides. This was a competition that was similar to raising poisonous insects. Survival of the fittest, and the weak would be eliminated. The martial arts palaces also chose to accept this. After all, the semi-finals weren't forced by others, but by one's own choice. Since one had chosen, then one had to be mentally prepared. Don't worry. If others don't kill me, then I won't care. But if they do, then I won't leave a single one alive. Lin Ling said coldly. If they wanted to eliminate him, Lin Ling, then they would have to see if they had the strength to do so. Then, the 2 of them sped up and chased after Cong Wuxia. At that moment, Cong Wuxia was anxious, worried, and even angry. He was being chased by Lin Ling, step by step. To him, this was a great humiliation. Previously, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, but the result was that all of them had been wiped out. Lin Ling's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. One sword and he could laugh at the world. If this continues, I will definitely die. I have to go to the top Sky Pride's battleground. Only there can I live. Cong Wushua's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Lin Ling had conflicts with the Second Dream and young Master Tang. If he lured Lin Ling to the Second Dream side, then maybe the Second Dream would kill Lin Ling. Thinking of this, he flew towards the top Sky Prides. Currently, most of the Sky Prides were hiding in the mountains. Only the top Sky Prides would appear in front of the crowd and kill demonic beasts openly. They were powerful and didn't fear others. They even said to the Sky Prides, "If you want to die, come and try to kill me." Cong Wuxia, what's making you so anxious? After stepping into the area, a soft voice rang out. It was Ouyang Zhen, who was ranked 12th among the remaining geniuses. His strength was also extremely formidable. Moreover, that was his previous ranking. Perhaps his current ranking was even higher. Brother Ouyang, please help me. Lin Ling wants to kill me? Cong Wuxia didn't care about his face and said anxiously. This area was full of top Sky Prides, including Yu Fan, Tang Tianshu, and other strong cultivators. When they heard Song Wushue's words, their eyes narrowed. Song Wushue wasn't as strong as them, but he wasn't weak. It was said that he had a half-spiritual weapon and was favored by the Southern Sky Tyrant. But now, he was being chased by Lin Ling? Was this a joke? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he chase after Song Wushue? Song Wushue wasn't weak even when facing a top Sky Pride. Lin Ling can kill you? Ouyang frowned, still in disbelief. Why not? If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from afar. Then, two figures stepped on rainbows and slowly walked over. Lin Ling was here. Looking at the godlike figure, Song Wushue's body trembled. He was completely terrified, and his mind was about to collapse. Being chased by Lin Ling made him collapse. The surrounding Sky Prides were shocked. Lin Ling was so arrogant, saying that if Ouyang dared to stop him, he would kill him. What did he think Sky Prides were? Trash? Lin Ling, you'd better look at yourself, said a Sky Pride coldly from afar. He was from the Great Serpent Palace. Say one more word and I'll kill you too. However, Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Since he had decided to kill, he wouldn't hesitate. Whoever dared to come out, he would kill. Chapter 858. Kill you until you submit. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. In the outer world, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Lin Ling had come out of the water and arrived at the battlefield of the top geniuses. He had said that no one could save Song Wushue. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. I don't know what kind of grudge you have against Song Wushue, but today, I will protect him. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him. So, don't cross my bottom line. The moment I draw my blade, you will regret coming here. Of course, you're not my target right now, so I don't want to waste too much time and energy on an ant. Get out of my sight. Ouyang looked at Lin Ling coldly. He thought it was ridiculous. Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant in front of him? If he didn't want to waste too much energy, he would have killed Lin Ling already. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to waste time and energy. His target was young Master Tang, Yu Fanzi, and the other top geniuses. Is that so? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly and decisively. How dare you? The moment Ouyang raised his sword, Nan Tianba stood up and shouted furiously. Lin Ling dared to kill his proud disciple? Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be heard in the purgatory battlefield. Since it could be heard, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill him? Swoosh! Ouyang pupils constricted. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack him. As for Song Wushue, his mouth was wide open. He raised his bone shield in an attempt to block the sword. However, his bone shield had already been broken. How could it block the sword? Swoosh! A bloody wound appeared on his neck. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He, Song Wushue, was originally supposed to be the most dazzling star in the semi-finals. With the addition of his half-spirit artifact, he was confident that there would be few opponents that could match him. However, he had encountered a freak like Lin Ling. His sword had broken through his spirit artifact, causing him to perish on the purgatory battlefield. Even in death, he didn't understand how Lin Ling's sword had broken through his shield. How could he know that not only was Lin Ling's sword intent formidable, but the sword in his hand was also a mid-grade spirit artifact? Compared to Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword, his half-spirit artifact was simply a joke. Dead. The crowd looked at Song Wushue, who was slowly closing his eyes. The crowd remained silent. Only Nan Tianba's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at the sky. How dare you kill him? Ouyang voice was hoarse. He had just told Lin Ling to scram. With him, Ouyang, nobody would be able to kill Song Wushue. However, in the next instant, Song Wushue had died in front of him. Lin Ling didn't give Ouyang any face. Blood-drinking saber, a blood-drinking saber, I wanted to let you shine in the last round, but now it seems like you're going to use your saber. Ouyang helplessly shook his head. He slowly untied the black cloth wrapped around his saber. There was a look on his face as if he was looking at his lover. It was as if that wasn't a saber, but his partner, his lover. Of course this was normal. Swordsmen and swordsmen were the same. Once they got used to using a weapon, the weapon would accompany them for life. They didn't need a partner, family, or friends, they only needed a saber. Blood-drinking saber. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes twinkled. Last month, Ouyang had snatched the pavilion master's order from the dragon pavilion. Perhaps he had upgraded his blood-drinking saber. This might be Ouyang greatest trump card in the semi-finals. If Lin Ling hadn't been so arrogant, Ouyang wouldn't have used his saber. No wonder Ouyang had told Lin Ling to scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been able to kill Wuxia, which meant that his strength was beyond their imagination. It meant that he could kill geniuses at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Plane, but Ouyang was even stronger. He ranked very high among all the cultivators at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Plane. Could Lin Ling block Ouyang blade? Being able to die under the blood-drinking saber is a reward for you. Ouyang said indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling's face was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the tyrannical song sword with both hands and slashed at Ouyang. Lin Ling made his move. He wanted to see how powerful that saber was. You're courting death. Ouyang shook his head. His blood-drinking saber was now a spirit artifact. It could drink blood and become stronger. Moreover, it had suppressed a weight of 5 million. Amongst the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven, who could have a weapon heavier than his? Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Clang. Saber and sword collided in midair. There was no true meaning attack, only a pure collision of weapons. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling, waiting to see him cut in half. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in the next moment, a terrifying event occurred. Lin Ling's sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It ruthlessly cut down, cutting Ouyang into the ground. The earth split open, and dust spread out. Overwhelming. This was truly overwhelming. A 5 million pound saber dared to compare with Lin Ling's sword? How could this be? The crowd was silent. What kind of sword did Lin Ling use? Was it also a spirit artifact? Your saber is only as a... Lin Ling floated in the air, proudly looking down. At the same time, a figure shot out like a cannonball, also floating in the air. But his eyes were wide open, staring at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with disbelief. In the previous collision, Ouyang realized that Lin Ling's sword was even more mysterious. Its strength surpassed his saber. It was like a dragon or an axe, mighty and domineering. Such a useless saber, and you dare say you'll leave it for the final round? Lin Ling taunted again, causing Ouyang complexion to become extremely ugly. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, his saber was indeed useless. What kind of sword is that? Ouyang clenched his teeth and said, To die under the tyrannical song sword is a kind of reward for you. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't answer Ouyang question. He took a large step forward, and the tyrannical song sword in his hand cut towards Xianxia. 10 million pounds of physical strength in addition to the 10 million pound weight of the tyrannical song sword. It was invincible. Clang. Ouyang raised his saber to block, releasing a terrifying aura. However, after the sword passed, his saber shattered, and his arm broke. With a spiritual weapon in hand, he could indeed kill any late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius. But the prerequisite was that his opponent's spiritual weapon was weaker than his. Oh! Ouyang cried out in pain as his saber broke and his arm broke. He retreated continuously in the air, his heart shaking like thunder. Lin Ling defeated him in 2 moves. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Yu Fan and the other top geniuses. Wait, I won't pursue the matter from before. Ouyang shouted as he retreated. He had already lost the will to fight. Although he didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling made him afraid. Ironically, he wanted to stop Lin Ling from killing Wuxia. He didn't expect that he himself wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. A dead man doesn't care too much. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his killing intent enveloped the tyrannical song sword. He slashed out like a rainbow, and the sword seemed to split heaven and earth. Heaven was above the sword, hell was below, and the human world was in the middle. Whoosh! The sword passed, and Ouyang was split in 2. Blood spurted out, and a large amount of blood-red light was absorbed by the tyrannical song sword. Then, it disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was even more ironic. The blood-imbibing saber killed people and drank their blood. It was the same for the tyrannical Song sword. However, the result was that the blood-imbibing saber's owner was killed. Another top heaven's pride has fallen. Chapter 859. Bodhi Sacred Palace. The top geniuses frowned. They had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now they were hesitating. It wasn't because they couldn't win, but because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if they could kill him, it would take a lot of effort, which would be disadvantageous to them in the last round. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to acknowledge Lin Ling's position. Who's still not satisfied? While the top geniuses were deep in thought, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing their pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had defeated Xianxia, but he didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to provoke them. Although it was hard to swallow, for the sake of the upcoming competition, they had to endure the humiliation. See you in the next round. Some of the top geniuses said coldly, but Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Since he had stayed in the last round, he would wait for them to come. It's still that sword. Looks like without the sword, Lin Ling is just a sigh. Far away, Tang Tianshu and the other geniuses mumbled to themselves. They were not too worried. Perhaps it was best to leave everything for the next round of the competition. After all, they had attacked Lin Ling. Who knew who would attack them in the next moment? Kill! Kill! All the geniuses started to kill the demonic beasts, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Looking carefully, there were exactly 20 geniuses who dared to kill the demonic beasts in broad daylight. Obviously, these geniuses would most likely advance to the next round. Of course, it wasn't that the others didn't have a chance. Unfortunately, if they wanted to rise, they would have to challenge these 20 people. However, they didn't have enough confidence. Many of these 20 prodigies were veteran powerhouses, and their strength was ridiculously strong. Only Lin Ling was a rising dark horse, but his strength was also incomparably powerful. Previously, he had killed everyone who came to challenge him. He had completely stabilized his position, and he had killed so many that no one dared to challenge him. Lin Ling, the mad god, had made a name for himself today. Time passed quietly, and the purgatory battlefield finally ended. As expected, the top 20 geniuses had passed. Among these 20 geniuses, many were famous people, such as the Second Dream and Tang Tianshu. There were also new dark horses, such as the 2 geniuses from the Great Serpent Mansion and the Justice Duan family. Of course, the biggest dark horse was Lin Ling, who was famous for his killing. He had made it to the finals, of course. Lin Ling editor. Dark God fall. Those who didn't like Lin Ling was Lin Ling rumble. In the outer world, the sky rumbled like thunder. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient aura spread out, as if an ancient bronze door had opened. Then, a black hole leading to a mysterious foreign land appeared, and 20 figures walked out from the black hole. These 20 were the top 20 geniuses who made it to Li Mu's Transin. They're coming out. Many people looked at the 20 people that proudly walked out, their complexions incomparably dignified. Before, the martial housemaster had said that in this year's semi-finals of the 7 major martial halls, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list was the strongest. This meant that of these 20 people, several of them were the strongest of the 7 major martial halls' proud sons of heaven. What a terrifying result! The 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list semi-finals was equal to the strongest semi-finals. Of course, the reason for this was the Second Dream. Then, their eyes fell on Tang Tianshu, and they were also surprised by his formidable strength. Of course, they also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest dark horse. Although his strength couldn't compare to the Second Dream, it had to be known that Lin Ling was only at the middle royal spirit realm. With this strength, he had stepped into the circle of 20 people. This explained everything. Lin Ling's talent was truly fierce. Lin Ling. Several disciples of the 7 profound martial house coldly glared at Lin Ling. Among them, Nan Tianba was the leader. Lin Ling had killed his disciple. Unfortunately, there were countless powerhouses here. Even if their hearts burned with anger, there was nothing they could do. But as if he was aware of Nan Tianba and the others' angry gazes, Lin Ling faintly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he were saying, "Sorry, I killed your disciple, there's nothing I can do about it." As a result, Nan Tianba and the others were even more furious. This boy was young, but he was abominable. Yes. No wonder the 7 profound martial house semifinals are the strongest of the 7 martial halls. 3 proud sons of heaven under 20 years old have stepped into the final round. This is a rare sight. The era of geniuses has begun, and because of you, it will be glorious and dazzling. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to surge. As they looked up, they saw 3 figures slowly walking down from the sky. 2 of them were young girls, and they were leading a deer that was covered in white fur. This deer was like a divine deer, and it looked at all living beings with a kind and peaceful gaze.
Behind the deer was a very ordinary-looking carriage.
Sitting in the carriage was an old woman wearing a white fur robe. She looked at all living beings, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through the myriad facets of life.
This dear old mother.
The 7 martial arts hall masters' expressions changed. They stood up and bowed slightly. There was no lack of top experts present, from the 5 great ancient countries and the great serpent residents. However, many of their eyes were flickering, as though they were extremely unfamiliar with the old woman. Only the people from the 4 desolate races had a slight change in expression. They stood up and bowed slightly. This was because only the top powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the great tree of the rainforest's holy land, Bodhi Saint Palace. Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence in the rainforest's holy land. It was as mysterious as smoke, and no one could see through it. But it was able to see through the entire rainforest's holy land, and the master of the Bodhi Saint Palace was the #1 powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. This dear old mother was one of the Holy King's subordinates. She didn't think that such an ancient powerhouse would come today because of the martial hall semifinals.
It seemed that the strength that these proud sons of heaven had displayed had moved her.
I'm so envious. The other martial hall's proud sons of heaven secretly thought. After all, the martial hall semifinals had been held before, but they had never allowed anyone from the Bodhi Saint Palace to appear. But today, someone from the Bodhi Saint Palace had come. This meant that they favored the 7 profound martial house's proud sons of heaven. In fact, they didn't know that in the past, the Bodhi Saint Palace would also pay attention to the martial hall semifinals. But what they paid more attention to were the proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old.
And today, the 7 profound martial house had 3 proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old that had reached the final round.
So it was impossible for them not to be moved. The second dream. Not bad. The white deer in the sky floated on the ground. This dear old mother patted her clothes. It was extremely strange that there was snow falling down. But only the powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed to lead directly to the divine palace in the sky. The weather there was constantly changing, so it wasn't strange for there to be snow. As for what this dear old mother had said, the second dream? She really did come for the second dream. The crowd's thoughts were even more complex. Although many proud sons of heaven were jealous, they also felt that the second dream was well-deserved. The second dream greets Senior. Chapter 860. The evaluation was even higher. Another compliment made countless geniuses even more jealous. Forget about the second dream. She was a girl favored by the heavens, so it was not strange for her to be praised by the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, Tang Tianshu was also qualified. Although his talent was not bad, his strength was not at the top.
After all, there were some top geniuses at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm present who were stronger than Tang Tianshu.
Of course, even though they were jealous, they could not deny that Tang Tianshu had the right to be arrogant among the heavens' favorites below the age of 20. Or else he wouldn't have the right to be called the 18th young master. Tang Tianshu greets old Mother Lu. Tang Tianshu was excited and quickly bowed. What kind of glory was this? To have the Bodhi Sacred Palace come for him. This was the first time this had happened since the semi-finals of the Prodigy rankings.
Lin Ling.
After that, Mother Earth Deer looked at the third ranker who wasn't even 20 years old but had entered the last round. She smiled, which made Second Dream frown. Tang Tianshu was also unhappy, thinking that Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. You're younger than them, but you're more mysterious. Even I can't see through you. Old Mother Benlu said in praise. The crowd fell silent. An expert from Bodhi Saint Palace could not see through Lin Ling? How was this possible? The second dream was strong, and Tang Tianshu was strong. This was not strange, but Lin Ling was only stronger than the average late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant? What? The second dream and Tang Tianshu felt a chill run down their spines. On the surface, the sacred palace seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than the two of them. Junior greets senior. Lin Ling also bowed and saluted. He was shocked. Someone from the sacred palace? The owner of the ancient tree was sitting on this piece of land under their feet? Your royal body isn't the strongest. It can't even compare to Tang Tianshu. Your martial arts foundation isn't the strongest. It can't even compare to the second dream. None of your domains are the strongest, but all of them are perfect. Even though you haven't reached the peak, you're close to it. Most importantly, all of your domains are the same. Old Mother Earth Deer smiled at Lin Ling. In fact, she liked Lin Ling more than the second dream and Tang Tianshu. This was because only a powerhouse at her boundary knew just how difficult it was for a martial artist to cultivate all their domains to a perfect boundary, and how solid their foundation was. If such a proud son of heaven were to grow up, he would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Perhaps he might even reach the heights of a saint's son. Lin Ling is perfect in all fields? Why do I feel like he only won because of that sword? That's right, Lin Ling must have used some method to deceive the people of the Saint Palace. What a lucky kid. Many people were jealous and unwilling, especially the proud sons of heaven. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were incomparably ugly. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their glory. But who knew that Old Mother Earth Deer's evaluation of Lin Ling was higher than theirs? They were the ones who took advantage of Lin Ling's glory. Old Mother Earth Deer naturally heard these words, but she didn't care at all. These proud sons of heaven were currently stronger than Lin Ling, but that was just a flash in the pan. Lin Ling would surpass them sooner or later and stand at the top of the 7 martial arts halls. These proud sons of heaven were mediocre. They didn't know what it meant to be a genius. Tonight, at the Bodhi Ancient Tree, I will hold a banquet to congratulate the 20 of you for entering the final round. Old Mother Earth Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. This was a banquet for the Bodhi Sacred Palace to recruit these rising sons of heaven. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, the Saint Palace had taken the initiative to recruit geniuses and focus on training them. However, this sort of thing was very rare. Only the true geniuses would be recruited. Lin Ling, the second dream, and Tang Tianshu were clearly the main characters of this banquet. Senior Mother Earth Deer, since it's so difficult for you to come, how about our 7 martial arts halls also allow some proud sons of heaven to enter? Heaven-bearing Palace's martial house master smiled. Old Mother Earth Deer frowned, but finally nodded. Many peak proud sons of heaven faintly smiled. It seemed that they also had a chance to go. They didn't know if they would encounter some lucky chance that would increase their strength. After all, this was a chance to climb the Bodhi Ancient Tree. This was a chance that all of them yearned for in their dreams. Today, Senior Mother Earth Deer has arrived. Your presence brings light to the 7 profound martial house. The semi-finals will be held in 3 days. 20 proud sons of heaven will compete for the championship. Martial House Master Skylin also stood up and smiled at the crowd. The meaning of today's semi-finals had also changed. It was no longer an ordinary semi-finals of the proud son of heaven ranking. It had become much more formidable, and many peak Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven felt a great pressure. Junior Apprentice Sister Heavenly Concubine, this friend of yours is really fierce. He is getting closer and closer to our circle. If he can win in the final competition, then he will step into our top circle. Yang Gon deeply looked at Lin Ling, and then turned to Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling's origin wasn't simple, so he believed in Old Mother Earth Deer's words. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that excelled in all aspects. No wonder he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He always felt that Lin Ling was very strong in this aspect, but it didn't seem to be the limit. He was originally very fierce. Heavenly Concubine smiled, her heart incomparably happy. Lin Ling's friends and family were also the same. Of course, some were happy, and some were jealous. For instance, Great Sun Old Man, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family, and other powerful influences. They were all extremely dissatisfied. Lin Ling had gradually become an existence that even an ancient country had to pay attention to. If he could obtain the attention of the Saint Palace, then if his performance was good, he might be able to enter the Saint Palace. At that time, would they dare to move against Lin Ling? Afterwards, everyone dispersed, but they didn't leave. They stayed at the Seven Profound Martial House. The Seven Profound Martial House was also unprecedentedly lively. Mountain River Valley was also bustling with noise. Not only were there people from the Fire Ancient clan, but even people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Many family heads were congratulating Lin Ling, causing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to be incomparably nervous. Heavenly Concubine also arrived.
After seeing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, she happily shouted out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!"
Old Ancestor Extreme Flame was naturally overjoyed. He teased, "Granddaughter-in-law, when will you move to live in Mountain River Valley?" These words caused Heavenly Concubine's face to blush red like an apple. Lin Ling, congratulations on entering the final round. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land, your name has already spread throughout the land. Yangon followed Heavenly Concubine. He looked at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. "Haha, Brother Yang, you flatter me." Lin Ling smiled back. Everyone sat down in Mountain River Valley and chatted with each other. Lin Ling chatted for a moment and then went to cultivate. After all, the final round of the tournament was still waiting for him. Once again arriving at the spirit root, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was rich and full of vitality. This was the life energy he had obtained from killing monster beasts. It had to be known that these monster beasts were brought back by the first martial house master from a foreign land. They were priceless, and their body parts could be exchanged for a massive number of spirit crystals. Lin Ling knew that the other proud sons of heaven had also obtained these benefits. Chapter 861. The Ancient Bodhi Tree. In front of Lin Ling, there were two choices. 1. Awaken a small world and stabilize his foundation. 2. Break through a boundary. Lin Ling hesitated for a long time. Finally, he didn't decide which step to take. After all, the final round was 3 days from now. He would have to wait and see. That night, everyone dispersed. Lin Ling also headed towards the ancient Bodhi tree. In accordance with Old Mother Lu's agreement, he was accompanied by Ruby, Yangon, and the Heavenly Concubine. Ruby was one of the 20 people that had passed. She had the qualifications to go, but Yangon and the Heavenly Concubine could also go. Lin Ling was a bit curious. "Haha, those that can go to the ancient Bodhi tree are those that stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. We have received orders from the ancient Dao Martial Palace's martial house master, so we naturally have the qualifications." Yangon slowly explained as if he knew Lin Ling's doubts. Lin Ling nodded, understanding. Then, after they left the Seven Profound Martial House, someone came to pick them up. They used a carriage to bring them to the ancient Bodhi tree. This was Lin Ling's first time going to the ancient Bodhi tree. The divine tree was ancient and filled with mystery. It was said that no one had ever reached the peak of the tree. It was said that this was the holy palace of the rainforest's holy land, and also the road to the other side. There were all sorts of rumors, but what was certain was that the ancient Bodhi tree was the symbol of the rainforest's holy land. Now, Lin Ling had gone from a nameless youth of the 100 Territories to the most sacred place of the 100 Territories. One day, when he reached the peak of the tree, perhaps he would be able to rule over the rainforest's holy land and the 100 Territories. Lin Ling's eyes shined as he looked at the divine tree. As he came closer and closer, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Lin Ling, the final round is about to begin. At that time, you will definitely be first place. You have also stepped into our circle." The Heavenly Concubine smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's mind to return to normal. He looked at the Heavenly Concubine, puzzled. Had the Heavenly Concubine also entered the circle of the rainforest's holy land's top elites? The circle of top elites represented the strongest circle of the royal spirit realm. 90% of the elites were at the peak of the royal spirit realm, or even outstanding individuals of this realm. Hee hee. Sensing Lin Ling's surprised gaze, the Heavenly Concubine giggled. "I won the previous semi-finals of the prodigy role." Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The Heavenly Concubine was indeed powerful, but he also felt that it was normal. After all, she had obtained the great treasure, the Heavenly Fish Sacred Halberd, back in the old tomb. At that time, Lin Ling thought that the halberd was a spirit treasure, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it wasn't so simple. It was just that his knowledge was limited back then, so he didn't understand it. This also explained why the heavenly concubine could represent the ancient Tao martial palace and come to the Bodhi ancient tree. Junior sister heavenly concubine is not weak. Beside her, Yonggan affirmed for heavenly concubine. However, he was puzzled. Heavenly concubine had said that Lin Ling would obtain first place. Where did junior sister heavenly concubine's confidence come from? After all, Lin Ling's opponent was the strongest genius in the history of the semi-finals of the prodigy role. It was even more difficult than the semi-finals of the prodigy role in the ancient Tao martial palace. Could he obtain first place? It seemed that Lin Ling still had secrets that he didn't know. All right, I definitely won't lose. This is what I promised the others. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He had promised to take revenge for his elder brother, so he would definitely do so. No matter how powerful the second dream was, he would make sure that the second dream would never be able to stand up again in the second battle of revenge. Strong confidence bloomed from Lin Ling's eyes, causing Yonggan's eyes to flicker. At this moment, he realized that even if he were to face Lin Ling, he didn't have any hope of winning. This was a terrifying intuition. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. We're here. Geniuses, please climb the tree. The carriage stopped under the ancient tree. Lin Ling and the others alighted and looked up. Looking at the ancient tree from a close distance, it was even larger than before. It was like a giant mountain with no end in sight. Then, a leaf drifted down and stopped in front of them. This tree has a spirit and is controlled by the sacred palace. Climbing the leaf will take you to where you need to go. However, our luck isn't bad. After all, the leaf takes an hour to make a round trip. At least we didn't have to wait that long. Before the person from the sacred palace could speak, Yonggan had already spoken. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was Yonggan's first time at the Bodhi ancient tree, but he seemed to be very familiar with this place. How mysterious! The heavenly concubine and the others didn't notice this detail. Instead, they excitedly climbed onto the leaf. An hour to make a round trip? Then we really came at the right time. Wait. When Lin Ling and the others climbed onto the leaf, a cold shout came from the distance. Several youths strode over. One of the youths looked at the heavenly concubine and Honger and smiled. Our luck isn't bad. We actually have such beautiful companions. I wonder if we'll have some luck with women? Although these people were dressed differently, their auras were the same. They were all strange inspectors, as though they had the same natural king body. And Lin Ling knew two of them. One of them was one of the 20 elites who had passed the semi-finals, and the other was the youth from the Great Serpent residence, Hua Yuan, whom he had met while setting up a stall in the Saint Market. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes instantly turned cold when he saw this person. This person had previously made the Great Serpent residence kill him. Heh, we sure are fated. I never expected you to be so strong. I even thought you were an ant. However, it can be said that out of an exchange of blows, friendship grows. How about we write off our previous grudges? From now on, you will be a friend of the Great Serpent residence. Hua Yuan clearly saw Lin Ling and was slightly surprised. Following that, he spoke with a smile. Indeed, he had always thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence. But who would have thought that when his people went to kill Lin Ling, they would be saved by someone from the desolate race? Of course, he guessed that this was because of the desolate race's bloodline, Mo Xiaoyan. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications for the desolate race to appear for him. However, in the 7 profound martial house semi-finals, he had never thought that Lin Ling would also be one of the elites who had participated. Not only that, but Lin Ling had also obtained results that he was proud of. Now, his name had already shaken the rainforest holy land. The use of such a proud elite was not small. In addition, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, and had also vented his anger. Thus, he did not plan on killing Lin Ling again. He wanted to give Lin Ling a chance to become friends with the Great Serpent residence. Brother? Is he a junior that the Great Serpent residence has been training? Beside Hua Yuan, a youth was puzzled. This youth was one of the 20 elites who had passed the assessment. Hua-Yi. Not yet, but the Great Serpent residence intends to recruit him. Hua Yuan proudly said, as if recruiting Lin Ling was the greatest gift to Lin Ling. Of course, this was also normal. Their Great Serpent residence was a millennium-old ancient clan of the Rainforest Holy Land. To them, the martial artists of the 100 domains were no different from lowly commoners. Besides the 5 great ancient kingdoms, they simply did not place any other influences or family clans in their eyes.
Lin Ling had a bit of talent, thus he had the qualifications to be recruited by the Great Serpent residents.
Lin Ling, these are your friends? They seem to be very proud of you. Yangon looked at Lin Ling and said. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the several youths in front of him. After all, they had come from extraordinary backgrounds, and yet they were arrogant enough to say that they wanted to recruit Lin Ling. No, they're just a few dogs.
Lin Ling's eyes were still looking at Hua Yuan as he coldly said these words.
Yangon was surprised, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He found it strange. How could a proud and arrogant fellow like Lin Ling become friends with some ugly fellows who couldn't see through themselves? If so, then that would be too disappointing. Chapter 862. The Rainforest Holy Land's strongest banquet. The Great Serpent House is so thick-skinned. They don't even know him, yet he's trying to recruit them. Many people had already gathered around, and many of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene before them. Lin Ling, do you know what you're saying? Don't waste the opportunity the Great Serpent House gave you. Or do you still not know what the Great Serpent House represents in the Rainforest Holy Land? Hua Yuan smiled in astonishment, and his expression turned cold. He had thought too highly of himself when he tried to recruit Lin Ling. Not only did Lin Ling not give him face, but he even called them dogs. The Great Serpent House represents my son.
Lin Ling smiled coldly and slashed out with a tyrannical song in his hand.
You're crazy! Hua Yuan roared. Lin Ling actually attacked after cursing the Great Serpent House. That was too arrogant. His hands moved rapidly as an ancient aura emanated from him. A gigantic purple stone snake appeared behind him, its aura brutal and savage. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the incoming sword slash. However, Hua Yuan had underestimated that slash. With a cracking sound, the purple stone snake exploded in the next instant, its head chopped off. Gurgle!
However, the gifted king body of the Great Serpent was indeed powerful.
After its head was cut off, its aura flowed like water. It was as if the sun and the moon had merged. A new giant purple snake appeared again. In front of the snake, Hua Yuan's eyes were extremely red as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to touch him. Lin Ling, I'm coming too. The heavenly concubine smiled and stood on the cloud leaf. Her jade-like hands formed a beautiful trajectory, and she pulled the void. A black and white halberd appeared, making her look like a goddess of war. She then threw it forward. The mysterious ancient black and white fish appeared, swallowing clouds and mist. It was like a halberd that could split heaven and earth, and it ruthlessly stabbed toward Hua Yuan and the others. How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Yangon also smiled heroically.
With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand and drew the trajectory of the Big Dipper in the void, then slapped it heavily.
The 7 stars Holy King's finger. This martial art was extremely terrifying. The stars were like lightning, and the king was like the heavens, covering the earth. Rumble! The earth in front of them shook, and dust billowed. Hua Yuan and the others' angry roars. They came to participate in the most noble banquet of the Rainforest Holy Land, but they were humiliated at the entrance. Lin Ling, don't go if you dare. Hua Yuan's furious roar could be heard from the billowing dust and smoke. Lin shrugged. Lin. S. And. You. 2. 2. 2. 2. S. T. T. To say. To me. 2. But. That's right. A cold voice drifted down like a gust of wind. Lin Ling's murderous intent rolled down. To those who wanted to kill Lin Ling, once was enough. Lin Ling would definitely get his revenge. Today was an accident. Lin Ling didn't expect to meet Hua Yuan, so he didn't plan to kill Hua Yuan in front of the sacred palace. But this grudge wouldn't last long. Hua Yuan must die after the competition. That's Lin Ling, the heaven's pride who made a name for himself in the purgatory battlefield. How arrogant! More and more people gathered under the ancient tree. They were all here because of the invitation. Naturally, they were shocked by what they saw. Lin Ling dared to offend the Great Serpent House in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was indeed bold. Now, everyone was watching Lin Ling and the others fly up to the sky, while they could only look up and wait for the next cloud ascension leaf to arrive. It was extremely embarrassing. Haha, even the Great Serpent House has come. It looks like the Sacred Palace's banquet is becoming more and more interesting. I'm looking forward to meeting some people up there. Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with interest. Such a grand banquet should be very lively. He should meet many old acquaintances. The boat-like leaf seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It didn't take long for it to come to a stop under a giant tree branch. Although it looked like a tree branch, it was actually more like a road. Lin Ling and the others were shocked by the uncanny workmanship of nature. Following the vast tree branch, it didn't take long for a palace shrouded in mist to appear before their eyes. This palace was like an otherworldly paradise, filled with an ethereal aura. There was a golden leaf above the palace's door, and on it were 3 words, Moon Admiring Palace. This palace wasn't a sacred palace. It was only a moon-admiring palace. But its magnificence and mystery were enough to broaden one's horizons. At this moment, there was a large number of people in the moon-admiring palace. They were all famous experts in the rainforest's sacred palace. Only they were qualified to step into the ancient tree. Moreover, they were only allowed to enter after the sacred palace agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified at all. The moment he walked into the admiring moon palace, the fragrance of hanging flowers assaulted his nostrils, making him feel refreshed and relaxed. There was even a faint feeling that his cultivation realm had risen. These fragrances seemed to be extremely rare, able to make a cultivator's strength rise along with it. At this moment, there were many people in the palace. They were talking in low voices. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze around. Here, he saw Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Duan Zuan Wang of the Justice Duan family, Patriarch Qin Nan of the Great Qin Empire, the 7 martial arts palace masters, and many other top geniuses. Every one of them had unfathomable strength and an incomparably terrifying status. This banquet could be called the most powerful banquet in the rainforest's sacred palace. As Lin Ling walked in, he instantly attracted countless gazes. The 7 profound martial houses mad god, Lin Ling currently, there was no one who didn't know his name. He was at the Middle Emperor Soul Realm. No one knew what his strength was, but he was highly valued by the sacred palace. In today's assessment, he had even received a higher evaluation than the second dream. And today he had also come. The second dream between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu. Who do you think is stronger? Martial House Master Tian Lin was also among them. He faintly looked at Lin Ling, his heart heavy. From the moment that the second dream had been conferred the title of Elder, Lin Ling had risen up in front of his eyes. He had thought that Lin Ling's schemes were fierce, and he knew how to take advantage of the situation. But now, he discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to be valued so highly by the sacred palace, he feared that he did indeed have some ability. But as for what that ability was, he couldn't see it. On the surface, Lin Ling is not Tang Tianshu's match. But Lin Ling is a person who doesn't play according to common sense. He is the most difficult to measure, so I can only say that it's 50-50. The second dream quietly said. Then she added, but he is not my match. Her beautiful eyes were dignified as she looked at Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the bane of her life. Most importantly, she had never been able to see through Lin Ling's mysteries. This was what made her most depressed. Don't worry, we don't need to wait until the next round. Lin Ling will have a good time now. Martial House Master Tian Lin faintly said. He could sense that there were many people here who were dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, seeing so many great figures, why don't you, a small junior, bow? Chapter 863. Who's the one toasting? As for Lin Ling, he had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant when he first met him at the Dragon Tower. However, Lin Ling had risen up in such a short period of time. Although he had yet to display his strength, his reputation had shaken the entire rainforest sacred land. Therefore, he was going to teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lin Ling. Some were smiling, some were cold, some were gloating, and some were worried. There were many important figures here. If Lin Ling said something wrong, it would be easy for them to grab hold of it and deal a heavy blow to him. Lin Ling, ignore him. Honger said anxiously beside Lin Ling. It was better not to say anything at the moment. After all, there were too many experts here. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward step by step until he was in front of Long Aoxiang. He looked at Long Aoxiang indifferently, causing Long Aoxiang to frown slightly. Lin Ling was not afraid of him in front of so many experts? I'm a genius ranked higher than you on the Heaven's Pride roll. Why don't you bow when you see me? Why don't you bow when you see so many important figures? You should know that you're in the Rainforest Sacred Land's sacred palace. How can you be so rude? Long Aoxiang shouted coldly. Clap, clap, clap. The aura of a peak Emperor Spirit Realm expert bloomed from his body, making him look like a dragon or an emperor. This kid is brave and extraordinary. His future is limitless. Many people from the major forces nodded slightly. Long Aoxiang was one of the few who dared to speak so righteously in the sacred holy palace. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood quietly in front of Long Aoxiang.
Then, he nodded and turned to walk to a luxurious table.
He picked up a glass of wine on the table and slowly walked to Long Aoxiang.
What is he doing?
Many people had a mocking expression on their faces. Propose a toast and apologize. In front of the sacred palace, as a junior brother, he naturally has to bow when he sees a senior brother.
Moreover, with so many important figures here, if he dares to be arrogant, he will definitely incur the wrath of the major forces in the Rainforest Sacred Land.
Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said softly. He didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant here, but that didn't stop him from seeing Lin Ling lose face. That's interesting.
I'll go up and make him kneel down and propose a toast.
After all, with my status, it doesn't seem difficult to be his senior. Duan Zun Wang of the Justice Duan clan said with a smile. Lin Ling had caused great damage to the Justice Duan clan, and even caused the death of Duan Qin Wang. How could they not take revenge? Right now, he was just taking back some interest.
That was what everyone thought.
Lin Ling was toasting and saluting. Long Aoxiang naturally thought the same.
He had the noble bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon.
His status was higher than that of a lowly commoner like Lin Ling. He was a genius ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy list. His status was also higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling only had great potential. What qualifications did he have to be arrogant in front of him? Furthermore, no one knew where this potential came from. It was just Mother Lu who said it, so who knew if it was true or not? To propose a toast, you have to raise both hands and kneel down on one knee. This is the way of respect. Long Aoxiang looked down at Lin Ling and said. At the same time, he was enjoying the gazes of 10,000 people. It was as if he was telling everyone that Lin Ling was arrogant, but that was only in front of the weak. Facing a top Heaven's Pride like him, Lin Ling still had to kneel down. You're right. The Saint Palace is a sacred place. It's the most dignified place in the 100 territories. No one can blaspheme it here. You have to understand the way of respect. Lin Ling said calmly as he came in front of Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang nodded and said, You understand. Today's matter is being watched by millions of people. Naturally, you have to understand etiquette and respect. Propose a toast.
After saying that, he waved his hand casually.
However, propose a toast? Lin Ling nodded. He splashed the wine in his hand onto Long Aoxiang's face and said, This toast is for trash like you. The crowd quieted down. They thought that Lin Ling would obediently offer a toast and lower his noble head. But who would have thought that he did not pick up the wine cup to offer a toast? Instead, he spilled the wine on Long Aoxiang's face, which was equivalent to giving him a slap. Do you want to die? Long Aoxiang's face stiffened. He was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was as arrogant as ever. He dared to humiliate him. Was he looking to die? Long Aoxiang.
Lin Ling smiled and suddenly let out a loud shout. His previously calm aura quietly changed, as if the calm sea of an ancient well had suddenly turned into a monstrous wave.
You are a top 100 Heaven's Pride of the 7 profound martial houses proud list. You are very proud, but who am I? Lin Ling's voice floated out from his mouth like the might of the heavens. Long Aoxiang wanted to humiliate him, but how could Lin Ling allow this to happen? He wanted to humiliate him back. You are only a trash of Heaven's Pride that didn't even reach the top 100. You have yet to participate in the final round. You will never have the qualifications to stand above me. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and said, If it weren't for the fact that there were too many great figures here, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But even so, he still wanted to teach Lin Ling a good lesson. However,
Just as his words fell, an icy cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth.
Shut up. When the second dream was conferred the title of Elder, you failed.
Who is the new elder of the 7 profound martial house?
The voice was like thunder, shocking Long Aoxiang so much that his pupils shrank. His mind buzzed and he took a step back.
He had forgotten that Lin Ling was an elder of the 7 profound martial house.
In fact, he hadn't forgotten, he just hadn't cared. No one present had forgotten, but no one cared. After all, Lin Ling was the youngest elder of the 7 profound martial house. But the truth was that many people didn't think of him as an elder, because he was too young. Although no one cared, the status of an elder still existed. In the sacred Saint Palace, an elder was an elder.
No matter what kind of proud son of heaven one was, when facing an elder, one had to put away their pride and speak to them in a respectful tone. As for the reason, it was very simple. This was because the elder was your teacher, because the elder's status was higher than yours, and also because this was the most sacred Saint Palace.
Tell me, who am I?
Lin Ling took a step forwards. His aura magnificent.
Me.
Long Aoxiang was left speechless.
Speak.
Lin Ling shouted again. You are an elder of the 7 profound martial house.
Long Aoxiang looked all around.
He knew that many powerhouses were looking at him, and perhaps even seniors from the Saint Palace were watching, so he had no choice but to speak.
Pah! A slap fell on Long Aoxiang's face, burning with pain.
Lin Ling had attacked.
To have an elder propose a toast in front of everyone, and to have an elder kneel, is this your attitude towards your seniors? Lin Ling's expression was incomparably cold, leaving Long Aoxiang speechless. Heavenly Dragon Empire, if the upper beam is not straight, then the lower beam will be crooked. Today, in the sacred Saint Palace, you dare to offend your superiors and run amok. In the future, you will inevitably become the source of chaos in the 100 territories. Lin Ling's words caused Lord Long's complexion to become incomparably ugly. In the past, Lord Long had slandered Lin Ling as a demon, a homicidal maniac.
Today, Lin Ling had returned the favor, and had even cursed the Heavenly Dragon Empire in front of the Saint Palace.
My apologies, Elder. I was negligent before, I admit my mistake. Long Aoxiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he still had to speak respectfully. After he finished speaking, he strode away.
Today, he had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had lost all face.
Stop. But, did he think he could leave just because he wanted to?
He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling, but he had failed and now he wanted to leave?
What else do you want?
Long Aoxiang stopped, his back facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful.
To propose a toast, one must raise both hands and kneel on one knee. This is the way of respect. Lin Ling held his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind.
These were the words that Long Aoxiang had said before, and now he had returned them.
Chapter 864. To have a strong backbone, you. Long Aoxiang finally turned around with an ugly expression on his face. Lin Ling did not let him off. He wanted him to propose a toast with both hands and on one knee. This was a huge humiliation, not only to him, but also to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The entire palace fell silent. Countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was standing proudly, with complicated expressions on their faces. It was said that Lin Ling could not be humiliated. Otherwise, he would be humiliated 100 times over. That was how he got his name, the Mad God. Now that they had seen him today, they knew that he lived up to his reputation. Even in front of countless experts, Lin Ling was still fearless. He still had a strong backbone. Humiliate him? 10 times the humiliation. Aoxiang, propose a toast. Yes. Long Aoxiang had no choice but to propose a toast. If he refused, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would lose even more face.
Going back on one's words, being rude and lacking in manners, it would be fine if it was any other place, but not in the most sacred place, the Saint Palace.
After all, this was the core of the rainforest. Even the Holy King might be watching this scene. Most importantly, Lin Ling's current status was higher than Long Aoxiang. Propose a toast? Long Aoxiang roared. He wanted to propose a toast. There were so many people here, including many of his old rivals. He could not throw his face away. Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang said in a low voice. He could not throw his face away either, but he had to do it. Long Aoxiang gritted his teeth and had no choice but to stride forward. He came to the side of the table, picked up his wine cup, and walked towards Lin Ling. In the process, many top geniuses could not help but cover their mouths and laugh. If it were not for the fact that this place was beneath the most sacred Bodhi Saint Palace, they would have long burst out laughing. They were competitors with Long Aoxiang. Now that they saw the proud genius being humiliated, they were naturally happy to see it. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Lin Ling, this junior, was much younger than them and his cultivation was much weaker. However, he did what they could not do. This Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. Perhaps in the future, he would surpass them. Sister, is this the Lin Ling that Lu Mama, was talking about? At first, I thought that he was a weak man without any manliness. But who knew that his counterattack was so powerful, like a thunderbolt? He didn't fear the presence of the strong and wasn't alarmed even if the sky collapsed. He let the people who humiliated him smash their own feet. Above the palace, on a huge leaf, two women were looking forward. There was a leaf as big as a stone table, displaying everything in the palace. This child's king body is of the 8th grade, which isn't the best. I don't know how strong his true meaning of martial arts is. According to his age and cultivation level, I wonder if he has reached half a step into 90%. The white-clothed woman next to him was as cold as a fairy under the moonlight. She spoke indifferently. Humph, I'm talking east, but you're talking west.
The other woman in red was more lively.
I think he's very handsome, and he's also very handsome. Especially his eyes, they give off a pure and clear feeling, but also a deep and mysterious feeling. On the surface, this kid doesn't have any hope in the last round of the 7 Profound Martial House tournament.
I don't know why Lu Mama say this,
the woman in white lightly said, as if she hadn't heard the woman in red's words. The woman in red rolled her eyes. Her senior apprentice sister was a martial arts maniac. She didn't care about the martial path at all. Of course, a martial arts maniac was obsessed with the martial path. She had no emotions, only martial arts. Such a person could cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. In addition, this woman was a saint child, and had been trained by the Saint Palace since childhood. Since Lu Mama, said this, I naturally have my reasons. In any case, I believe her. The woman in red curled her lips. The woman in white lightly shook her head. On the road of martial arts, seeing is believing, hearing is false. Everything that is nothingness, as long as there is no proof, everything can be false. She still didn't believe that Lin Ling was fierce, so she stood firm on her position. You are right, but without proof, how do you know that Lin Ling is weak? The woman in red retorted, causing the woman in white to be speechless. At this moment, in the palace, countless people were looking at Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth and walked in front of Lin Ling with a cup of wine in his hand. Just as he was about to offer the cup of wine, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, a toast needs both hands. Don't go too far. Long Aoxiang roared, his voice hoarse, but he still offered the cup of wine with both hands. Kneel on one knee, this is the way of respect. However, Lin Ling spoke again, causing Long Aoxiang's body to tremble. Finally, with a plop, he knelt down on one knee and offered the cup of wine with both hands. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. He slowly took the cup of wine and said, those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Aoxiang, it seems that you cannot soar. This is the evaluation of the 7 Profound Martial House elders. Bang! Pa! Long Aoxiang knelt on one knee, the strength of his anger cracking the stone beneath his knee. His strength was greater than Lin Ling's, but now he had to kneel on one knee before Lin Ling. This sort of humiliation could be imagined. And Lin Ling had said that he would never be able to soar. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. After drinking the wine, he didn't even look at Long Aoxiang as he walked past him. Elder Lin Ling, you have great dignity. To bully a junior like this, it satisfies your sense of superiority. But, don't forget that in front of us, you are also a junior. Although you are an elder, in front of the elders of our 5 great ancient countries, your status as an elder is still a bit weak. Shouldn't you be toasting with both hands and kneeling on one knee? I remember that you said that this is the way of respect. After taking a few steps, a loud voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. There really were many people here who wanted to look good on Lin Ling. Then everyone looked at the speaker and discovered that it was the Justice Duan family's Duan Zuanwang. Duan Zuanwang. This old man was as mighty as a heavenly general. He was a godlike character of the Justice Duan family. In the past, in the Rainforest Holy Land, he had relied on his invincible Qilin iron fist to establish a mighty reputation. With a single punch, he had killed tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit powerhouses. Duan Zuanwang. Lin Ling stopped and coldly looked at Duan Zuanwang. This old man and Lord Long had killed Old Man Xiao. Seeing him today, Lin Ling's heart couldn't help but fill with killing intent. Duan Zuanwang, Lin Ling is one of the 24 patriarchs of my great Qin dynasty. Does he need to bow to you? Boom. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded out. It was the great Qin dynasty's Qin Nan who publicly supported Lin Ling. The crowd was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a status in the great Qin dynasty. If Lin Ling was the patriarch of the great Qin dynasty, then his status wasn't low. He didn't need to bow to Duan Zuanwang. Duan Zuanwang's face stiffened and he couldn't say anything. He wanted to use his status to make Lin Ling lower his head, but he failed. Toasting with you? In your dreams. I can spray wine all over your face, but do you dare to accept it? Chapter 865. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. His actions were straightforward, and he attacked as soon as he said he would. Whoosh! The wine was like a sword. The combination of power and spiritual energy was not to be underestimated. Of course, this kind of wine was naturally harmless to Duan Zuanwang. He waved his right hand in front of him, and the sword-like wine was swept away by him. It turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. But what made Duan Zuanwang angry was that Lin Ling was like a hoodlum on the street. He didn't care about face, etiquette, or that they were under the sacred palace. He actually dared to spray wine at him. This Lin Ling is crazy. Everyone gasped. After all, no matter who came here, they had to restrain their ferocity. This was also out of respect for the legendary Holy King. Therefore, the strong people here had always been polite. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, they had to find a reasonable excuse. However, Lin Ling didn't play by the rules. He sprayed wine at them, and they couldn't react in time. As expected of a barbarian. You don't care about reason or etiquette. The sacred palace is a sacred place. You stepped on the ancient tree and blasphemed the Bodhi sacred palace. Duan Zuanwang roared. Lin Ling's previous spitting of wine made him seethe with anger. After all, although Lin Ling was the patriarch, people with discerning eyes knew that Lin Ling's strength was like an ant to experts like them. You're the one who doesn't know etiquette. Your status is the same as mine, but you overestimated yourself and asked me to kneel down and toast you. Are you old and blind? Lin Ling glared at Duan Zuanwang like a ferocious tiger. He finished the wine in his hand in one gulp and threw the cup at Duan Zuanwang. This was under the sacred palace. Everyone restrained themselves and behaved politely. However, it didn't mean that they were really righteous. They just wore a mask of hypocrisy. And Lin Ling disdained to wear a mask of hypocrisy. He was angry when he saw Duan Zuanwang, so he sprayed wine at him and smashed the cup at him. Duan Zuanwang killed Old Man Xiao. This was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart, a pain that could never be erased. Old Man Xiao doted on him, Lin Ling, and supported him. That day, he died an unjust death. Today, when he saw his enemy again, if Lin Ling didn't say anything and even exchanged pleasantries with Duan Zuanwang, it would be a blasphemy and insult to Old Man Xiao. He, Lin Ling, would never do such a thing. Even if he was chased away by the Saint Palace today, he would still take action. Even if he was currently not Duan Zuanwang's match, he would not hold back today. If he didn't like Duan Zuanwang, then he would attack. Clang! The wine cup shot towards Duan Zuanwang, and was naturally blocked by him again. However, after being provoked by Lin Ling twice, Duan Zuanwang's fiery temper could no longer hold back. Like a furious Qilin, his hair stood on end, and he seemed to want to attack. But at the critical moment, a cold voice rang out. He's trying to goad you into perishing together with him. No one knew who the voice came from, but it was like a basin of cold water that made Duan Zuanwang calm down. This was the most sacred and mysterious sacred palace, and no one knew what would happen if he erupted with power. Would he die together with Lin Ling? Or would the Holy King value Lin Ling and let him die in the end? He couldn't afford to gamble on any of this. Lin Ling was acting arrogantly here. He didn't know how the Holy King would treat Lin Ling, but he was certain that the Holy King's attitude towards him would be worse than Lin Ling's. This meant that if he dared to behave atrociously on the sacred ancient tree, he would die. Lin Ling, you've got guts. Ugh. Duan Zun Wang's expression was extremely ugly, but he finally sat down. As long as I don't die, you will die for old man Zhao's revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were red as he enunciated each word clearly. This was his promise. The crowd's eyes flickered. They finally understood why Lin Ling was so arrogant in the Saint Palace. He seemed to have an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Zun Wang, but Lin Ling was righteous. Old man Zhao was obviously not Lin Ling's relative, but Lin Ling was willing to stand up for him. This showed that he was a man of character. Moreover, he was open and honest, daring to admit his actions without any pretense. This was admirable. What an interesting brat. In every corner of the palace, the experts from the desolate race smiled faintly. Fighting for others, not fearing the heavens and the earth. This was what it meant to be a warrior. Lin Ling, come sit here. Qin Feng was moved. Qin Nan was excited. Even he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Saint Palace. However, Lin Ling dared to, and he did it for his brother Qin Xiao. This made him extremely touched. Old man Xiao had met a good brother. Lin Ling continued to take deep breaths, suppressing his killing intent. Finally, he walked towards Qin Nan. He knew that he was currently not Duan Zun Wang's match, but he believed that it would not be long before he would be able to use this old bastard's blood as a sacrifice to old man Xiao. The palace gradually quieted down. Those who wanted to see Lin Ling's performance were also silent. The previous scene proved that they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson at the highest level banquet in the rainforest. However, this was clearly impossible. Lin Ling was a young man with a strong backbone. Even if he offended the Holy King, he would not lower his stubborn backbone. As for whether the Holy King had seen Lin Ling's previous actions, no one knew. Perhaps he had not, or perhaps he had. No one could guess. This kid is brave but not resourceful. He's too impulsive. Impulsive. Back in the palace, the white-clothed woman said faintly. No, he has his own stubbornness. He has his own persistence. That old man Xiao is definitely someone very important to him. The red-clothed woman murmured. She did not know why, but she believed in the blue-white-robed youth. Perhaps she and the youth had the same blood feud. Vengeance should be forbearing. The white-clothed woman objected. Wrong. Forbearing is an insult to the dead. You have no feelings. You will never understand. Yes. The red-clothed woman was also incomparably stubborn. The white-clothed woman frowned, her beautiful eyes flashing. She had no feelings, so she would never understand? Zhui Yu, let the 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house enjoy the moon leaves. At this moment, an old voice sounded out from behind the 2 women. The 2 women froze for a moment, and then nodded. They also knew that old Mother Deer's goal today was still the 20 proud sons of heaven. In fact, it should be the second dream, Tang Tianshu, and Lin Ling, who were all under 20 years of age. Then the white-clothed woman stepped forward. Her white dress was like an immortal fairy, and she disappeared from where she was. In the palace, the white-clothed woman's beautiful figure appeared. 20 proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house. Follow me. A calm and emotionless voice sounded out in the palace, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. This is your lucky chance. If you miss it, there will be no more. The white-clothed woman said again. Her beautiful eyes looked towards the second dream. It seemed that she believed that this lucky chance was because of the second dream. She had also heard of the second dream. Today, she saw that her talent and beauty were truly fierce, even moving her. If she had been at the second dream's age, her strength would not have been much stronger than the second dream. Lucky chance. Chapter 866. What was martial arts? As for the top geniuses in the palace, their eyes were filled with envy. They had a feeling that the strength of these 20 people would increase tremendously and surpass them. The moon appreciation leaf was a relatively ancient leaf on the ancient tree. It was said that this leaf was the 3rd leaf of the ancient tree that had just grown. As time passed, it had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It was now 10,000 years old. The ancient leaf was at the top of the clouds. When the moon was full, it was as if one could reach out and touch the full moon. That was why it was called the moon appreciation leaf. When Lin Ling and his group arrived, they were all shocked. The full moon in the sky was right in front of them. The bright light made them feel as if they had stepped into the moon palace and could reach out and touch the moon. It's the essence of the moon. Looking at the snow-like moonlight, the second dream's eyes sparkled. It was said that the essence of the sun and moon was something that demonic beasts could absorb and grow. It was difficult for humans to sense it, but they could sense it here. This ancient tree was really an excellent place to cultivate. Lin Ling's eyes sparkled as well. He felt that the small world in his body was about to move. It seemed to be absorbing the moonlight in the sky and was constantly expanding. The essence of the moon was also the essence of life. It was very beneficial to a cultivator's body. It's the first time in so many years that the moon appreciation leaf has welcomed so many people. Calm. At this moment, a calm voice rang out, causing everyone to come back to their senses.
They looked over and saw that it was the woman in white who was as cold as a fairy.
She was about 20 years old, but her strength was unfathomable, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. No one dared to be negligent. After all, she was from the sacred palace. Tonight is the night of the full moon. You have the opportunity to cultivate here and improve your strength to the next level. However, there is a condition. You must answer my question. The woman in white said indifferently, as if she was an otherworldly being. Senior sister, may I know what the question is? The second dream asked on behalf of the group. The woman in white nodded at her. She looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and asked, "What is martial arts?" Ha! Everyone was surprised. What was martial arts? This question has always been my inner demon. Whoever can answer it will be rewarded. The woman in white said again. Many people were excited. Reward? Could this be a reward from the sacred palace? Since the sacred palace was sitting on the ancient tree, this reward must be incomparably precious. The path of martial arts is to be reborn and transcend the limits of man. This is the path of martial arts. One of the geniuses said calmly. It was Hua Yi from the Great Serpent Mansion. Surpassing the limits. Is this what martial arts are like? The woman in white had a blank look in her eyes, but she shook her head. The crowd's eyes flickered. It seemed that this question was very difficult. For a moment, everyone fell silent. And on an even higher leaf of the ancient tree, Old Mother Deer and the red-clothed woman were standing quietly. The red-clothed woman shook her head and said, Senior Sister Moonchaser is as stubborn as ever. She has asked this question to so many people, but she still hasn't found the answer. She still doesn't know what the martial path is. The martial Tao, the martial Tao. It seems to be two words, but it is also broad and profound. In the vast and ancient times, the more one investigates its origins, the more confused one becomes. Moonchaser has fallen into his own heart demon. However, Old Mother Deer shook her head. It looked like a mental demon, but it was also the heart of martial arts. Especially for the martial fanatic Shi Zhueyue, it was the direction of her life. After all, Shi Zhueyue did not have emotions, only martial arts. Now that her direction had disappeared, Shi Zhueyue naturally wanted to find that lost direction. However, everyone's martial path was different. Could she get an answer by asking others? It was obviously impossible. The martial path is the heavens. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It was the second dream's voice. Heavens. The white-clothed woman's eyes lit up. What is the heavens? The second dream frowned and was momentarily unable to answer. The others were even more confused. They had heard the word martial path since they were young, but they could not say what the martial path was. The heavens are all around us. The wind is the heavens, the clouds are the heavens, and the earth is the heavens. The so-called martial path is to break through the heavens. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's voice sounded. It was filled with arrogance, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to light up even more. Faintly, she seemed to have understood, but it seemed to be even more vague. The second dream, Tang Tianshu's perception is very high. Mother Benlu said faintly. What was the martial path? Everyone had their own opinions, but there was always one that was the best, and the geniuses with good perception would be able to find the best answer. The second dream said that the heavens were the heavens. Then what was the heavens? Tang Tianshu said that everything around him was the heavens.
If a martial artist wanted to break through the restraints and rules around him, then he would have surpassed the heavens, and the restraints and rules would be the heavens.
Their answers were very good. Amazing. The other geniuses nodded.
They had also understood something, and there were even signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation level.
It was as if they had figured out something. Senior sister, can the reward be shared between the two of us? Tang Tianshu smiled faintly. In fact, he had read this question in an ancient book when he was young, so he had a rough idea of the answer. Now they seemed to have solved the obsession in the mysterious woman's heart, so they could receive the reward from the sacred palace. Yes, the reward is a drop of Bodhi's liquid. The woman in white nodded slightly. Her words shocked many people. The Bodhi's liquid was said to be the liquid of an ancient tree. Those who consumed it could expand their spiritual sea and give birth to spiritual power. It could also allow one's body to break through the mortal body and enter the sacred palace. One's strength would increase tremendously, and it could further increase one's strength. The Bodhi's liquid represented the vitality and essence of an ancient tree. If used to break through the cultivation level, there would be no side effects, and one's foundation would still be incomparably solid. The second dream and Tang Tianshu were so lucky. Unfortunately, although they wanted it, they did not have the perception of the other two geniuses. The others will also receive a drop. At this time, the woman in white's words floated out again, and everyone was overjoyed. They would also receive a reward? It seemed that the sacred palace was focusing on nurturing them this time. Everyone would receive a drop, while the second dream and Tang Tianshu would receive 2 drops. They would receive greater benefits. Nonsense! However, at this time, a frivolous voice rang out, and everyone fell silent. The woman in white frowned and looked at the person who spoke. She was instantly displeased. It's Lin Ling. Many people looked at the young man who spoke. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Lin Ling, don't speak nonsense if you don't know anything. This is an ancient tree, and it will not tolerate your blasphemy. If you are unhappy, get out of here yourself. Tang Tianshu shouted angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that he was spouting nonsense. Shut up, trash. Lin Ling looked at Tang Tianshu with disdain, and his gaze fell on the woman in white. He then said indifferently, You are from the sacred palace, but you don't even know what martial arts is. What martial arts are you practicing? His voice was cold and reprimanding. The woman in white was stunned. Lin Ling, a junior of the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, dared to reprimand her? How arrogant! The other geniuses were shocked. Lin Ling was actually reprimanding a cultivator from the sacred palace. Anyone who practices martial arts knows what martial arts is, but you don't. You are trash.